Hey, what's up?
Ooh, there we go.
How's things going with you?
Sorry, I'm getting rid of my phone so that I can skedaddle out to get my
No,
coffee.
no problem. No problem. But I just have like 20 minutes or so because I got work at like
I
10.
can see
But
your little bubble moving, Tim, but I can't hear you.
let me just try
It's very
something.
low, like I can barely hear you.
Let me try to reinstall them. Just give me 1 second.
Wait, I hear it. I hear it now.
Thank you. Please be seated. Quarter for session.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel, could you come to sidebar, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I got you.
All right. No, I just thought that was kind of crazy yesterday. The whole disrespectful that like all these female witnesses. I just thought was like,
Dude.
what is going on? Like, what
Dude,
the fuck
I
was
mean,
that?
I don't know. I know you
Of
were
course.
not here yesterday too, but
I was working all day. I had a fucking annoying job.
I've been using my custom formula, which is the serum.
That's the other thing I can't control, unfortunately. When I'm gone.
Like
but I know you weren't here yesterday, but I found out a little tidbit of information. The turtle cult has already started emailing everybody I stream with now to say I'm like a bad person and I'm like this scammer, grifter, criminal, all that stuff they do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, you guys waste your time, literally.
Luckily, no one knows my email, so congratulations.
Well, I mean, it's stupid anyway because everybody who knows me in real life is like laughing. They're like, what? Like, what?
Yes, I mean the most moral character around is Turtle Boy, who admitted under oath that he's a revenge pornographer and a garbage human being. I mean, like, okay, I'm not going to take moral lessons from that man. And his partner in crime is the Glare, who, if you look at his past, is pretty bad. Actually, I don't even want to repeat it because it would be kind of offensive to the victim, his family member. So you know what I mean.
I hear you. It's insane to me that anybody listens to a word that comes out of his mouth.
Yeah. Our dad stayed so Laura can sit there. Yeah, the DUI guy is there. A guy's a joke as well. I mean, the guy's a fucking clout chaser like a lot of these other people. So far, I believe a lot of these witnesses. Kicking out your own dad for a YouTube lawyer, that's pathetic. It's not even a good YouTube lawyer, man. Like, if it was like the lawyer maybe you can probably be like, oh, okay, but you got the DUI guy, like, bro. Talk about like fucking 99-cent lawyer.
Oh, no shit. Dude, some of the stuff that, at the end there, Yannetti, the judge literally had to be like, that was improper. Like, when you're an attorney and the judge has to tell you that it was improper, like, you're kind of in big shit at that point. Like,
yeah. I just don't get it. Like we spent like 20 minutes on. I think we spent like almost I think like an hour on the definitions of acquaintances and friends. And I'm sitting here like, bro, shouldn't you be telling us about how your client didn't? Yeah, your client didn't enter the motherfucking house. Like he did enter the house or something like that. Like that should be. So far, you got 7 witnesses. Now a lady is stating that she actually saw like a giant blob instead of just seeing an object. Because I already pointed out in Nagel's testimony that she said that she saw an object in the yard, and I always pointed out that yeah, someone did see it. And now it's been confirmed that it was like a larger object, and now it's become this. Now he's trying to say, well, how could you see in the night? It's like, well, how did your client see in the night when someone's covered in snow in the yard while everyone else didn't? I mean, kind of ridiculous at this point. You can't really discredit her testimony.
Also, it was snowing a lot harder when she went than when it was when Julie Nagel left the house. So,
yeah, it was a waste of time to email because I didn't read it. I don't read shit like that because it's like, like I've had people do that shit all the time. I don't give a fuck about those emails. You know,
Yeah, I don't usually either. Like if someone sends me something like that, like I'm just going to tell people now you're wasting your time. Like I judge people based on my interactions that I have with them. I don't care what they did a year ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, what their record looks like, what they did or didn't do, if they used to be an addict, if they used to be an alcoholic. I don't care. As long as you're not a pedophile, like, or a
Yeah.
sex criminal, like I don't care.
I generally go by the lines of once you serve your time in jail, as long as you're not like a sex offender, you're pretty
Right.
much, you should be just allowed, because I feel like it's punitive when you continuously punish someone once they serve their time or whatnot.
I mean,
and if
I'll
they
be
make a-
punished for the rest of my life, dude. I've been sober 16 years from opiates and I'm still being
Yeah, and I just don't agree with that. I agree with
general,
people
just the stigma that attacks us.
yeah, I just agree that people deserve second chances or even third chances. I don't believe in holding against people. I think that's very fucked up, actually. But you know what? This
It
is a
is
group
because
of,
everyone's human.
yeah, and this is just a group of people who are just kind of very foolish individuals. They're following a guy who admitted under oath.
Jurors,
Oh,
please.
jurors are in. But today's going to have the DNA expert, hopefully. We're going to have Ryan Nagel after this lady, and then the DNA expert.
Honestly,
So, yeah.
that stuff I'm like raring to go on because like that's the kind of stuff that I've been holding in for quite some time.
Yeah.
3.3.4A.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to go on mute. I'll let you
Yep.
continue on the stream. All right. You have a good one.
You too, Tim. I think we're getting ready at least. That's what it looks like to me. I don't know what the hell the job is doing now.
Hi, Nini. No, Chloe, we're not talking about Chloe. No, Chloe.
Chloe.
Chloe
Yeah.
the cat.
Chloe.
No, she has a cat named Chloe, and she's like in love with her cat named Chloe.
Aww.
Be careful; they might think you actually have the dog. The turtle riders. They might think you're talking about the dog and track you down, Nini.
Facts though. They might think it's a dog.
See, they might think it's a dog. They might think this. We've
They
cracked the case. I just don't know what's
First,
at
the
that.
dog was dead though, right? Remember,
Yeah.
the dog was dead.
Now it's rehomed. No, I knew that they never tried to look for that motherfucking dog. I always knew they knew where the dog was, but the defense knew it was a better point not to do any tests with that dog. Like if I knew this dog,
Bingo. They've known. They've known since
You are
last summer.
unmuted.
I've known since last summer where she was.
yeah. Like there's no doubt about it.
You
They
are
knew.
muted.
Oh yeah. They knew.
And-
They
You
did
are
nothing because they know it wouldn't fit.
I mean, if you're an attorney and you allow this case to go forward without even trying to test that damn dog, to me is just you're crazy. So I knew
Yep.
that they left it out there so they can have reasonable doubt about this dog, and they don't believe this fucking dog did it. They probably edited those photos.
Definitely not. They knew where that dog was at least for the last year. So acting like they don't is amazing to me. Like if the general public knew where that dog was and what state that dog was in, like you're not going to tell me that you wouldn't have filed a motion to have them tell you where the dog was if you didn't actually know. Come the fuck on.
Yeah, and let's say like these were master criminals and they
Hear
needed to get
ye,
the
hear
dog.
ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within the Fuller County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated. Morning.
Morning.
Anyway, I'll be gone. I'll be in the chat. You have a good one.
Karen Reed.
All right. Good
You
morning
got it.
again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
We appreciate you being ready and willing to go forward. We did spend a little time this morning with the lawyers moving things forward, so our time was well spent. We appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did you also follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should. All right, thank you. May we have Ms. Nagel, please?
Just make sure you watch your step. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Morning, Ms. Nagel.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you. In regard to the interview or the conversation that you had with Trooper Proctor, were there any other troopers present during the course of that conversation?
Yes.
Recall who that trooper was?
I can't recall his name, no.
Now, if I could turn your attention back to January 29th in the early morning when you were leaving the house on 3rd. You indicated that you saw a dark object in an area of the front lawn, is that correct?
Yes.
You had been to the house at 34 Fairview on several different occasions prior to this day, correct?
Yes.
Ever been over in that area of that front lawn? Was that an area that was used, that you observed by the homeowners or anyone there?
Not really. No.
And what, if anything, do you recall about the lighting in that particular area of the yard?
I mean, it was dark out, but with the snow, it was kind of, you could see a little bit of a glare.
Do you recall any sort of street lights or anything like that in that area?
I can't recall, no.
Now, you see this object, which you described as approximately 5 to 6 feet long, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And in the area of the flagpole, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you saw it, were you expecting or anticipating something over in that area of the yard?
No.
And when you were driving past it, is that the first time that you saw it?
Yes.
Now, if you had realized or had recognized that dark object, 5 to 6 feet long, in that area near the flagpole, had you realized that was a body, what would you have done?
I'll allow it.
I would have, called 911 if I thought it was an actual body, and told everybody else in the car as well.
And your testimony again was that you put sort of 2 and 2 together the following day, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
So if you realized it was a body, you would have called 911, correct?
Yes.
And that's because you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
If you realized it was a body, you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony today is that you realized it was a body the very next day, correct?
The next day after I had a conversation, yes.
You didn't call 911 at that point, correct?
I did not know.
You called the police business line.
I did not know.
Did you speak to any police?
No.
Right. And you would agree with me, Ms. Nagel, that object became 5 to 6 feet long yesterday for the first time.
Objection.
Not necessarily.
Ask the question differently, Ms. Tianetti.
The first time you've mentioned to anybody that that object was 5 to 6 feet long was yesterday to this jury 2.5 years after you supposedly saw it, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay. All right, Ms. Nagel, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Terry Kuhn to the stand.
While she's coming in, can I see counsel just about this witness for a second, please? Mr.
Well, I mean, just so we're clear here, Julie Nagel did
As
not.
witness testifies, I just want to tell you that sometimes we call witnesses out of order. Sometimes witnesses have to be called in a certain time frame because of their schedules or some other reason.
Hold on.
The lawyers were kind enough to work this out among themselves, so we appreciate it. All right.
Step right up here. Watch, step off. Remain standing and face the front. You solemnly swear the evidence to give the court and jury in the case now and here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Terry Kuhn. It's Terikun.
And Ms. Kuhn, what is it, what do you do for work?
I work for UC Davis at the Veterinary Genetics Lab in the Forensics Unit.
And what is your job title there?
My job title is Forensic Scientist, DNA Technical Lead. My UC classification is SRA4.
And that UC classification as far as SRA4, what does that mean?
Oh, Staff Research Associate.
And how long have you worked there?
Almost 25 years now.
And if I could, I'd like to talk a little bit about your educational background, starting with undergraduate. Where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive?
So I went to Sacramento State, or California State University, Sacramento. I received a minor in chemistry and a biological science degree in molecular biology.
Morning. This is the DNA expert,
Following,
guys.
receiving those degrees, where did you go education?
I went to UC Davis and I received a Master's of Science degree in Forensic Science DNA.
And was that prior to you joining the lab there, or what, if any, relationship to that?
I actually started my job at the lab after my undergraduate degree in 1999, and I started my postgraduate degree, I believe, in 2009 and finished in 2011. So I was actually already working at the lab at that time.
Now, with regard to the forensic program at UC Davis, what, if any, role did you have in sort of the creation of that lab?
I was actually one of the people who helped establish our forensics program in our lab, and I currently help with all the training, and any future forensic scientists that we employ, I do their training as well.
Now, have you been invited to speak at any sort of conferences or things of that nature in regard to your work in forensic science?
Yes, I've spoken at the California Association of Criminalists, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the Northwestern Forensic Sciences, and Rural Livestock in the Western states.
Have you been published in this particular area?
Yes, I've published 7 times, most of them in Forensic Science International Genetics.
And when it comes to those publications, are you familiar with a process called peer review?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and how that implicates things that are public?
So anytime we go to publish, we put out an article to whatever publication we would like to, and it goes through a peer review process, which that article is sent out to peers in our industry, and they review our work to see that it is solid. And if they approve it, then the article does get published.
Now, over the course of your years with the lab at UC Davis, how many forensic samples of DNA have you tested?
Oh, in the thousands.
Now, if you could describe to the jury the type of work that your lab performs.
So we have 2 sides of our lab. We have a service side, which provides diagnostic testing, parent verification testing, and then we have our forensic side. We do animal parent verification as well. We also do match comparison, which we compare samples to see if they're coming from the same source, and we do species identification.
Now, what kind of cases do you typically see, like in the lab?
We can do anything from homicides to helping people see if remains are their lost pet to provide closure for them.
And what are the sort of different types of agencies that you've done work for over the years of your work with the lab?
We've worked for police agencies, humane agencies, animal control agencies, and even private individuals, anybody who believes they can use our services.
And the lab that you work for, UC Davis, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is. It's accredited. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Answer my next question. As far as the lab accreditation, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process is and what's entailed in accreditation?
So our lab is accredited by a group called ANAB, and that's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation. They accredit labs to ensure that the policies and the procedures that we're following, they set a standard for those, and they come and check our standards. Are we meeting those standards? And it's also the same standards that most crime labs are associated with.
Now, in reference to that, labs that do DNA testing specifically and only in regard to humans, the accreditation that your lab has versus the accreditation that those types of labs have, what kind of difference is there?
There's no difference. The accreditation is the same.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, what exactly is DNA?
So DNA is the blueprint of your life. It's what makes your eye color what it is. It's makes your hair color, how tall you're going to be. And you get one half of that from your mom and one half from your dad.
And where is DNA found?
So DNA is found in most cells. It's in the nucleus of the cell. You get one copy of DNA per cell. There's also another kind of DNA called mitochondrial DNA. And in a cell, that is found in the plasma of a cell, and there'll be thousands of copies of mitochondrial.
And if you could explain sort of the difference between mitochondrial DNA versus what would you classify the other type of DNA?
So nuclear DNA is, again, that individual type of DNA. It's the DNA where we could say that that's you or that's a particular animal, and it would be a statistic of, 1 in 3,000 or 1 in 350 million type thing. Mitochondrial DNA actually runs along the maternal line. So if, you're a mom and you have a couple kids and a grandma there, they would all share the same maternal type.
And how is DNA used in forensic science?
For what we do in forensic science for animal DNA, we use it for parent verification. We use it for determining if two samples come from the same source, and we use it for species identification.
And is DNA testing just generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of DNA typing, that process? How does that work? What is it sort of specifically that you do?
So the main steps are when we get a sample, we need to lyse open those cells. That DNA is in the center of the cell. Those mitochondria are there, but they're protected by a cell wall. So our first step is to lyse that cell wall and release the DNA. Once that is done, we want to see how much DNA that we have. And so we have something called qPCR, or quantitative PCR, that allows us to tell how much of that nuclear DNA is in a sample. From there, we would go to a DNA typing. As you can imagine, if you only have one copy of DNA in a cell, it would take a lot of cells to be able to visualize that DNA. So we have to go through a process of making multiple copies. We use something called pointers. It tells us what parts of the DNA that we're looking for. That can vary from species to species or from test to test of what we're trying to do. And we amplify that in a process called PCR. And that can be you could think of it like a photocopier. Every time it goes through a cycle, it makes a copy. So if we start off with 1 copy, we get 2. From 2, we get 4. 4, we get 8. And by the end of this cycling, we have millions of copies that actually allow us to be able to visualize that DNA. And then the last step is actually visualizing it. The DNA actually has to run through a matrix. It's kind of like a sponge with all the little holes. Small pieces of DNA go out first, and we can see those first, and the larger pieces of DNA come out last. So it's allowing us to both see the DNA, and it separates it by size.
And did you do the forensic testing with regard to samples that were submitted to your lab in this case?
Yes, I did.
And as far as those steps that you just described, are those the steps that you followed in regard to this?
Yes, they were.
And do you have sort of standard procedures for what you do in the lab?
Yes, we have standard procedures or SOPs that we follow for all of our work that we do.
And so fair to say in this case, you follow those same sort of standard procedures and protocols?
Yes, I did.
Now, what, if any, efforts are taken in your lab to preserve the evidence or prevent contamination?
So what we do to preserve evidence, prevent contamination, one of the things we use is a bleach product. So anytime we're using a surface, be it for sample collection, doing PCR, doing the extraction, we're wiping down everything with this bleach product, doing our work, and then wiping it down again. Samples are stored according to what we have. So dry evidence is stored in a locked cabinet. Wet evidence such as blood is stored in a fridge. Tissue is stored in a locked freezer. The fridge is also locked as well. So they're also kept in their original packaging, and they're sealed, and they're only unsealed and used when they're being actually manipulated for sample collection.
And what samples did you receive in this case?
In this case, we received 2 swabs.
And, Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Yes.
Oh. You're close.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of 7 photographs. I just asked you to look at those. And then
Okay.
And just in general terms, you recognize what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes, this is the evidence that we received.
And those photographs that you would have taken as you were unpackaging the samples in this case?
Yes, and they contain a sticker on there that has our case number, the date we received it, and my initials.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll look to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I said thank you. Your Honor, may I return these to the witness, and with the court's permission, may I publish them to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Kuhn, now placing before you what I placed before you has not been marked as exhibit 7480. With regard to the first exhibit that you have before you, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 74?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe to the jury what we're looking at in this particular photograph?
So this is the evidence that we received. The little sticker on the bottom is the one that we applied at our lab. It includes the case number, the date, and my initials. And we do this to ensure that we can show that this is how the evidence arrived. It arrived in a sealed and packaged manner.
And the following exhibit number 75, that's essentially another photograph of the same packaging, is that correct?
So it's the same packaging, but it's the back of the packaging, because in this instance, that actually shows where the evidence was sealed as well, and the date as well.
And who, if anyone, or what entity did you receive this package from?
Can I look at my notes? I don't recall the exact entity.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
So the client in this case was the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Adam Lilly.
And so, but as far as these samples from whom you received, was that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
They were the people I was in contact with about sending them. We consider the client is the one who submitted the sample on our submission form.
But the person who physically sent the sample from one lab to the other was the MSPCL, is that correct?
Let me look at their form here. There was a form that came with it as well. Let me find it. So yes, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police Forensic Services Division Crime Lab was the one who submitted the samples to our lab.
And are you familiar with, or did you have any conversations with a forensic scientist at the State Police Lab in Massachusetts named Maureen Hartnett?
Yes, I did.
Is that someone that you had worked with on prior cases in the past?
Yes, I have.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit for you, number 6. And again, what's up on the screen is that what we have for you?
Yes.
And if you could just describe to the jury what we're looking at.
So that brown packaging you saw before, this was actually what was inside of that brown packaging.
And the next exhibit.
And this is that same item that was inside, but the back side of the packaging. And that shows the 2 swabs that were contained inside that packaging. And that was the first swab that we selected for testing.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you received and sort of how you delineated those items as far as labeling them by your case number?
Yes, it was.
And for the case number, as far as the FCD and the number, sort of how was that determined, or what is that?
So FC always refers to forensic case. In this case, D is for dog because they were asking for dog DNA testing. If it was C, it would be for cattle. F would be for feline, but the FC is always the beginning part. The third letter always kind of denotes what species we're looking for.
Now, pursuant to receiving those particular items, are you also given any sort of identifier as far as from the outside lab or the external vendor, as far as what label they have for the sample or where the sample came from, is from the outside lab?
We did receive a piece of paper that with the submission saying it was taken from a shirt.
And do you recall specifically what the item number was or where it was swabbed on that shirt?
No, do you remember that?
I do not. It would be on that piece of paper, I believe.
Would that also be delineated somewhere within your report and your findings?
The case number would be in our findings.
And I'm sorry, not specifically in your findings, but within the context of your report with that.
In the report, the case number that they gave us is listed in the report.
Your Honor, you have your report with you, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to refer to a report to that.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And I'm sorry, what is that?
Oh, did you want the case number there?
The case number and the item number.
So the case number was listed as MSCLP number 22-02184, item 7-18.16.
Now, Ms. Kuhn, with reference to these samples, did the samples arrive as you expected as far as their packaging and things of that nature?
Yes, everything was arrived sealed, and as you saw, that was documented in our with our photos, and it's also documented in my notes.
Did you test all of the samples that were submitted now?
Yes, we did.
And what is it that you were asked to test?
We were asked to determine species via canine qPCR. qPCR is that quantitative PCR that tells us how much DNA is in a sample, and it is specific for canine. Because the next goal they asked is if we could develop a DNA profile to possibly use for a comparison with a reference sample to be submitted later. If we weren't able to see anything with canine DNA there, we were asked to do our species tests called Meat ID.
Now, first, with reference to the sort of nuclear DNA testing that you did, what were the results of that initial testing?
For the canine qPCR testing, we did not see any canine DNA.
And when you say, just if you could explain to the jury or expound upon that, as far as what are you looking at and what are you seeing or not seeing that leads you to that?
So the canine DNA we're looking for in that is that nuclear DNA, that DNA that's used for an individual, because the idea was if we see canine DNA in the quantitative qPCR, then we know we have canine DNA on that swab, and we can try and use that to develop the DNA profile for a later comparison.
Now, per the questions that you were asked or what you were asked to test, upon not finding any canine DNA from the PCR testing, the qPCR testing, what, if any, steps did you take now for further testing?
The next test we performed was our Meat ID test. It's a general species test. It tests for 12 species altogether. They would include dog, cat, bison, cattle, horse, sheep, goat, mouse, rat, pig, and rabbit. I'm pretty sure I got them all, but I can't guarantee.
Now, and I'm sorry to jump around here a little bit, but when going back to sort of the qPCR testing, can you explain to the jury sort of what is it, what type of instruments are you using and what exactly goes into that process?
So we're taking the sample and we're using primers that concentrate, that point to a small piece of DNA for canine, and it's supposed to amplify it. And every time it's amplifying, it's actually releasing a color, fluorescent color that it's measuring. So if there's canine DNA, this fluorescent color keeps popping up, and it gives it a measurement in which it will tell us how much of the canine DNA we have. But in this case, the test did not see any fluorescence for canine DNA. So it was a negative result.
And then as far as when you say canine DNA, is that dogs specifically, or what, if anything else, would be included within canine?
In this qPCR test, other canines will work, or canids will work, like wolves, coyotes, and we are now doing some further testing on foxes, but we have not concluded those tests.
Now, as far as the Meat ID test that you're talking about, that sort of second, can you explain again to the jury sort of what is involved in that and what are you doing with regard to that?
So the Meat ID test actually targets the mitochondrial DNA, which makes it a little bit better. There's, like I said, there's 1,000 mitochondrial in a cell versus that one nuclear DNA. So it's a lot more there. It's also a circular piece of DNA, so it's a little bit more hardy. It sticks around. And we have regions of the mitochondria that are specific to each of those species that I listed. And if we have, let me see this here. We have pointers that actually will give us two different peaks. If we get two peaks that are both for pig, we have a pig result. If we get the two peaks for dog, we have a dog result, or the same can go for any of the species that we have. If we only get one peak, then we don't quantify that as being a positive result for that species.
And so you would need more than one peak in order to make that sort of opinion or qualification as far as species goes?
Right. We always have to have the two peaks for the species that we're getting results for.
And so with regard to the Meat ID testing that you did with these swabs, these two swabs, what, if any, results did you receive, or what, if anything, did you observe upon completion of the testing?
So for both the swabs, we did see pig. And we also actually I did a little bit of a test where we only concentrated on the dog portion of the meat ID. You can think of it as when we have all 12 species there, there's a lot of competition going on. By just concentrating on the dog meat ID, it eliminates all the competition. It gives us a better chance of getting a result if there is canine DNA there, and that result was negative. So the only result we got for both those swabs was for the pig.
And so again, just to be clear, as far as the canine was concerned, there was not even one peak from what you.
There was absolutely no canine DNA.
Now, as far as the pig is concerned, what, if anything, could that be from?
I don't know where that could come from. That would be speculation on my part. It's a sensitive test, I can tell you. So yeah, it would depend on where that shirt had been and what the person had been doing with it.
My question, I guess, is as far as the source, could that be from beyond just an animal? Could it be from some other source, such as food or something like that?
Yes, it could be from food. We have tested the meat ID test. In fact, that's what it was developed for, was for testing food products. And so we've seen it come from cooked pork, cooked bacon, in terms of pig. I do remember those were tested specifically.
May I have just one moment?
Sure.
It would more be like either dropping his shirt or like it was on his hands, and like at some point he pulled his shirt up or down, and the remnants of it was on his fingers. Put his hood on or put his shirt back, like because it was a hooded shirt. Maybe he had a t-shirt under it. Could put it
So,
on.
Ms. Kuhn, just lastly, just to be
End up
crystal
on the
clear,
shirt
from
somehow.
your testing in regard to both the qPCR and the meat ID testing, there was absolutely no canine DNA that you observed on the two samples that were submitted to you from the State Police Lab, Massachusetts.
That's correct. We observed no canine DNA.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Kuhn.
Hi.
Just to finish that thought, and to start off, there was no canine DNA detected in your testing, correct?
Correct.
So when you say there was no canine DNA, that's a little bit of an overstatement,
No.
correct?
There was no canine DNA in the swabs that we tested.
Exactly. Okay, perfect.
Oh, for
So-
fuck's sake! You're still gonna say there's canine DNA when there's literally none? That's
The
interesting.
Massachusetts State Police did not send you any actual items of clothing or cuttings or source material, did they?
No, they did not.
As a matter of fact, the only thing to be tested were the swabs that you received, those two swabs that we saw very nicely photographed.
Yes.
You'd agree that your analysis of those swabs is only as good as the starting material with which you have to work, correct?
That would be correct. I only have the swabs to test. That's the only thing I can talk about.
So the integrity of any DNA testing has to start foundationally with the proper recovery techniques
Oh, please.
for what's being tested, what goes on the swab.
I have no idea how the agency collected the swabs.
So you're left, I guess the next question would be, you're left to assume that proper techniques were used to swab the source material.
Yes.
And for forensic scientists, that assumption may not always be valid.
Well, in cases cases can vary for us. Sometimes we get the actual source material. Sometimes we do get the swabs. It's dependent upon the agency sending it in. It depends on their policies and procedures, which I cannot dictate.
Right. So that because if the swab is not collected properly, or the source material is not swabbed properly, then you're left with sort of a garbage in, garbage out analysis, right?
But I wasn't there to see the swabs being collected, so I have no idea. I couldn't comment on that.
So that answers my next question. You were not present when the swabs were taken, correct?
No,
You couldn't oversee the collection of those swabs.
no,
You didn't take the swabs
Bingo,
yourself.
Leela.
No.
That's what's gonna stick in their mind.
And you never
It's
did
in mine.
receive any of the source material from which those swabs were taken.
no, only the two swabs.
You do understand very clearly from your testimony and UC Davis, University of California Davis lab, and the impressive work that y'all do, you do understand proper protocols for evidence collection, correct?
Right, when we do collection at our lab.
For one thing, you keep proper logs, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in your report, there's a log, a couple of pages of logs that literally detail down to the minute when somebody touched those swabs, correct?
Correct.
That's because it's important to maintain those types of logs to avoid contamination on the one hand, right?
I don't know if keeping the logs maintained prevents contamination.
That's a fair correction. The logs would give you an idea of who touched something when, and if there was some contamination, you might be able to work backward to figure out how that contamination occurred.
Correct.
That's why the logs are in place, correct?
It's to be able to see step by step where everything was going.
It maintains a very, very specific chain of custody.
Correct.
So everybody that touches those swabs or that item is going into an evidence locker or coming out of an evidence locker or being tested. That's highly, highly regulated, and it's marked on a log.
It's documented in my case notes and it's documented on our internal chain of custody.
So there's literally multiple documents that dictate, that memorialize the movement of that evidence, right?
As it goes through our lab, yes.
Right, and your lab, that those criteria include the time that something was touched,
Yes.
the place where it was touched,
We don't document the place.
meaning it was taken out of this particular locker and put on this,
Oh, yes.
the person that manipulated those items or that item?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about the processes that your lab undertakes to avoid or reduce contamination.
Correct.
You were asked that by Mr. Lally on direct examination. You call that.
Yes.
You went through what your lab and the accreditation process, the protocols that you employ to make sure that contamination is reduced, hopefully to a minimum.
Yes.
But you don't know what any other lab might employ in terms of their reduction of contamination processes.
No, I don't know this.
And you specifically don't know what the Massachusetts Crime Lab did or didn't do with this subject material before you got the swabs.
Correct.
You don't know if they took any steps, as a matter of fact, to reduce contamination of the source material before the swabs were taken.
I don't know anything about how they took the swabs.
You would agree that, for instance, if the source material had been tossed on the bottom of an ambulance floor, that could encourage contamination of that source material.
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I don't know because we haven't tested that sort of thing. It's
Well,
an interesting question. I do agree, but we have not done any validation, which would be able to prove that sort of thing.
well, I guess what I'm asking is if the item is supposed to be not contaminated, right? It's supposed to be relatively pristine, and it drops on the floor, that might encourage contamination of that particular item that's supposed to be left as pristine as possible, correct?
Again, I don't know the history of the item, so I couldn't speak to it.
All right, so I think you have to move on from that.
If in fact the source material was not packaged properly, could that encourage contamination?
But I didn't see how the items were packaged.
I'm not asking that, Ms. Gill. I'm asking you hypothetically, if an item, a source item, is going to be tested, is not packaged and handled properly, that could encourage contamination, correct?
I have not seen that. What I have seen when something's been packaged incorrectly is I've seen the induction of mold growth, which has prevented bacteria, which causes bacteria, which eats away at DNA. So it doesn't give me contamination, but it does mean that I don't see DNA.
Feeling the love, not the congestion. Live Claritin Clear.
Swabbing,
Correct.
the documentation might include the location or the description of exactly where the item was swabbed, is that right?
Correct.
That would be helpful in your analysis to know exactly where something was swabbed.
No.
What about any visible markings to show where swabbing was taken? Is that normally done?
Again, it varies from lab to lab what we get. I unfortunately can't dictate what every other lab does. They all have their own policies and procedures, and we work with labs across the United States and the world.
If you were swabbing something in your lab, which is an accredited lab, would you encourage marking exactly where something was swabbed so it could later be documented?
When I swab things in my lab, I actually circle on the item. There's a note with the case number, my initials, the date, and also a ruler present in the photo.
So if we have to go back in your circumstance that you just described, if we have to go back and try to replicate exactly where that swab was taken, you can do that?
Yes.
Okay. And you think that's obviously an important protocol?
That's the protocol in our lab.
So the swabs that are used are sterile swabs, obviously.
Yes.
In fact, isn't it true that crime labs discourage, for the purposes of DNA swabbing, discourage the use of swabs with wooden sticks because they can encourage contamination as opposed to plastic sticks?
I have not heard that.
The swab is supposed to be moistened, right?
I do suggest that people moisten with water in order to make a better transfer.
And that needs to be distilled water, sterile water. Right?
Sterile water.
And you swab over an area of interest. And then generally you would photograph the area that's being swabbed, correct?
I do.
You would want to air dry that swab
Yes.
before you package it. Is that right?
When I do my collection, I don't need to air dry my swabs because their next step is actually the extraction process. So I'm not doing collection and then pausing. I'm doing collection and starting my extraction.
When you, as a matter of fact, when you're collecting biomaterial, tissue samples, for instance, blood and other biomaterials, you would not want to package those in plastic because that would encourage some sort of mold growth.
Mold and bacteria, yes.
So it's discouraged to put the blood, for instance, in plastic containers.
Correct.
You certainly wouldn't put blood material that you're working with in non-sterile containers, would you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you put biological material in non-sterile containers?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We don't have, everything that we use is sterile. All of our tubes that we would use, or once we do a collection, we put it in a tube for the extraction process. Those tubes are autoclaved and they don't have contamination. They are sterile.
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
The objection sustained.
You would maintain a strict chain of custody over that item to ensure the integrity and the admissibility of that DNA evidence?
I did, yes.
And I think we've covered this. You may have answered this already, that your personal protocol is that you actually photograph where everything is being swabbed from, correct?
Correct.
If there was DNA present on a source item, and it wasn't sampled properly or swabbed properly in the right spot, then that DNA would likely not be detected, correct?
I don't know why, I don't know the circumstances or why you would swab things, in a specific spot. I know in my lab how we do things.
What I'm asking is, if you have a source material and there's DNA over here and it's swabbed over here, you wouldn't expect this swab to detect that DNA.
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'll let him have it.
What information were you provided about these two particular samples?
I wasn't really provided any information. I had to work with the person from the crime lab asking about what they wanted to test and try and narrow down the testing in terms of species, simply because it helps us make sure that we're directing the testing in the correct way for the answer that they're, or for the question that they're answering. So knowing the species in this case was important. It also made it so that we made sure that the testing was affordable as possible.
Understood. Would it be important for you to understand the condition of the material that was being swabbed as you engage your analysis?
I'm not.
Condition meaning, was it clean? Was it dirty? Did it have blood on it? Did it not have blood on it? Things of that nature.
No, since we don't get to choose how evidence is given to us. Nice and clean with nice and clean DNA would be perfect, but that's not our perfect world we get samples from. So
Hardly ever happens, does it?
no, it hardly ever happens.
It would be important, however, to know whether or not there were obvious inhibitors on the source item when it was swabbed.
Knowing that there's dirt would be helpful, or possibly blood, because those can inhibit. But not necessarily, we don't necessarily have to know that ahead of time.
Were you told in this instance that the swabs were taken from a garment that had blood on it?
No.
Is blood an inhibitor?
It can be, yes.
Is garment dye an inhibitor?
Yes.
Were you told that there was blood on a dyed garment when you received the swabs?
No.
Your report indicates that the swabs that you did test, these two swabs, quote, did not indicate the presence of canine nuclear DNA, but did indicate the presence of inhibitors, end quote, correct?
That was in our qPCR.
Right. You explained that, quote, this result is obtained when either, number one, the canine nuclear DNA is degraded, is that right?
Correct.
Number two, it's, quote, obscured by inhibition, end quote.
Quote.
Or number three, there is no canine nuclear DNA present, correct?
Correct.
So in your report, you indicated that there are three reasons that you list for the possibility of not finding or not detecting the canine nuclear DNA in that sample.
Correct.
All right. Two of those three reasons allow for the idea that the DNA is actually present, but it's either obscured by inhibitors or it's so degraded that it can't be detected.
The nuclear DNA.
Right, but it still could exist.
It could, yes.
It's just not, you can't see it if it's obscured, and you can't see it if it's degraded.
Correct.
Explain how an inhibitor works in your testing.
Excuse me, an inhibitor just actually stops the PCR process from happening. And so therefore you would see no results.
So did you find inhibitors in this sample?
In the nuclear DNA testing, yes.
And was that the qualitative polymerase chain reaction test, qPCR test?
Yes.
And in fact, an inhibitor is pretty much any chemical that's literally going to inhibit the enzyme from helping make the copies.
Correct.
Certain dyes inhibit.
Yes.
And certainly blood inhibits.
Heme from blood, yes.
And because of that, at least in that sample, the nuclear DNA sample, you're not saying that there was no canine DNA there. You're saying that the testing did not detect it.
In the qPCR nuclear test, correct.
And you've heard, obviously, there's a famous quote in science that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jurors what that phrase means?
Objection.
Sustain.
It means just because you don't find something means it's not there.
Objection.
Sustain.
You were able to detect the presence of pig DNA, right?
Correct.
And I think you said on direct examination that that could come from a number of sources, including food sources, right?
Correct.
Could come from dog treats.
Pardon me? Yes.
Could come from dog treats. Matter of fact, there are dog treats that are pig ears, literally. Right?
Objection.
Allow it.
All right.
I believe so.
Or it could be that the shirt that was the source material was contaminated, not properly preserved.
I can't say where that DNA came from.
You're not aware of any feral pig populations in Massachusetts, are you?
I'm not.
Dog saliva would obviously be a good and a rich source of DNA, correct? You agree?
It depends on the context. We have cases where, I can refer to 2 cases that we did recently where there was small bites and we were able to get nuclear DNA from those sources.
Because it was probably saliva.
Yes.
Right. So saliva contains active, living, growing cells that slough off in the salivating process, right?
Correct.
That's why oftentimes for 23andMe or other companies, they want you to swab the inside of your cheek.
Right.
with DNA, right?
Yes.
So that's a relatively rich source of DNA, you would agree.
It depends on the amount of contact in the attack.
However, dog claws, the claws would not be a good source of DNA, would they?
No.
And the reason for that is because the claws are like human fingernails. They're made of keratin.
Correct.
Keratin is dead, hardened cells.
Correct.
Not a good source for DNA.
Not in terms of scratching. We can do something where we pulverize them and we can get DNA from them then.
But you have to have the claw.
Generally, yes, we have to have the claw material.
I spoke over it a little bit, but I want to make sure we're clear about that. You're talking about you can possibly get DNA in a mitochondrial test if you have the claw and pulverize the claw.
Correct.
Possible to find some DNA. But in terms of touch DNA,
we don't.
Difficult to find it from a claw.
I really can't speak about touch DNA because it's not something we tested or validated in our lab.
So you didn't have any claws that you tested here.
No.
Matter of fact, you were just testing swabs from a shirt.
Correct.
And you've already agreed that keratin is not a good DNA source because it's dead cells. Not
Correct.
alive. Would you agree that one of the reasons that it's difficult to detect canine DNA, it was difficult to detect canine DNA in this case is because it was potentially degrading, right?
Objection.
Ask the question differently.
Sure. In your report, you indicated that there were two obvious possibilities of not detecting the DNA. One was obscuring because of inhibitors, and one was degradation. The DNA would be too degraded.
Again, that was for the nuclear canine DNA.
Understand that. So to be clear, in your conclusion, you're not testifying today that there was no dog DNA on that source shirt that was swabbed. You're saying that the two swabs that you got did not detect the DNA, correct?
In our meat ID test, we also have a test for an inhibitor. It's also called an IPC. It's the same internal positive control. And that's what did not work in the nuclear testing. It did work, and it worked very well in the test on the meat ID. So there wasn't any inhibition that we were seeing on the meat ID test.
But that's the ID test that you found.
Right, but it also was testing for dog at the same time.
But when you tested for dog for nuclear DNA, that test was either inhibited or so degraded that you couldn't tell.
For the nuclear test, yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Lally.
Ms. Kuhn, on that last point, it was, when pertains to the nuclear DNA testing, was either inhibited, degraded, or it wasn't there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as samples in your line of work, are you typically going like outside of the lab or going out to like a scene or anything like and collecting samples in that regard?
No, everything is sent to us.
So when you're collecting from a sample, it's done in the lab setting, is that correct?
And if we get the item, we're collecting it. But we have times in this case where the samples are sampled at the other crime lab, and then we just get those samples. So it happens both ways.
Now, if you recall, what if any conversation did you have with Ms. Hartnett or anybody from the Massachusetts State Lab in regard to the swabbing or the collection process?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I gave her our basic swabbing practice. Even though they are a crime lab, I would assume that they would know what they were doing, which would be to swab with a sterile swab, using sterile water, allowing the swab to dry completely, and then packaging in paper and storing at room temperature before sending it to us.
And when you received it, and those, so 7 photographs before you, was the packaging that you received, was that appropriate? Was that what you expected?
Yes, it was what I expected.
And you described on direct as far as the mitochondrial DNA testing in the meat ID as being hardier DNA, is that correct?
So yes, the mitochondrial DNA is a hardier DNA. There's a lot more of it when we're testing for nuclear DNA. Like I explained before, there's only one copy of DNA in a cell, which is for the mitochondrial one cell. There's thousands. So you can have a lot more there. It makes for a better test, at least in terms of species. It's just a more sensitive test.
And there were no inhibitors or anything like that in the mitochondrial, the meat ID testing that you did?
No, the IPC worked very well.
Thank you. May I approach just to retrieve these?
Yes. Did you have anything further, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly.
Okay.
You indicated that you gave Ms. Maureen Hartnett certain protocols to follow in terms of her swabbing and recovery. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Hartnett had also failed certain of her proficiency exams?
Objection, Your Honor.
A couple months earlier.
And I am going to strike that and the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. Could I see counsel just briefly, please?
Oh yeah, she's definitely going to, Brianna.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, call Mr. Ryan Nagel to the stand.
Okay. And Mr. Jackson and Ms. Giannetti, you're prepared to go forward with Ms. Little's absence with Mr. Nagel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I noticed that too. Like, what is so funny? Well, maybe they made sure Miss Little wasn't there on purpose because she does a terrible job. But look at Karen; she just keeps smiling. Like, you think the jury can't see you, dude? It's not a good look. You're on trial for murder, dude.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Ryan Nagel, Nagel.
And Mr. Nagel, where do you live?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton?
30 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my girlfriend now and her son.
And prior to that, who, if anyone, did you live with?
My parents, my brother and sister.
And you have two siblings, a brother and a sister?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your sister's name is what?
Julie.
Now, and do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for?
I'm a union tin knocker, which is HVAC.
And how long have you been doing it?
About 12 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2020. Recall that?
I do.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I believe it was a weekend.
And at some point, you recall going out on that evening?
Yes, I do.
And where did you go and who, if anyone, did you go out?
I went to C.F. McCarthy's to begin the night with two of my friends, well, now my ex-girlfriend and my friend Rick, to meet up with my sister.
And so your girlfriend at the time, and what was her name?
Heather Maxson.
And your friend Ricky, what's his last name?
D'Antano.
And you and your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxson, how long had the two of you been dating?
Probably about a year and a half.
And your friend Ricky, how long had the two of you?
Oh, probably since 6th grade, so pretty long time.
And you went to C.F. McCarthy's. Is that a establishment you're familiar with?
Yes, sir. It's in the center of town.
Been there plenty of times before?
Yes, sir.
And did you go just sort of the three of you, or did you meet someone else there?
Met my sister there.
And where within the bar did you go?
I believe at a table. To my acknowledgement, what I remember, yeah.
Do you recall sort of what side of the bar you were?
I was on the, I believe I was on the left side, near the bathrooms.
So if you're walking in on the left side towards the back.
Correct.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got there?
Jeez, I don't know, probably, I don't even really remember, 7, 8 maybe.
And do you recall how it was that you got there? Like what mode of transport did you take?
Oh, Ricky drove.
And Ricky drove his own vehicle, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
What kind of vehicle did Ricky have?
I believe it was a 2018 F-150 pickup truck.
Recall the color or anything like that?
Gray, dark gray.
And he picked you up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And was Miss Maxon with you when he picked you up?
Yes.
Now, as far as C.F. McCarthy's was concerned, you're at a bar, you were drinking, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Recall what you were drinking?
Probably beer. It's usually what I drink.
Do you have a particular brand or anything?
Coors Light.
And as far as your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, do you recall what, if anything, she was drinking?
I would probably say beer as well. I'm probably either Bud Light or Mick Ultra.
And your friend Ricky, was he drinking as well?
Yeah, he had a few.
And if you know about how long were you at C.F. McCarthy?
Probably a few hours, probably 2, maybe 3 hours.
Now, following that, where did you go?
From there, we went to, so a friend of mine shot me a text and we went to the Hillside, which is on the other side of town.
Are you familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes, sir.
And when you say it's on the other side of town, about how long is the drive sort of between C.F. McCarthy's and Hillside?
Probably 10 minutes.
And when you arrive there, how many friends are we talking about that you're meeting up with?
It was just one other gentleman.
And fair to say when you get there, you have some more drinks?
Yes, sir.
Same thing?
Yep.
And if you know in total, sort of over the course of the evening, as you're going from one place to the other, how many beers?
Oh, probably between, I don't know, 5 to 8 maybe, give or take. I'm not sure.
And is that a large amount or a normal amount? How would you?
I guess for the weekend it'd probably be like a normal, maybe. I guess.
And you weren't driving that night?
No, sir. No, I was not.
And about how long was it that you were at the Hillside?
I would say I was probably there hour-ish, give or take.
And do you know about what time you left?
Probably around midnight.
And when you left from there, where was it that you went?
I went to pick up my sister Julie because she shot me a text asking for a ride.
And so you were at the Hillside when you received the text from your sister Julie, correct?
Correct, sir.
And did she, what if anything did she indicate as far as where she was or where you were going to pick her?
She said she was at her friend Brian's house.
And is that friend Brian, is that someone that you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
Who do you know that person?
Just my sister's best friend since they were kids.
And I'm sorry, do you know what his last name is?
Oh, Albert.
And his house, had you been there before?
I've driven by it a few times, yes.
That's somewhere you would pick your sister up from on Pirate?
Yes, sir.
And again, as far as when you leave from the Hillside and you're going to this address, did you know what the address was, or did you have to ask your sister for it? Or
No, I already knew where the house was.
did you know specifically what the address was, or you just knew generally where?
I didn't know the address. I knew the street name, but I didn't know the number.
What did you know the street name?
Fairview.
And as you're, so you exit the Hillside, get in the truck, and who's in the truck at this point?
Ricky is driving. I'm in the passenger seat, and Heather is in the back seat.
And the back seat, as far as Ricky's truck is concerned, can you describe sort of what that is?
It was like a jump seat. It's a crew cab, so it's got like the suicide doors on the back.
And by suicide doors, you mean they sort of open up in like sort of a triangle? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Now, about how long was it after you received the text from your sister to the time that you sort of jump in the truck and start to go over there?
Probably 40 minutes or so. We kind of took our time. She said she wasn't say come now. She just said, when you get a second, you come pick me up and bring me home.
And if you know about how long a drive is it from the hillside to Fairview?
5 minutes, 7 minutes, maybe.
And as you're driving along, as far as the address is concerned, is that something that you gave to Ricky as far as the GPS, or were you giving him sort of verbal directions?
Verbal directions.
And do you recall what you sort of said as far as where to go?
Yes, sir.
And what was that, sir?
Like the direction we went, you mean, like the
I
street?
think we can move beyond that, Mr. Lilly.
What I'm trying to ask, sir, is as you're approaching Fairview, do you recall which side of Fairview or how you approached Fairview?
I was coming down Cedar Crest, so Fairview would be on my left.
And as you're coming down Cedar Crest with Fairview on your left, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of in front of the truck?
I noticed a car coming up the hill towards us.
And can you describe the other car that you saw coming up?
It was a black SUV.
And it was a black SUV that you were familiar with or anything like that?
No, no.
I didn't get the end of the question, please.
I'm sorry.
Sir, if you could just, and I know it's difficult, but if you could just wait till I finish the
Yep,
question.
sorry, sir.
So the stenographer can report. So I'm sorry. So as you were coming up, you see this black SUV. Did you recognize it as something you had seen before?
No, sir.
And when it's, so you're approaching at the same time, is that correct?
Yeah, just about, yes.
And with regard to Fairview being on the left, what, if anything, had Ricky done with respect to the vehicle to signal the left?
He put his left blinker on.
And that other vehicle that was coming in the opposite direction, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their direction?
They had their right directional on.
And so as a result of that, what, if anything, did Ricky?
He flashed his headlights to let the person go because they were going to beat us, obviously, to the turn. So.
And when they were coming in, so they went first, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ricky's truck then proceeds behind that black SUV onto Fairview.
Yes, sir.
And as you're coming up to the house, to Brian Albert Jr.'s house, where did that black SUV go?
Probably about kind of right in front of the house, I would say.
You came up to the same house that you were going to? Is that
Correct, sir. Yes.
And as far as the vehicles being the black SUV and Ricky's truck, are they facing in the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And which side of the truck that you're in is facing towards the house, Brian's house?
Say that again. Sorry.
So, very poorly put question. So with regard to the truck that you're in,
yes,
is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something else that's facing the house?
Oh, passenger side. So my side.
So your side and the passenger side facing the house.
Yes, sir.
And where did Ricky stop the truck in relation to the house?
Right in front of the driveway.
And when you stop in front of the driveway, about how far away from you is the black SUV that you saw?
Or a car length in front of me, a car length and a half in front of me.
And as you're sitting behind that, what, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front?
There was nothing, sir.
And at any point in time that you were there in front of the house, did you observe anybody get out of that truck? I mean, get out of the SUV?
No, sir, I did not.
And when you arrived there, what, if any, communication do you have with Julie inside the house in reference to your presence?
I texted her when we were coming down Cedar Crest saying, hey, I'm almost here. Get ready to come out.
And about how long was it between the time that Ricky parks in front of the driveway and the time that your sister comes out?
Probably about 2 minutes.
Did you recall seeing her exit from the house?
Yes, I do.
And how did she sort of exit and how did she come up to the truck?
Like, you mean like what door or?
What door and how did she?
I would say the side door next to the garage.
And how was it that did she come across the lawn, down the driveway? How did she come up?
Guess she crossed through the lawn a little bit, but obviously walked down the driveway because we were at the end of it.
And at this time, when you're in front of the house on Fairview, what was the weather doing at that point?
Just started to snow, sir.
And as far as accumulation on the road or the grass or anything, did you see anything like that?
Very little. Wasn't too much on the ground yet.
And as far as when your sister was walking down from the house to the truck, did you see anything as far as like footprints in the snow or anything like that?
No, I was not really looking for that.
So not anything you know?
No, sir.
So she comes to the truck. How was it that you spoke to her? Did you roll down the window, open the door? How did that?
I opened the door just because I assumed she was going to jump in the back seat. And she goes, "Oh, would you guys like to come inside?" I looked over at Ricky and he goes, maybe we should call it a night. Obviously we were out for a long time. So she goes, "Oh, I'm gonna stay a little longer." And so she shut the door and I watched her go in the house and that was it.
And from the time that your sister came out and the time that she went back in the house, how long a period of time was it?
Maybe 30, 45 seconds tops.
So a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah, it was kind of like an in and out thing.
Now, as far as the black SUV in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe about movement of that vehicle in any point?
I noticed that the brake lights, the only reason I noticed is because the brake lights were on and it moved, let's say moved up maybe another car length in front of us from where it was.
And when was that in relation to when you were parked out there waiting for Julie, talking to Julie? When did that?
Probably simultaneously when she came out the door.
So moved up a little bit further, about a car and a half?
Further away from us.
Facing the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And was that the only time that you observed the vehicle move up, or did it move up?
No, that was the only time I saw her move.
And when you say the brake lights, what part of the brake lights were you looking at?
The only reason I noticed that it was the brake lights and not the regular parking lights because the third light above was on.
And so above, sort of in the center of the back of the vehicle?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Now, as far as any of the other lights or any other part of the vehicle, what, if any, damage did you observe on the vehicle at that?
I did not observe. It was dark out.
And as far as when the vehicle moved up from one position to the next position, what, if anything, did you observe in the roadway as far as tire marks in the snow or anything like that?
I didn't really observe any other tracks in the snow besides the car in front of us.
So you did observe tire marks from the car in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, but no other tire marks that you saw?
No, sir.
And as far as around the vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody exit the vehicle or be outside of the vehicle or anything?
No, sir. No, I did not.
And did you see anybody go from the vehicle to the house?
No, sir.
And did you see any footprints in the snow or anything like that around the vehicle?
No, mainly because obviously it was late at night and I wasn't really looking for any of that.
Now, as far as your sister, when she comes out to the truck outside, how would you describe, did she seem overly intoxicated to you?
Yeah, it seemed like she had a few. Yeah.
Was she slurring her words or stumbling as she was walking?
No, sir.
Let me ask, from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
So from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, the black SUV is in front of your vehicle sort of the entire time, correct?
From like the point I turned onto Cedar Crest, you mean?
Yes.
No, the only time I saw the vehicle was when we probably got up 100 feet from Fairview.
And I'm sorry, it's a poorly put question. What I'm asking is, after you turn from Cedar Crest on to Fairview, that vehicle is in front of you the entire time?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
And so you watch your sister Julie go back up to the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
So to make sure she got inside okay?
Yes,
And did you observe her go inside the house?
I did. Yes.
And after she gets inside the house, what, if anything, did Ricky do with the truck?
He pulled out to go around the SUV in front of us and then to go home.
And as far as pulling out, as far as sort of the distance between the truck that you're in and the SUV that's in front of you, did Ricky put it in reverse and then have to like maneuver around, or could he just sort of pull away from the curb?
He just pulled away.
And as he's going by the dark SUV, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to that?
I observed that there was a person inside the car with the interior light on.
And that would be sort of a dome light, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Can you see where the dome light was, as far as in the left, right, or center of the vehicle?
I was in the center.
And can you describe the person that you saw Where were they? First of all, where were they in the car?
They're in the driver's seat.
And can you describe what the person looked like?
It was a woman.
And how do you know that it was a woman?
Had long hair.
And do you know what color the hair was?
No, I didn't. Wasn't really paying attention to it. I was kind of just watching Julie go in as we were pulling away.
Your direction was to the house as you were watching Julie go in and Ricky's pulling away sort of simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
So that's why you're looking over in that area of the house?
Correct.
And the woman that you see in the driver's seat of the vehicle, could you see her lips moving as if she was talking or anything like that?
No, I didn't. Wasn't really paying attention to that.
And as far as what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing, or how would she see it?
It seemed like she was looking straight ahead with her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel.
Now, as far as the other, what, if anything else, did you see, or who, if anyone else, did you see within the interior of the vehicle at that time?
I only saw one person at the time. Wasn't really looking. It just happened to be like at a glance as we drove by.
And so your head's already turned in that direction, looking to see your sister get inside the house, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And so as you're going by and you make these observations of this woman in the front seat of the vehicle, what, if any, movement did you do of your body or your head to look into the vehicle?
I just turned my head as we were driving by to watch Julie go in and then turn straight, look forward.
So it's not as if you were peeking forward or going back to get a better view inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
Now, during the time that you were outside of the house, did you hear any noises or see or hear anything coming from that vehicle in front of you?
No, sir, I did not.
And as far as within your own vehicle, when Julie comes out, what, if anything, did you or Ricky do with regard to sort of the radio within?
Turn the music down. We had music playing.
You had music playing as you pull up, turn it down when Julie comes out to talk.
Correct, sir, yes.
And at the time that you're pulling away from the curb, had you or anybody sort of turn the radio back up?
Not that I remember, sir, no.
Now, with reference to when Julie comes out and you open the doors so that you can talk to her, is that correct?
Yes, sir, yes.
And did you open just the front passenger door or the back door or both?
I opened my passenger door, that was it.
And you were expecting her to essentially get in at that point, is that fair?
Correct, sir, yes, I was.
Now, when you opened the door to the pickup truck, the passenger side door, what, if anything, happened with the dome light inside the truck?
It went on.
Now, after you go past the dark SUV, where did you go from there?
To my house, sir.
And as far as your house, who, if anyone, gets dropped off there in addition to yourself?
Just me and Heather.
And Ricky then leaves from there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And from that road on Fairview to your house, about how long a ride is that?
5 minutes.
When you left the roadway on Fairview, the vehicle that you had seen after it initially pulls up an additional car and a half or so, when you left, was it in the same position after its movement that you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to publish a couple of photos for use with this witness.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 71. I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness? So, sir, right before you on the table here is a laser pointer.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mr. Nagel, up on the screen, do you recognize what is depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize it to be?
Say that again?
What do you recognize it to be?
That it's the Albert's house?
And that fair and accurate portrayal of what the house looked like at night that you were there on the early morning of the 29th?
Looks like there was more snow than what I came to.
More snow in this photograph and when you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, with reference to Ricky and the truck, if you could, using that laser pointer, you see that area of the street in front of the house where Ricky parked the truck?
I do, sir. Right about there.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit, number 72. Now, the area that you were describing when you first pull up to the house and the dark SUV is in front of you, you see that area within this photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where this photograph is. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, next exhibit, excuse me, number 73. Again, what's up on the screen, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And within this photograph, you see that sort of secondary position where the vehicle moves up and where you see it in that secondary.
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph you're taking. And from that side of the yard, is there any sort of landmarks or anything else that you observed sort of in the area where that vehicle pulled up to in that secondary position?
I know there's a flagpole there, and there, I believe it's an electrical box along with bushes.
And it's the flagpole, you observe that in this picture as well?
Yes, sir.
If you could just briefly direct the jury's attention to that as well. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination?
Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Nagel.
Good morning.
A couple of questions for you. Since January 29th, have you been contacted by anybody from either the Albert family or the McCabe family about the circumstances of January 29th, 2022?
No, I have not, sir.
Have you been contacted by any other person other than the Albert family or the McCabe family since January 29th, 2022 about your testimony or your statements?
About my statements, no, but I mean, me and Ricky are best friends, and obviously it's things that we brought up in the past. Yes.
I didn't mean to speak over you. So you and Ricky, and how do I pronounce his last name?
Dantano?
Dantano. You and Mr. Dantano have obviously discussed the circumstances of that night
Yes, sir.
and what happened.
Yes.
Did that change your testimony in any way?
No, sir. No, it did not.
You were interviewed by a Massachusetts state trooper on or about February 7th, 2022, correct?
Sounds about right. Yes.
Do you remember which state trooper that was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
His name Michael Proctor, sound right?
No, sir. I don't think so.
You don't believe it was Michael Proctor?
I'm not 100% sure. No, I'm not sure.
Do you remember the state trooper that did interview you had a partner named Yuri Butnik?
Yes. That sounds familiar. Yes.
During that interview, you told and I'm just going to call him the trooper, since you don't remember his name, the trooper and Yuri Butnik, that there were two other people in the car when you approached 34th Air.
Say that again?
You told those two troopers that there were two other people in the car with you, Ricky D'Antonio?
Yes, in my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were well aware of the identity of Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxon. D'Antano and Heather Maxon at the time.
Correct.
As early as February 7th, 2022.
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about your approach to Fairview Road. You were coming along Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
You would have been going west-ish. I know it's a curved road, but sort of west. If Fairview goes north and south.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
You would have been going west and then turning south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You indicated that the SUV, the dark SUV, beat your car to the intersection. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And because the car was ahead of you, Ricky flashed his lights as a courtesy to say, you got the turn.
Correct, sir.
Because both of you were approaching the intersection, but the SUV was closer.
Correct, sir.
You pulled up to Fairview and stopped relatively close to the driveway, as you've indicated to the jury, correct?
Correct, sir.
And your car was as much as 3 car lengths behind that SUV. Do you recall that?
When we arrived,
Yes.
I would say car length and a half at the time.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed on or about May 11th, 2023 by individuals not associated with the Commonwealth?
A gentleman came to my door, but I did not speak to him.
Would it refresh your recollection? Do you remember talking in May of 2023 with anybody about this case?
I don't know, 2023 may have been the feds.
Okay,
I'm trying to.
Just listen to my question.
No, I understand.
Were you talked to by anybody? Don't say who. Just tell me if you were talking, yes or no.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection as to when that interview took place if you saw a report?
Yes, sure.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes.
There's a date right up top and then a highlighted portion at the bottom. If you wouldn't mind taking a glance at that and then look up to me when you're finished reviewing that.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you show Mr. Ellie what you showed the witness?
No.
Does this refresh your recollection, sir, that you indicated in that interview?
Just 2 parts. Does it refresh your recollection?
Understood. Does that refresh your recollection about what you may have said?
Yes.
So there was an interview in May of 2023,
Yes.
and you did indicate some distance that you were behind the SUV in that interview.
Yes. Well, at the beginning, it was only a car length and a half. And then probably at the end, by the time we left, it was about 3 car lengths.
Okay, fair enough. So at the end, it was as much as 20 to 50 feet ahead of you.
Give or take, yes.
Okay, so 50 feet, obviously further than the length of this courtroom.
Correct.
All right. So at a time when you were in the truck, still stationary, that SUV had pulled ahead of you at least 3 car lengths, correct?
By the end, yes.
Okay. You've already indicated, but I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Did any car pull in between Ricky's truck and the SUV when you were sitting behind the SUV?
No, sir.
You didn't see a Jeep?
No, sir.
With a big old snowplow on the front of it?
No, sir, I did not.
That car was never between your car and the SUV, was it?
I never saw any other vehicle in between us.
All right, fair enough. When you got to the location, you indicated that you had texted your sister that you were arriving. Is that
Correct, sir, yes.
How long before she came out the door to meet you at the car?
Since I like the text, you mean?
Correct.
2 minutes, because we were coming down Cedar Crest and I texted saying we're almost there.
And then once you got on Cedar Crest, it's just a few seconds to drive up to the driveway at Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did she text you back?
I don't remember.
You had your phone out?
Yes,
It was in, I'm guessing it was in your lap or in your hand?
I would assume yes.
Okay. So for a period of time, while you were inside the cab of the truck, as you were pulling up, you were monitoring your phone to determine whether or not she was going to text you back, step out of the house, whatever.
Yes.
Finally, your sister did come out the front door. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And when she came out the front door, you were looking toward the right.
No, when you say front door, like there's 2 doors to the house.
That's a good point. Let's call it a front door, which is the classic front door, and then a side door.
Correct, sir, yes.
Which door did she come out?
The side door next to the garage.
Okay, so that would have been close to 90 degrees from where you were seated. You would have been looking to your right,
Yeah,
not necessarily looking straight ahead.
correct.
All right, so for that period of time, as you're looking to your right, you see her come out the side door,
Yes, sir.
and you watch her approach down the driveway.
Correct.
So at this point, you don't know what's happening with the truck in front of you in those moments.
No, I wasn't really paying attention to that at the time.
Okay. You indicated that you said on direct examination that you believe that once she was out and at the truck, that she was there for 30 or 40 seconds.
Correct, sir.
Do you remember actually testifying at a previous hearing in May of 2022 that it was more than 5 minutes that she was out by the truck?
It was not 5 minutes. I'm saying the whole time that I was there, probably between 2 to 3.
Do you remember being asked how long, if you know, were you talking with Julie out in front of the house, and you indicating under oath a little over 5 minutes, I would say?
I mean, if you got it, sure.
Mayor,
I mean,
Yes.
whatever you guys have.
I'm sorry.
You tell
Oh, yeah,
Mr.
do it
Lally what
again.
page it is or
May I
something?
have that back? for 2
Yes, sir.
seconds?
Yep. Thank you.
Just take a look at that highlighted portion and look up when you're finished. May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Nagel, does that refresh your recollection?
Seemed that, yes.
Okay, and is it, in fact, was it your testimony that back in May of 2022, much closer to the event in question, that you indicated under oath that y'all were actually talking for closer to 5 minutes?
The whole thing, probably, yeah.
You indicated that you opened up the truck door, is that right?
I opened up my passenger door, correct?
So that does that, in a F-150, does that automatically open up the suicide door as well?
No, it does not. There's a handle
Okay.
on
So,
the inside of the door to open.
so it was just the passenger door that was open?
Correct, sir.
Got it. And your sister Julie would have been standing in the crook of that door, correct?
Yes,
So the door would sort of obstruct something to her right or toward the front of the truck.
correct. That would be the door.
Right. How tall is the truck? Is it lifted?
It was, yes.
Okay. So that door is probably up above eye level.
It wasn't that high, no.
Okay. You indicated that while she was out there, you turned the music down so you could have a conversation with her.
Correct.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to come in the truck and leave, correct?
Say it again.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to get in the truck and leave.
I asked if she was coming, yes.
You also talked about whether or not you would come in the house and stay.
She asked that, yes.
Okay, so there was a conversation back and forth about either you staying at 34 Fairview or her leaving 34 Fairview and getting in the car.
Correct, sir.
There was also a conversation about whether or not you guys needed to give her a ride then, or if she could get a ride on her own after you guys left, if she wanted to stay.
Correct, sir, yes.
And part of that conversation included even talking about whether or not maybe her mom, your mom, would come get her after you guys left.
I would assume, maybe, 2 years ago.
Right, understood. But it's safe to say that there was a dialogue back and forth, during which time you're engaged with your sister to your right, she's engaged with you, looking straight ahead in the crook of the door when it's freezing cold out.
Correct.
All right. And during this time, your attention is focused on your sister, obviously.
Yes,
At some point, she did decide to stay.
Yep.
And at that point, she then left the crook of the door. You would shut the door. I'm guessing you shut the door.
yes, sir.
And then Ricky figured out, okay, we're gonna get out of here, and she's not coming with us.
Correct.
Did y'all wait long enough to see her go inside the house?
Just gradually pulling away and watched her walk in the house.
Okay, and that answers my next question. When you pulled away, you didn't speed away, correct?
Correct, sir.
Gradually, slowly pulled away and out and around the SUV that was in front of you.
Correct, sir, yes.
So y'all made up the distance at that point, after you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister. You made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
Yes.
All her taillights, all the taillights were intact.
To my acknowledgement, yes.
I mean, as you sit here.
I mean, may I?
Of course.
I mean, I'm not there to, look at a car and be like, oh, is there any damage on a vehicle? It's 12:30 at night. Obviously, I had a few drinks. I'm out looking for that. I just noticed that the brake lights were on. So,
Right. But the point is, as you sat there and you testified about this before, you noticed no damage on any of the taillights.
not to my acknowledgement, no.
Okay, there's 3 taillights, one to the left, one to the right, and one cinotop.
Correct, sir.
And you didn't notice and note anything out of the ordinary with regard to the rear of that truck.
No, like I said, it was dark out.
At any point, did you see that SUV in front of you drive up 50 or 60 feet slam into reverse, and then drive backward?
No.
At any point, did you see that SUV reverse and hit a pedestrian?
Objection.
Sir.
I'll allow that. You didn't see that, right?
No.
At no point did you see a person laying on the lawn,
No, but I also wasn't looking.
but you didn't see it.
No.
And you did see the truck in front of you.
The SUV, yes.
Sorry, the SUV in front of you.
Correct.
All right. You didn't see a person standing or lying on the ground anywhere around that SUV, did you?
No.
And it's not just that you didn't see that SUV hit a pedestrian. That did not happen while you were sitting there, did it?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that.
No, I did not.
After you drove away or drove up slowly in order to drive away, you were the passenger, or as you drove away, I should say, you were the passenger closest to the SUV as you would be passing it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
You looked out the right window of that F-150, correct?
Correct.
And you could actually see inside the SUV as it sat there idling, correct?
Correct.
That's because the dome light was on. Isn't that right?
Correct, sir.
And you noticed that the dome light was on inside because you could clearly see what was happening inside the SUV at that time as you passed by.
And I wasn't directly looking inside. I was making sure my sister got in the house okay.
Right, but you did look inside that SUV
As I passed by, yes.
and you saw one person.
That's all I saw at the time, yes.
Dome light would have had to be turned on or a door open for it to be on.
And you did not see anybody else inside that SUV.
No, not to my acknowledgement.
As a matter of fact, you were asked that in prior testimony, and you indicated in response to that basic question, no, she was alone, correct?
Correct, sir.
Yes.
I think John was outside the car, probably. He had just gotten out because why else would the dome light be on? She
Thank you, Honor.
acknowledged turning that
Okay.
dome light on at any point.
Just to be clear, sir, she was alone as far as you could see, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You are all set, Mr. Nagel. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right, jurors, this seems like a great time to take our morning.
Court, all rise.
Takes a lot of recesses. A lot of sidebars, a lot of recess. I mean, I know that they have to have like a morning recess, but Jesus, like, I'm assuming that John didn't look at her face. Like, dude, come on. She's so pleased with herself. I'm sorry, but no jury is going to find this good in any way, shape, or form. They can see her face. They can see the smirks and the smiles. I've never seen anything like this. Look at her. I'm just speechless. Absolutely speechless. Oh, the damn fan at this point. Oh, God. Hold on a second, guys. Let me just mute it in case stupid commercials come on. I apologize for the sniffling today. Like I said, it is my dad's anniversary of his death, so I'm a little emotional today. Had a couple good cries already, so trying to keep it together. All right, so let's go back to the testimony. Regroup here. The DNA. The lady who did my notes here. The DNA. She testified there was no canine DNA found. Now, what the defense is trying to do here is sort of explain away why it could have been a bad sample or why it wouldn't have shown canine DNA. To me, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to buy it as a jury that like, oh, they only swabbed the parts where there was no canine DNA. A canine would have had to bite through the shirt, right? So there would have had to been puncture holes or marks through the shirt. And those have been the areas that I would have swabbed or not swabbed, would have been where that happened. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry, my neighbor was at my door. So yeah, they're trying to basically say like, well, it was probably swabbed somewhere where, it wasn't, like where there was no canine DNA. Like, how utterly ridiculous that sounds. Like, so you're telling me they just swabbed where magic DNA would not have been. They're like, oh, DNA might not have been here, so let's swab here. Like, how ridiculous that sounds? Like, come on. No, they found no dog DNA. So what they said was, like, how she explained it sort of in layman's terms is they have to have 2 peaks on their, like, research of it, like, their testing of it. 2 peaks for it to be like a match to any sort of animal DNA. If they have 1, they don't count it as a match. They had none in this case, not even 1, not 1 peak, no peaks, completely negative for canine DNA. Of course, the defense is just going to try to muddy the waters about how the sample was taken. Well, was the sample, like, how do you know, like, I'm sorry, but you're going to have people who are going to be able to testify to how the sample was taken. Like, it's literally that simple. Like, the dog DNA would have been on John's shirt if it had to bite through his shirt to get to his arm, right? Right. The marks on his arm, it would have torn his shirt. So obviously you would then swab in those areas. If they had sent the entire shirt, and also I just want to point out that the defense was offered to stand there and watch this DNA testing happen, and they declined. Why did they decline, you ask? Well, in my humble opinion, they declined. That way they could bring up all of these things. They would not be able to bring up sort of muddying the waters if they had been there to watch it all happen, right? So they declined to watch the DNA be tested. So that is on them. And I think if I was I don't know if the judge would allow it, but if, in my opinion, I would be asking the judge to allow the fact that they declined to be there. Because that speaks volumes, in my opinion. If I'm a jury and they're telling me there's no canine DNA they found. And then Jackson pops up with this whole, well, doesn't that depend on when the swab is taken and if it's taken correctly and if the proper protocols were, like, you want them to believe that a police lab muddied the sample just to make sure there'd be no canine DNA. Like, that's a big stretch of the imagination for you to want the jury to believe that. Like, I'm sorry, but most of the witnesses thus far have testified to the same thing. And I think you're going to hear a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for? A lot more sort of down to, like, the DNA and, like, the science of all of it. And also some of the bombshells that are going to happen when Jen and Carrie testify, like the calls that Karen made to Carrie Roberts. The whole he's dead click before he was even found. And he's hit by a plow and he's dead click. She made 3 phone calls to Carrie Roberts. You're going to hear about those. Also the voicemails, the text messages, those don't look too good. Her relationship with Higgins, that also doesn't look too great. There's a lot of things, and then all of her data from the car, which, again, there's DNA on the car. Somebody tried to argue with me about this yesterday, and just this morning they decided that it would be such a great idea to then, instead of arguing the merits of their argument, they just went into, like, personal attacks of things that aren't even true about me. Like, something about, like, oh, I've seen your YouTube streams clean your room. Like, what? Say again, guy? Like, first of all, the room I used to stream in was a room I used for, like, my cricket stuff. So it was like a chair that was next to me. It was like a rocking chair. And when I was doing my cricket stuff, I would have, like, all my scraps there. Like, and that you could see, like, a quarter of, like, the side of that chair. Like, what are you even talking about, person? Like, and something like, oh, go smoke another butt. Like, I'm sorry, do you think that is, like, an insult? Like, for people who smoke, like, I should smoke? Like, what? Like, that's not an insult, sir. Like, I'm not going to be ashamed of smoking. Like, it's not healthy for you. Like, I'm trying to quit because it's not healthy for you. But other than that, like, no, I don't think anybody should be magically ashamed of smoking. Like, keep simping for the turtle cult, my dude. Like, and instead of arguing the merits of the DNA, because he says to me, oh, you mean the DNA that was right next to the tailgate of the car that they put there? And I'm like, wait a second. So the blood that was coagulated And if nobody knows what coagulated means, if you've ever worked in the, medical industry, health, you know what I'm talking about. But blood can coagulate. So it makes like a clot basically of blood. Blood doesn't magically uncoagulate, So you want me to believe that the coagulated blood in the cups magically were sprinkled onto the car and uncoagulated themselves. So of course I wrote that and there was no argument to that because there is no argument. You can't defend the undefensible, right? So instead of trying to argue a point, they went into personal attacks, which is what the turtle cult does. But it's argue the point, dude. Have a debate. Argue the point. If you have to get nasty like that, then you don't have a point and you have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, pig. So, and that's the thing. So if they, the testing wasn't good and, they didn't find canine DNA, but they found pig. And again, the testing itself was originally made for food. So if he had pork chops, at some point he probably took a shirt off or put it on. And I'm guessing whatever from his fingers would have gotten on sleeve or the hood or the chest, area of putting the shirt on or fixing it, before he went outside, putting a hood on, taking a hood off, whatever. At any point, he could have eaten anything. And then, it transferred to his shirt. Could have even spilt it on his shirt for all we know. But at some point, pig DNA, which is, whatever food that he ate, I'm guessing probably, got on the shirt. But they found that. They matched that. They found that. So it's you're telling me that they found basically whatever John ate on his shirt. But the canine DNA just magically evaporated. It wasn't in that spot that they tested. Utter so ridiculous that it sounds like you expect a jury to believe this, especially with so sensitive as it is. It picked up food that he had transferred to his shirt. You know what I mean? Come on, dude. Right? Did the cops magically get to the shirt and that's how they got the DNA? Is that what we're doing? Hi, Jersey. I missed you, girl. It's just crazy. It sounds crazy to me. I'm sorry, but the pig, really, if they could find the pig DNA, which was probably something either he ate or spilled, right? But there's no, let it sink in. There's no canine DNA from the swabs. None. Zero. None. So that's another thing that I also was going to go over. Brianna, you're right. Also, you can notice in the video when she hits John's car at dark, the light still lights up. There's just missing pieces of it. There's a big, huge piece missing. And however many pieces that broke into, I have no idea. But you can see it still lights up though. The LED lights underneath it are still lit up. So he might have seen the taillights, or that also could have been before it happened. Could have been before it happened. We don't know. Right? Ryan Nagel might have just not seen it because, again, like he said, he wasn't looking for it. You got it, girl. Wasn't looking for it, right? Could be that, or it could be that it was lighting up anyway, even with the broken plastic pieces, because it still lights up as long as the LEDs aren't damaged. And obviously they weren't in the video where she, backs up at Fairview because you can still see light. It's just missing piece. Or big piece that broke into however many pieces when impact happened. For anybody to say that man versus car, a car is going to not win. They point to, well, there's no damage to the car. Yeah, there actually is damage to the car. I'm proud here. There is damage to the vehicle, everyone. There's a dent and some deep scratches in the SUV. Now, if you think a body is going to do more damage than that to a however many 1,000-pound SUV, you need to go back to school, right? Go back to science class. He clearly wasn't hit right from behind head on. What it looks like was the back quarter panel of the bumper on one side. So say, for instance, my rings here are the taillights, right? And this is the side of the car. Clearly, the side of the car, not the front of the car, a portion of the back of it, not the side over here, but the side of the back, over here, instead of being hit head on like this, clearly clipped him like this. So, you know, for me, it's like not rocket science to figure out that like a human body, especially John was 200 and whatever pounds, like 220 pounds, I think it was 4, whatever it was. He's not going to leave a body-sized dent like this, like you see in the movies, right? Like you're not going to see like a, you know, like that's not, you're not going to see that. He didn't crash through the vehicle to the other side. Like it's a human body, right? And a vehicle. Like it's going to make damage, but it's not necessarily going to make this huge amount of damage. And if there isn't this huge amount of damage, then he didn't get hit by it. What? Just, I mean, let's put your thinking caps on, ladies and gents. Like, I feel like you need to talk to them like they're kindergartners. Like, put your thinking caps on and your smart glasses on, everyone, and let's learn, right? A 6,000-pound car, 8,000-pound car, whatever it is not going to have a person's body imprinted into it if they get hit. Like, some people who get hit from the front don't even mess up the person's bumper. Like, also, FYI, shoes falling off is very consistent with someone being hit by a vehicle. Shoes, hats, if anything was like, you know, on there, like a purse, like stuff like that, like flying off and flying away when they get hit from the impact. Like it happens all the time when someone's hit by a vehicle. It's very consistent, you know, for John to have been missing a shoe and not for that long. Let me just point out, because we still have people crowing about a shoe that was never missing, other than right after he was hit. The shoe, there's a literal map in the documents to where they found the shoe, right? Like they found the friggin' shoe. The shoe's not still missing. They found the shoe. So like, again, these are people who like, tell me you didn't read the documents without like telling me you didn't read the documents. Like, for the love of God, there's a friggin' map to where they found the shoe. Like I can't argue with stupidity of people crowing about a shoe. And why are they crowing about a shoe? Because dear cult leader told them that, where's the shoe? Where's the shoe? Still says, where's the shoe? Again, just so we're clear here, he admittedly has not read all the court documents because they're quote unquote boring. No, maybe it's just because he doesn't understand what the hell it says. You know, for someone who used to be a teacher, he's not all that bright. So I'm just saying it's in the damn documents. Like the shoe was found and it's very consistent with being hit by a vehicle. There's a lot of things here that the jury is about to hear that, and I find it funny. Somebody told me that yesterday Jackson sort of made some sort of statement about like, oh, they're floundering or like basically trying to like state he's winning in some sort of way. Like, I'm sorry, what? Like, what trial are you watching, buddy? Now, here's the thing. If the defense was actually feeling like they were winning, they wouldn't need to make that statement. They're doing it to sort of like, you know, mess with the public opinion of it. Like, the public opinion isn't going to help you win a trial, my buddy, my dude. I find issue with a lot of the things they've done thus far. I don't think it's rubbing the jury the correct way on certain things that Jackson and Yannetti do. You're basically trying to say that every single person in this entire thing is a liar, except for Karen Read. And I'm sorry, but no one's buying what you're selling, bub. The jury certainly isn't going to buy what you're selling if you're trying to say that every other person is a liar except Karen Read. So now we have said that we've implied that Caitlin Albert is in on it. Colin Albert is in on it. Brian Albert is in on it. Brian Higgins. These are all people who may have quote unquote murdered John. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds that they just keep pointing to different people where it's like, pick one, anyone. That's like not a good strategy for a defense. Like, you want to do third party defense. Okay, cool. Do third party defense. But usually a third party defense has a person to point to say it could have been this person or these people. If it's more than one, you know, then just saying like, pick one, anyone, which one do you think? Like you're at a magic card, like pick one, anyone, you shuffle them all back up. Like, what? Like, no, dude, it's not a pick one, anyone. And the jury isn't going to buy a pick one, anyone. And they know that. Like, I don't think that they sort of Yeah, the pork rinds and the waterfall are in on it. I mean, at one point I was added to the list of people who are in on the conspiracy. It's just so ridiculous. Like so utterly ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry, but like it's like, yeah, the whole town, all the policemen, like, so let me get this straight. All the cops, all the EMTs, all the firefighters, all the witnesses that either saw them or didn't even see them that night, kids who were 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, like those ages, like young adults and kids, they're all in on it. The dog is in on it. And I'm sorry, but for the defense to act like they don't know where that dog was when I've known that that dog was in Vermont since last summer is utterly ridiculous. They knew where the dog was. They were told where the dog was. So for them to act like they don't know, and let's just make something clear. If they really, really thought that Chloe bit John in some sort of altercation, they would have filed a motion to make the court produce the dog for DNA analysis. They didn't do that because they know it isn't going to match anything. And then their conspiracy falls apart. So instead, they just did nothing, which is probably the smartest thing they could have done as a defense team. It's probably something I would have chose to do if I was grasping at straws at this too. Like, well, then we don't do anything with the dog. That, you know, if they don't just tell us outright, we're not going to ask, and then we're not going to file any motions on it, because if we do and it doesn't match, like, we're screwed up the river without a paddle, right? So they knew where that dog was. I knew where that dog was. If the public knew where the goddamn dog was since last summer, I'm sorry, but there's no way the defense didn't. Let's get real here. Like, I don't think they're concerned. I don't think they really care. Like, I don't know. You know, it's funny because in their eyes, it's just about this one case, right? This one case. But how many of their own cases that could screw how many of other people's? Like, it's just utterly ridiculous to think that this many people are in on a conspiracy and nobody has flipped on anyone yet. People keep saying there are witnesses that saw John got beat up inside the house. No, there isn't. Newsflash, there isn't. Didn't happen. Sorry to tell you guys. It's not a thing. It didn't happen. They don't have any witnesses that saw John got beat up in the house. He didn't get beat up in the house. He didn't even enter the house. So, like, that's a big, just, it's BS. I don't know, like, where people are hearing that from, what kind of crap source they're getting it from, but it's incorrect. It's false. There is no witnesses. And I would love someone to explain to me, because someone argued with me yesterday on Twitter. They said, well, how do you know when Karen left? Now, mind you, we're arguing about John's phone stopping and never moving again until the police find him at like 12:30 something. Right there where he's found. It never moves again until the police find him. And I'm like, so let me get this straight. This person was basically implying that he was like jumped right there. And I go, okay, so he never entered the house because he was jumped. Okay, interesting. So he was jumped with Karen still right there, because her phone was right there when his phone stops moving. And they go, well, how do you know she was there or when she left? And my answer was, her phone, LOL. Does anybody else see that? Like, then this person's answer was, yeah, right. That's like, what? What? Hello, people. Hi. They have her phone data. Her phone shows what time she left the scene. Like, are you guys all right? Are you all right? Her phone data is going to show that John's phone never moved while she was right there. Hers moves away from the scene. His never moves again while her phone is still right there. His phone, the GPS coordinates of it, hover over 34 Fairview for it's in the yard right around it. For a total of 3 seconds, it hovers over the house and then it goes back to the yard. So I'm guessing like the GPS drifted at some point, the phone sort of lost or whatever, it drifted over the house for about 3 seconds and went back. John could not have possibly been in the house, down to the basement, beat up in the basement, bit by the dog in 3 seconds. It's not humanly possible. Okay. So then their argument is like, oh, well, he didn't have the phone. They left the phone. So they left the phone outside. So that means they would have had to get him outside then, Or John just like what? Dropped this one on the lawn and walked in the house? Like, people, the conspiracy theory is not conspiracying. Like, the numbers aren't mathing. You know what I'm saying? Like, the math ain't mathing here. Like, stop it. Stop trying to make a square peg fit in a round hole, dude. Like, it's not working for you, bro. You're going to have to shave down the sides to make it fit in that hole. And that's what they're doing right now. They're shaving down the sides of it to force it into that hole to make this conspiracy work for them. FYI, and let me say this and let me be clear. Be very, very clear here. Okay, let me just bring this computer even closer to me to be clear. Ready for it? Colin wasn't in the house. Colin left before Karen and John arrived. And guess what there is to show that? Evidence. Oh my God, imagine that. Evidence. You guys are blaming a kid who was 17 years old at the time. 17. That him and his uncle and Brian Higgins. And now we're like inserting Caitlin Albert, like she has anything to do with anything. They all just beat up John, and the dog has no lower jaw, by the way. And like, I mean, at one point, Yanetta even tried to suggest that Caitlin took Chloe. Why would Caitlin take Chloe? Like, what are you talking about? Like, Colin wasn't there, people. He was not there. He was not there. Leave the goddamn kid alone. You guys have ruined enough of his life.
Hey, what's up?
Colin alone. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. I'm just, giving a lecture on how to accuse a 17-year-old of murder, and defame and slander him like they do everyone else.
So my understanding of the test, I missed bits and pieces of like the DNA expert, because that's the one I was kind of more focused on. Was he trying to claim that the nails that this dog clawed him, and that's why there's no dog DNA, or am I like wrong? in my thought process?
He was trying to claim a lot of different things. Like, he was trying to insinuate.
And was he like trying to claim like is the thought process like the dog's saliva disintegrated and only the biscuits, like bacon bits, were left in the testing or something?
Something along those lines. And then there was the argument that maybe there's no canine DNA because they just didn't take the swab correctly. They didn't swab it in the right area, or they didn't do the correct process.
Yeah, I just don't understand that thought process. I would probably just go with the argument that evidence collection was not proper. Look at, and then just go with that argument. But to go with all these other ridiculous thought process, yeah, I just don't understand it. And plus, they had the dog. They could have,
So remember, a couple days ago, they're trying to claim they didn't know where the dog was, and I just went over this. They've known where the dog was since last summer, because I've known where the dog was, and a lot of the public have known that the dogs in Vermont have known that since last summer. They knew where the dog was. They chose not to file a motion to have the dog, given to them as like discovery, to swab the dog, to do anything, because they knew it wouldn't match the theory. So they just did nothing instead. And then they want to claim they had no idea where the dog was. Like, stop it. Of course you did. Stop it. Like, this whole like strategy of sort of like I was just saying, pick one, anyone. I've never seen it used in a defense before, because usually with a third party culprit, you have to have a person or persons that you pretty much point to say, like, these are the people who we think did it instead. This is a throwing everything at the wall. And I don't think the jury's going to buy it.
Yeah, I heard that they stuck in the whole fence thing.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ms. Heather Maxon to the stand.
Okay.
Wait, why are we doing Matson now?
Who's Heather Maxon?
I'm confused. I'm going to find my pen too. I don't know what I do.
It just seems like Commonwealth is just kind of trying to disprove the third-party culprit defense and not put up their case yet, really.
Well, they're gonna get to it. It's just that like they have to keep sort of debunking this conspiracy theory along the way before they get to the meat and potatoes.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Heather Maxon, Maxon.
And where do you live now?
Plainville,
And how long have you lived there?
my whole life.
Do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 4 years.
Ma'am, if I could direct your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week?
The weekend, Saturday, Friday, Saturday.
And as far as the evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans or where were you on that evening?
I was with my boyfriend at the time, Ryan, and we were out in Canton at local bars.
And your boyfriend, Ryan, his last name is Nagel?
Correct.
And did he live in Canton at the time?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you left to go out to a bar that night?
I don't remember. No, sometime in the afternoon.
And who, if anyone, did you go with in addition to yourself and Mr. Nagel?
Our other friend, Ricky
So what's Ricky's last name?
Dantano,
And how do you know Ricky Dantano?
through Ryan.
He's friends with your boyfriend at the time, right?
Yeah. Yes, correct.
And at that time, sort of end of January 2022, how long had you and Ryan been dating?
I'd say about a year.
And did you know at that time sort of his parents, his siblings, things like that?
I did, yes.
And how many siblings did Ryan?
2.
Brother and a sister?
Correct.
And what's the sister's name?
Julie,
Is she older or younger than Ryan?
younger.
Now, at some point you said in the afternoon or so, you'd go out to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall where is it that you went?
We were at CF McCarthy's.
And how did you get to, well, prior to going to CF McCarthy's, where were you?
At Ryan's in Canton.
And do you recall how you got from Ryan's house to CF McCarthy's?
I don't remember, no.
What I'm asking is, do you recall, did you drive, did Ryan drive, and how did you?
To CF McCarthy's? I drove.
And do you recall, if you drove, do you recall where you parked?
I don't.
CF McCarthy's, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
Yes.
And do you recall, generally speaking, when you came into CF McCarthy's, where it was that the three of you went?
Can you rephrase the question?
Where within the establishment do you recall were you seated at the bar, at a table? Or,
The bar.
And if you know about how long a period of time were you at CF McCarthy's?
I don't recall.
And was it just sort of the three of you that were there?
Yes,
And fair to say you went out to a bar and you were drinking?
correct.
And do you recall what you were drinking?
I don't remember. It was probably a beer of some sort.
And same for Ryan and same for Ricky, do you recall what they were drinking?
I don't recall, no.
Typically, would they be drinking beer?
Yeah, I'd say so, yes.
So at some point, did you leave CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
And do you recall where you went following CF McCarthy's?
Hillside Pub?
And is that in Canton as well?
Yes,
Is that somewhere that you had been to before as well?
yes.
And do you recall how you got from CF McCarthy's to the Hillside?
Ricky drove us.
And drove you in what?
His truck.
And do you recall what kind of truck or how big the truck was or color or anything like that?
I don't recall, no. Ford, I believe.
And so Ricky's driving, where is it that you and Ryan are within sort of the cab area of the truck?
Ryan was sitting in the passenger seat and I was in the back seat.
In the back seat that you were seated in, can you describe that as far as what kind of back seat did the back of Ricky's truck have?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Let me ask it a little bit better. The back of Ricky's truck where you were seated, is that sort of one long seat or is it cabin chairs or?
One long seat.
Now, you get to the Hillside, you know about what time it was that you arrived at the Hillside.
I don't remember.
And had, obviously the Hillside as a bar as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have more drinks there?
Probably, yeah.
And at any point in time during the course of, do you recall about how long it was that you were at the Hillside?
I don't recall, no.
Do you recall about what time it was that you left?
Late.
And during the course of the time that you were at either CF McCarthy's or the Hillside, as far as, was anybody from your group, as far as yourself, Ryan or Ricky sort of overly intoxicated in any way that you observed?
No.
When you went to the hillside, was it just the three of you again, or did you meet, or who, if anyone else, did you speak to or meet up with?
We met up with friends, yes.
And so a group of friends?
A group, yeah.
And do you know approximately how many people were in the group?
Maybe 2.
So a couple other people and.
Correct.
And when you left from the hillside, where did you go?
We went to pick Julie up from her friend's house.
And the friend's house that you were going to, is that someone that you knew?
No.
And is that a house that you had ever been to before?
No.
And as far as sort of take Ricky's truck again,
Correct.
and as far as the seating arrangements that you described earlier from CF McCarthy's to the hillside, what, if any, difference was there between hillside and the friend's house?
There was no difference. We were sitting in the same seats.
And do you recall or do you know where now, sort of, that you've gone to the location, do you know where that friend's house was?
Could you rephrase? I'm sorry.
Following, leaving the hillside, going to the friend's house, you've never been there before, correct?
Correct.
And having now gone to the friend's house to pick up Julie, do you know where that friend's house is?
To this day?
Yes.
No.
Was it still within the town of Canton?
Yes.
You recall anything about the route that you took from the hillside to Julie's friend's house?
No. All I know is that we were taking a left onto the street of the house, where the house is located.
So as you're approaching the street where the house is located, Ricky's taking a left onto the street?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that time period when Ricky's taking the left onto the street?
Could you rephrase the question?
Ricky's pulling up to the street.
Correct.
Is there a blinker or a directional that he uses prior to pulling onto the street?
I don't recall.
And you're making a left-hand turn, is that correct?
Correct.
And as Ricky is making a left-hand turn, what, if any, other vehicles do you observe in the area at that time?
There was another vehicle in front of us on the same road coming from the opposite direction.
And can you describe that vehicle in any way as far as size, shape, color, or anything?
Not the color, but it was definitely an SUV.
And as far as prior to either vehicle turning onto the road where his friend lived, what, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
As you're pulling onto the street and the other cars coming the opposite direction, what, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights on the truck that you were in?
The lights on the truck we were in?
Yes.
Well, we let the other car that was coming from the opposite direction, we let them take a right onto the street first. We yielded to them.
And yielded to them as, what, if anything, did Ricky do to signal to that other driver that they could go ahead?
He could have flashed his lights or put his blinker on. I don't recall.
And from this other vehicle, as far as the interior of the vehicle, as you're yielding to this vehicle taking a right, what, if any, observations did you make of people inside that other vehicle?
I've noticed a male and a female in the car.
And where within the vehicle was the male and female that you observed situated or seated in the car?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
And then beyond them being a male or female, what, if any, other sort of observations did you make of what they look like or anything like that?
No, I didn't make any other observations.
Let me ask it this way. Were they African-American, Caucasian?
Caucasian.
Younger?
Yeah, Caucasian.
So Caucasian female?
Correct.
Caucasian male?
Correct.
And as far as age or anything like that, could you tell anything in regard to that?
Not really, no.
And as far as your sort of differentiation between male versus female, what, if anything, did you observe about them that made you sort of characterize them that way?
Characterize them as a male and a female?
Yes.
Long hair and short hair.
So that vehicle pulls onto the street that you're going onto in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And Ricky then proceeds to make the left-hand turn?
Correct.
Now, as Ricky is driving down the street to wherever this friend's house is, where does that SUV that you observed making the turn, where does that go?
It was parked on the street outside a house.
And so as far as from the time that you're, waiting for the truck to go by.
Thank you.
Thank you both. So with regard to, from the time that Ricky yields to that car coming in the opposite direction and the time that you pull up to the house, was that SUV in front of Ricky's truck for the entire time?
Yes.
And where did that vehicle go with relation to the house that you eventually stopped?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did the SUV that was in front of you go to the same house?
Yes.
And when you get to the house, where was it that Ricky parked the truck in relation to the house?
Right outside the house, probably a little past the mailbox, past the driveway.
And when you make that turn from whatever street that is onto the street where the friend's house is, about how long down the street did you go before Ricky pulled over in the area of that mailbox?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
And when Ricky comes to a stop in the area of that mailbox, or can you describe the distance sort of between where you are in Ricky's truck and where the vehicle is in front of you?
We were parked right behind it, just a couple feet, maybe.
And during the time that you were outside of that friend's house, did that car stay still or move or something?
It just stayed still.
So your memory is that the vehicle was essentially in the same place in front of you the entire time that you were there?
Correct.
And from that sort of vantage point from behind the vehicle, did you observe any sort of damage or anything to the rear of the vehicle as it was in front of you?
I did not.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody exit from that vehicle at any point?
No.
Did you see anybody exit from that vehicle and go toward the house?
No.
Now, as far as when you were pulling up to the house, what was the weather like at that point, if you recall?
It was snowing out.
And what, if anything, do you recall as far as sort of accumulation of that snow at that time?
It was a light snow, but it was sticking to the ground. It started to stick.
And as far as when you're pulling up behind that vehicle, did you observe any sort of marks in the snow from that vehicle?
No.
So no tire tracks or anything that you saw?
Well, tire tracks on the road, obviously, but other than that, no.
So tire tracks on the road in behind that vehicle, coming up to the point where it was parked?
Correct.
And around that vehicle, you never observed anybody exit the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You also didn't observe any sort of footprints or anything like that in the snow around them?
Correct.
Now, following the time that you pull up in that area of the mailbox in front of the house, who, if anyone, came out of the house?
Julie did.
And where did she come when she came out of the house?
She walked right over to Ricky's truck.
And when she comes over to Ricky's truck, who, if anyone, did she speak with in the truck?
She was speaking to all three of us.
And at some point, did she get in the truck and she go home with you or no?
No.
Where did she go after she left?
Back inside the house.
Did you see her sort of physically go back inside the house?
I did.
Is that something that your boyfriend at the time, Ryan, sort of specifically waited for her to get back in the house?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
Now, as far as, if you recall, when Julie came down to the truck and when Julie went back to the house, did she leave footprints in the snow or anything that you could see at that time?
I couldn't see, but I assume.
Nothing specifically that you saw?
Nothing specific, no.
Now, that time period that Julie was at the side of Ricky's truck talking to all three of you inside, about how long a period of time?
Not long. I'd say 3, maybe 5 minutes.
And in general terms, what was the discussion about?
Just chit chat. She invited us inside the home. And I had told her that I did not want to go inside. I was tired and it was late. Just wanted to get back home. So she was like, okay, went back in and we left.
And when you left, was that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was that a in the same position as you initially described when you left?
Yes,
And do you recall, as far as Ricky pulling away from the curb or pulling away from the house to go home, did he have to sort of back out to get around it, or no?
I don't recall.
And when you left, was that vehicle basically, as you're pulling away, that vehicle's in the same position, correct?
Correct.
Now, that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was it running, or could you tell?
I could tell that it was running, yes. The lights were on.
And which lights were on?
The, headlights, taillights, the inside car lights were also on.
Now, as far as you're pulling away from that house and heading off to home, which way were you facing as you came away from the house?
Could you rephrase?
Let me ask a different question. So when you pull up alongside of the house, which side of Ricky's truck is facing closer to the house? Is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something?
The passenger side.
And so as the vehicle is pulling away, you're pulling away in the same direction?
Correct.
The passenger side, is still facing the house as you're pulling away?
Yes.
And you were looking let me ask you this, as far as when Julie left the truck and went back in the house, was she fully inside the house at the time that the truck was pulling away?
Yes.
And so when the truck is pulling away, where are you facing, and sort of what are you looking at as you are passing by the house and passing by the SUV?
I was looking out the passenger side window, so facing the house.
And as you go past the SUV, what, if anything, did you observe within the SUV?
I observed the female in the driver's seat.
And appear to be the same female that you observed as you were turning onto the road of Julie's friend's house?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you observe the female in the, where was she in the vehicle?
The driver's side.
So still in the driver's seat as you had observed earlier?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, could you see as far as the driver, as far as what was she doing or anything like that?
I didn't observe anything else. She was just sitting there.
And as far as you were passing, what, if anything, did you note as far as the sort of interior lighting within the vehicle?
Yes, the interior lighting was on. So that's why I had noticed as we were pulling away the female in the driver's seat.
As far as the male passenger that you saw as you were pulling onto the street, could you see him at that point?
I did not see any other person, just the female in the driver's seat.
And as you're passing by the vehicle, did you adjust how intently were you looking inside the vehicle?
Not very intently, just kind of as we were passing by.
You didn't sort of change your positioning to see better within the vehicle? You didn't lean forward, lean back, or anything like that?
No.
And after you left that house, where did you go from there?
Back to Ryan's.
Is that where you spent the night?
Correct.
If I may have a moment, John.
Okay.
Do you know about what time it was that you got home?
I don't recall.
And by home, I mean back to Ryan's.
Back to
house?
Ryan's. No, I don't remember.
Just one moment, John.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions for this witness, John.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Maxon.
Hello.
The first time you were ever interviewed about this case by law enforcement was September 1st, 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
So you were not interviewed at or around February 7th when Ryan was
No.
February 7th, 2022.
Right.
All
No.
So it was a full 19 months after the events in question that you were first contacted by law enforcement.
Correct.
And you gave your statement for the first time at that point.
Correct.
The truck that you were in That was, I can't remember, did you say the name of the truck? Was it a Ford F-150?
Correct.
Okay. That was turning left onto Fairview from Cedar Crest. You recall that?
Correct, yes.
Do you know the names of the streets, or are you just?
I don't know the names of the streets. No, yeah, I'm not familiar with the town of Canton.
So okay, that was my next question. If I showed you a map, for instance, that wouldn't really do any good because you don't know the street names.
Yeah, no.
Fair enough. Ricky was driving, Ryan was in the front passenger seat, and you were in the super cab portion of the truck, correct?
Correct.
So you would have been situated directly behind Ryan,
I was in the middle.
in the middle seat.
Correct. So I was in between Ryan and Ricky.
Understood. Did you indicate that at some point you could see pretty clearly into the SUV as it turned, as y'all yielded way and it turned, it would be its right in front of you?
Correct.
And you could clearly see inside the passenger compartment, there was a female driving, is that right?
Correct.
And there was a male sitting next to her.
Yes.
You indicated that by the time you guys negotiated your turn, sped up, made the turn, headed up Fairview, that SUV had already come to a stop.
Correct.
All right. And how far behind that SUV would you estimate Ricky pulled the truck in terms of car lengths? 1 car length, 2 car lengths, right on the bumper?
Yeah, less than 1 car length.
Okay,
I was,
sorry,
I would say a couple feet.
couple feet, meaning 2 or 3 feet.
Yes.
So that's your recollection as you sit here.
Correct.
Did you notice anything wrong with the back of the SUV?
I did not.
Okay. You saw brake lights on?
Yeah.
How many brake lights? Left and right?
Correct. Yep.
Was there one in the top center?
I don't recall.
Okay. You certainly did not see a full-sized Jeep Wrangler outfitted with a snowplow between the SUV and Ricky's truck.
I did not.
Sounds like a ridiculous question. You didn't see any other cars. There were no other cars between the two.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that when you pulled up behind the SUV, other than noting that it was there, your attention was not necessarily focused on that SUV?
Correct.
There's nothing extraordinary or out of the ordinary about that car.
Correct.
You were there to pick up somebody, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Or at least potentially.
Right.
So I'm guessing your focus would probably be to the right where the front doors were of that house.
Sure.
And you knew that Ryan had been communicating with his sister, and so you were sort of expectant in terms of watching Julie Nagel possibly come out of the house.
Correct.
So during those moments, you weren't necessarily paying attention to what was happening directly in front of you outside.
Right.
You indicated that you believe that the chit chat that happened with Julie Nagel up at the truck was about 5 minutes.
Give or take.
Okay. At that point, was one of the doors opened?
I don't believe so. I think we rolled our windows down
Okay. Did
to
you
communicate.
also- I'm so sorry.
We rolled our windows down to communicate with Julie.
Okay, so you don't recall one of the doors being opened and Julie standing in the crook of the door having this conversation with Ryan?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is that possible?
Sure, possible.
Okay. Your memory is not necessarily focused on that.
Right.
But you do know that there was a communication.
Yes, for sure.
They were talking about whether or not you wanted to go inside the house.
All 3 of us.
Okay, you, Ricky, and Ryan.
Yes.
And y'all were talking about whether or not Julie was gonna come with y'all. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was even a discussion about whether or not Julie's mom might pick her up.
I don't recall.
Okay. So the specifics of the conversation you don't necessarily recall, but you do know that y'all talked about 5 minutes.
Give or take, yes.
Okay. During the course of that 5-minute conversation, where was your focus?
On Julie.
Okay. Ultimately, the 3 of you did pull away from the driveway area where you were parked.
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Ultimately, y'all did move, the truck did move past the house and move past the SUV.
Once we left, yes.
As you drove by the SUV, you noticed that the dome light was on.
Could you explain the dome, what that
Dome
means?
light, the interior light.
Yes.
Dome.
Yes.
Yeah. So you could see it lit up the interior of the car.
Correct.
It was a late model SUV, probably a pretty bright light. You could see inside the car.
I could.
You clearly could see, well, you could see a female.
Correct.
By the way, do you recognize the person to my left?
I do, but only because of,
That was a terrible question. Of course you did. Do you recognize her from that night? Is she the person that was in the driver's seat, or do you know?
I don't know.
But the person you did see was a Caucasian female with long hair.
Correct.
As you drove by, the interior light was on well enough that you could see her, you could see the female clearly.
Correct.
And you could also see that there was no male in the truck as well, correct?
I don't know. The other male that I saw in the SUV before they pulled on to Fairview, he could have been in when it was parked, but the only person I saw as we were pulling away was the female driver.
So when you pulled away, you looked to your right at your passenger window.
Mhm. Correct.
The interior dome light was on.
Yes.
And you've testified to this before, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you testified the only person you saw in the interior of that car at that time when y'all pulled away was the female.
Okay.
Is that right?
Sure, if I remember correctly.
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Trying to like make her change her answers per usual.
So, Ms. Maxon, during the time that you were asked about not sort of focusing on the SUV in front of you, fair to say that you would have seen a 6-foot man walking away from that car going towards the house?
Correct.
Okay. You were in a vantage point where you would have seen that had that occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further on.
All right, so you are all set, Ms. Maxon.
Okay, thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Ricky D'Antonio. He's bound to mess it up.
Last name D'Antano. Everybody has a hard problem with it.
Richard, I do solemnly swear the honesty of the report and during the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excuse me. Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Richard D'Antano, D''A NTUONO.
And Mr. D'Antano, where do you live?
In Canton.
And how long have you lived here?
My whole life, 30 years.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I do flooring.
How long have you been doing that?
I'd say 2 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
The weekend?
And do you recall whether or not you worked that day?
I don't.
I think it was
And at some
Lally.
point in time on that day, did
Messing
you
his
go
name
out in
up,
the evening,
Lally.
leave your house and go somewhere?
Yes.
And did you drive from your house to wherever you went?
Yes.
And, what kind of car did you have at that time?
A pickup truck.
And specifically, what kind of pickup truck?
Ford F-150.
And what color was that?
Dark gray.
And the interior of your pickup truck, as far as front seat, back seat, can you describe for the jury what that looked like?
There's 2 front seats and a bench seat in the back. It has the suicide doors.
And when you left your house in your F-150, where did you initially go?
I went to a place in Canton called CF McCarthy's.
And did you pick up anyone on the way there?
I did not. I met people there.
And CF McCarthy's, that's a place that you've been to before, is that correct?
Correct.
Familiar with it on that night?
Yeah.
Where did you park your truck in relation to CF McCarthy's?
I wouldn't know that for sure.
Is there a Walgreens lot somewhere around there?
Yeah, right across the street. Normally where we would.
So normally when you went there, that's sort of where you would have parked in relation to the bar.
Usually, yeah.
So CF McCarthy's is located on Washington Street, is that right?
Yes.
It's sort of in the downtown section?
Yep.
And when you say where we would have parked, so who, if anyone, were you meeting at CF McCarthy's on that?
I was meeting Ryan and Heather.
And just to be clear, you're talking about Ryan Nagel and Heather Max?
Correct.
And how did you know Ryan Nagel?
I grew up with Ryan, so I've known him for a long time.
And how would you sort of describe the two of your relationship?
Best friends.
And Heather Maxon, how did you know her?
Through Ryan, they were dating.
And do you know about how long they had been dating coming into sort of that time frame of that evening?
I don't, not an exact time.
And so you come into CF McCarthy's, and do you recall sort of where within the establishment you went?
Probably sat at the bar, I would assume.
And when you went there that evening, do you recall, did you meet anybody else there, or was it just you, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Max?
I can really only recall us three. I mean, there might have been people there, but we didn't meet up with them. They might have just been there already.
So no one specifically you had plans to meet with while you were there or anything like that?
No,
Know about what time it was that you got to CF McCarthy?
not a definite time, but maybe mid-afternoon.
And as far as you went out to a bar, do you recall sort of what either you, Ryan, or Ms. Maxon had to drink that evening?
Usually just a few beers is all we would drink. Nothing else but that.
And did you have any drinks that evening?
I had a few, yep.
And what was it typically that you drank?
A beer.
Any particular kind of beer?
I would assume Bud Lights, I guess.
Now, do you know about how long it was that you were at CF McCarthy?
Not an exact time again, but a couple hours.
And after that couple hours or so, where did you go?
We went to another place in Canton called Hillside.
And just to be clear, when you say we, you mean yourself, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Maxon?
Yeah, I drove us three.
So you drove all three of you in your F-150 pickup?
Yes.
And about how long a ride is that from CF McCarthy's to the Hillside?
I'd say 10.
And just to be clear, 10 minutes, is that right?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yes.
Is that also within Canton too?
Yep.
Is that somewhere that you had been before, somewhere that you were familiar with?
Yeah.
And similar to CF McCarthy's, when you arrived there, as far as was there anybody else that you were meeting there, or why did you go to the Hillside?
We met up with our one friend, John.
So adding sort of just another person to the group and going to a different location, is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, as far as over the course of the evening, either at CF McCarthy's or the Hillside, as far as yourself, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxon, what, if any, observations did you make as far as level of intoxication? Was anybody overly intoxicated?
No.
And if you know, about how long a time period were you at the Hillside?
I would say a few hours again.
Anything either from CF McCarthy's or the Hillside from that evening that sort of jumps out at you in any particular way?
No.
So relatively regular sort of weekend night out with you and your friends?
Correct.
When you left the Hillside, do you know about what time that was?
Again, not a definite time. Maybe around midnight.
And when you left the Hillside, where was it that you were going?
To pick up Ryan's sister, Julie.
And if you know, how did that sort of come about as far as when did you become aware that that was a destination that you would be going?
I would say towards the end of the night, I was told that we would be giving her a ride on our way home.
And so you leave the Hillside, you get into your pickup, is that right?
Yep.
And Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxon are with you?
Correct.
And where were they seated within the pickup when you arrived?
Ryan was in my passenger seat and Heather was in the back.
And do you recall sort of how she was positioned in the back as far as on the passenger side, the middle, or the driver's side?
Not specifically. I vaguely remember her maybe laying down.
And when you're going from the Hillside to pick up Julie Nagel, knew Julie Nagel at the time, is that right?
Correct.
Did you know the location where you were going to pick her up?
Not the exact location, but the area.
And by area, sort of what was described to you as where to drive?
I believe towards the
Introducing the Workday Pant 2.0, a technical 5-pocket pant designed to feel comfortable and look formal. Available in waist and inseam sizes for a better fit. Now comfort looks good.
Arrive at taking that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview. What, if any, other vehicles did you observe in the area at that time?
while driving.
Yes, while driving as you were about to make the turn.
No vehicles that I could recall.
After making that turn onto Fairview, what, if any, vehicles did you observe at that time?
There was a vehicle parked in front of me, in front of the house.
Now, as far as making that turn, you were using your directional as you're driving along, taking lefts and rights?
I would assume so, yeah.
And do you assume that you turned on your left directional before pulling from Cedar Crest onto Fairview?
Yeah.
And when you, as far as the house that you were going to, when you make that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, how far into the street was the house that you were going to?
Like 20 seconds, maybe, I don't.
What I'm asking is basically, was it the first house as you come in, or did you drive the whole street in order to get to the house? How close to the Cedar Crest was the house?
I think it's a couple houses on the right.
So there's a couple houses on the right-hand side?
Yeah.
Okay, so the right-hand side from your perspective would be passenger side or the driver's side or what?
The passenger side.
And when you get in the area of the house, you park at some point?
Yes,
And where was it in relation to the house that you parked the truck?
right in front of the driveway.
Now, you mentioned that there was another vehicle that was parked in front of the house as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Where was that vehicle in relation to where you parked?
I would say maybe 10, 20 yards in front of me.
And so from the 10, 20 yards or so in front of you, you could observe that vehicle?
I could.
And from your vantage point where you were seated in your truck behind the vehicle, what, if any, damage or anything did you observe to the vehicle at that time?
None.
And as far as you could tell, was the vehicle running or off or something else?
I believe running.
And what about your observations of the vehicle leads you to believe that it was running?
There were either tail lights or brake lights. I'm not sure which ones.
So I'm sorry, if you could just repeat that.
It was either tail lights or brake lights, but I'm not sure which ones they were.
And that was on the back of the vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
And how many sort of brake lights did you observe on the vehicle?
I would assume 2.
The left and right, did you observe anything sort of in the middle of the vehicle? No. And during the time that you were behind this vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody get out of it?
I did not.
And from where you were situated behind the vehicle at this initial sort of point when you pull up about 20 or so yards behind it, could you see any lights on inside of the vehicle?
I could not.
Now, when you arrive at the house and park sort of in the area of the driveway, at some point does Ryan reach out to his sister Julie?
I believe so.
And at some point does Julie come out of the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period of time we're talking about from the time that you pull up and park and the time that Julie comes out of the house?
Very quickly.
And when she comes out of the house, where is it that she comes to?
To my passenger window.
Now, as far as at this time that you had left the hillside and you're driving over to your sister's friend's house, what do you recall about sort of the weather and what was it doing at that point?
I believe it just started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as accumulation was concerned?
I believe it was starting to stick.
Now, as far as that vehicle that was in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe within the snow on the street that was starting to stick in behind that vehicle?
I didn't observe it.
Did you see any tire marks or anything like that leading up to the back of the vehicle?
Not that I can remember.
Now, when Julie came out of the house, she walked on foot from the house to the truck, correct?
Correct.
And as far as from her path, either to the truck or back from the truck to the house, did you observe any sort of footprints or anything like that she left in the snow while she was walking?
No.
Now, when she comes to the truck, do you recall how it was? There's some conversation, correct?
Correct.
And prior to her coming up to the truck, was there music on, radio on, anything like that?
Maybe while driving there, but I don't believe while we talked.
So that would have been something somebody would have turned down in order to have a conversation with Julie when she comes up to the truck.
Correct.
And when she comes up to the side of the truck, do you remember how it was that you conversed, or anyone in the vehicle conversed with her? Was it through the door, through a window?
Through the open passenger window.
Recall whether or not the passenger side door of the truck was opened at any time by Ryan or anybody else?
Nope.
You don't recall, or it wasn't?
I don't believe it was.
Now, in your truck, when you open the passenger side door, what, if anything, occurs with regard to the lighting within inside the truck?
I believe the interior light would pop on.
And where would that interior light be within relation to sort of the interior? Is that in driver's side, passenger side, center, or something?
I think center roof.
Now, the conversation with Julie about how long did that take place, or how long did that go on?
I would say maybe 2 minutes.
And if you recall, just in general terms, what was sort of the discussion about?
That she no longer was going to take the ride and asked if we wanted to come in.
And did yourself or anybody else from your group express any interest in going in this house?
No.
And as far as you were aware, were there other arrangements that Ms. Nagel, Julie had made for getting home that night?
I wasn't aware of her arrangement of getting home, no.
So she leaves and she goes back to the house, is that right?
Correct.
When, in relation to when you left, had she already gone back inside the house? Did you see her go in the house?
I did not watch her go back inside.
And when you are leaving from this house on Fairview, again, your passenger side is what's most directly facing the house, is that right?
Correct.
The vehicle that was in front of you, that's facing the same direction, is that correct?
Correct.
So the passenger side of that vehicle would also be facing towards the house, correct?
Correct.
And when you pulled away from the curb, do you recall whether or not you had to sort of back up in order to pull around it, or no?
I did not have to back up.
Now, while you were, so you just sort of pull away from the curb, is that correct?
Correct.
So when you're behind this vehicle, did the vehicle stay sort of stagnant in the same place, or did it move, or what, if anything, did you observe as far as that vehicle in front?
It might be guessing at the time, but I would believe it stayed where it was.
So do you recall anything, so you don't recall anything specific about that vehicle movement?
I do not.
And as far as the vehicle itself, did you observe anything about sort of the occupants of the vehicle or anything like that?
I did not.
Now, as you're pulling away from the vehicle, where was your attention sort of focused as you were pulling away?
I believe my side view mirror and then on the road.
You're looking in your side view mirror to see if there's any other vehicles coming up on your left, correct?
Correct.
And then you're looking at through the windshield because you're driving a car, correct?
Correct.
And at any point in time that you were outside of that residence, at any point, did you observe anybody get up out of that vehicle or exit that vehicle or go toward the house from that vehicle or come from the house toward that vehicle?
I don't believe so.
Just one moment, John.
Okay.
Actually, before, let me just ask you a couple questions. John, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a couple of photographs for this witness.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 71. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about the photograph that's up on the screen, but first what I want to draw your attention to is on the desk in front of you is a laser pointer. Right, yes. If you just press that button and point it in a direction, it'll shine.
Okay.
So with respect to the photograph, exhibit 71 that's up on the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Is that the house of Julie's friend that she went to potentially go pick her up and eventually she went back inside?
Correct.
And within this particular photograph, you see the area where you had parked your truck during this time that you were talking about in your testimony.
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph that is.
Right in front of the driveway, right there.
Now, also within this photograph, you see the general area where you observed that SUV in front of you while you were out in front.
I would say, if I had to guess, I would say maybe half of the vehicle.
So it's probably a little bit further towards the left of this photograph, correct?
Correct.
Gentlemen, if I could have exhibit number 72. Again, do you recognize what's up on screen?
I do.
And this is the same house that we were talking about in the last exhibit?
Correct.
So from this photograph, you see the area where you observed the SUV in relation to your truck that evening that you were parked out in front of the house.
I believe so, yeah.
And again, if you could, sir, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where about that.
Like right around that, I'd say.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you very much. Just one moment, Sharon.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further for this witness.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So you were driving the vehicle that arrived at 34 Fairview to pick up Ryan Nagel's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Julie prior to that date, obviously, correct?
Correct.
You had been over the Nagel home several times since the two of you had met years and years ago, correct?
Correct.
With your best friend's sister, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got there,
Not the exact time.
approximately?
I would say around midnight.
And you now know, as you testify here today, that you were outside the residence in back of a black SUV that was driven by Karen Reed, correct?
I do not know that based off my knowledge.
Not your personal knowledge, but you now know it's pretty much common knowledge, correct?
I guess so.
And in fact, that black SUV was parked directly in front of yours, in front of the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And while you were there, you never observed that black SUV strike anyone, correct?
Correct.
You never heard any arguing outside of the residence of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And possessing that information as you did on January 29th, were you interviewed by any state police investigator regarding this case on January 29th?
On that day?
Right.
No.
What about the next day or the rest of January or any day in February of 2022? Did the state police come to interview you about the information that you had as the driver of that vehicle?
No.
In fact, isn't it true that no investigator from the state police or the district attorney's office interviewed you anytime during the entire year of 2022?
Correct.
And that the first time you spoke to any official, it was not from the district attorney's office and not from the defense in this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can word this differently, Ms. Giannetti.
Okay. The first time you gave a statement to anyone, it was not Mr. Lally or the state police, and it was not the defense in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that was on May 16th of 2023?
Which time would that be?
First time you gave a statement, sir. May 16th of 2023, does that sound correct?
Around that time it would be.
Okay, and you know, today is May 15th of 2024, right?
Yeah.
So just about a year ago was the first time that you gave any statement about your memory of what occurred on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that your memory of what occurred on January 29th was the freshest when you got up that day, later that morning, correct?
The next morning after the 29th?
Yes.
Correct.
Right. And you'd agree with me that, you know, your memory would have remained fresh for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that over time, your memory becomes less fresh, right?
I would agree.
And it's not just you, it's everybody, correct?
Correct.
Objection.
So let's move on from this.
Sure. And you were first asked about your memory about what was clearly over a year after January 29th, I suppose February, March, April, maybe about 16 months after the events that you were asked to describe, right?
Correct.
And then it was only after you talked to someone else, again, not the prosecution or the defense.
Objection, Your Honor.
Christina, why don't I see it sidebar, just so we don't keep getting interrupted here.
Sidebar. Funny, she only wanted to see Yannetti. Only Yannetti. Today's project? Feather cards. God, they don't even show up on there, do they? So
I can see.
They're all filigree inside.
Oh, I love it. What a
They're just
perfect day
very-
for that.
I was just thinking about, I mean, I got this, I just probably can't really see it that good on a thing, but like this tattoo on my arm here says daddy. And it's angel wings and a praying, you're not gonna be able to see it like that, but a praying, sort of praying hands. And I have the blur on, so you're not gonna see it, but it's praying hands. I mean, sorry. It's a cross with the rosary beads on it and then wings. And it says daddy. And with today being my dad's death anniversary, I was thinking about we saw this thing on Pinterest where you can attach like paper sort of wings onto the balloon and then
you
let
can
the
make
balloons go.
if you have number one, make sure that they're latex, not mylar, because
Yeah.
you really shouldn't let balloons go. And I struggle with that.
Use Mylar, yeah.
Yeah, I struggle
Too
with that. So
expensive
make
anyway,
sure-
and I'm poor, so yeah, no.
But if you have cardstock, they Craft with Sarah. Are they back?
No.
Craft with Sarah has wings that you can an SVG file for wings.
Ooh.
I've
Yes.
made a couple different.
Probably attach some, have Riley draw her own and put it on her balloon, and have the kids like draw their own, and maybe I can't draw wings. I'm not a good drawer. It's not a thing. Like
an SVG file in your Cricut machine can cut it for you if you have paper.
right. So I can definitely do that. But I think probably later on today we'll probably let some balloons go for my dad in memory of my dad. And letters, we'll stick little notes in the balloon, and then you put the wings on it, and let it go.
So I was just going to ask you, the first time that you were approached by the state police regarding this case was September 2nd of 2023, correct?
Around that time, correct, yeah.
Right. And that would have been 5 months after the first time you were approached, and it would have been about 21 months after January 29th of 2022?
Correct.
All right. Now, you drove your own Ford F-150 to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And the plan was to pick up Ryan's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And the entire time you were in the car, from when you left to go to 34 Fairview until you're now leaving 34 Fairview to go home, that driving arrangement was the same. In other words, you in the driver's seat, Ryan in the front passenger seat, and Heather in the back, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether Heather was behind the passenger, Ryan, when she was sitting in the back?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall where she was in that back cab?
No.
You do recall that well, strike that. As you're approaching the residence, you don't have a memory of coming face to face with a black SUV or any other vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying it didn't happen, you just don't recall that, correct?
Correct.
And in any case, your memory, your best memory is that when you got there, the black SUV, and by the way, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you recall it as a black SUV or?
I do.
Okay. When you got there, your best memory is that the black SUV was already parked outside the residence, correct?
Correct.
And it was facing in the same direction that you were facing as you approached the residence.
Yes.
Which means, and you're from Canton, correct?
Correct.
You came from the Cedar Crest side and you were facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Correct.
Same with the black SUV.
Correct.
And it appeared to be parked properly next to the property, correct?
Mine?
No, the black SUV.
Yeah.
It wasn't parked at some crazy angle, correct?
Correct.
It didn't appear to have struck anything on the side of the road when it was parked, right?
Correct.
There was nothing unusual about the way it was parked.
No.
And when it was parked out there and you approached the residence, is it fair to say that there was far less snow on the ground than what we saw in Exhibits 71 and 72 that were shown to you by Mr. Lally on direct examination?
Correct.
Those photographs appeared to have been taken after the snowstorm, correct? At some point?
I would assume, yeah.
Because there's a decent amount of snow on the ground there, correct?
Correct.
But as you're pulling up to the house, it had only started snowing around that time?
I would say there was a dusting on the lawn, yeah.
So it was starting to accumulate, but there weren't inches and inches of snow, correct?
Correct.
And your best memory is that the SUV was about 20 yards in front of you?
Give or take, yeah.
In terms of, just to get your estimation of what 20 yards is, would it have been farther than where you are now to where the court officer is standing behind the jury box? Or is that a good approximation?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say maybe a little further.
A little further.
Maybe.
And there was nothing obstructing your view as you sat in the driver's seat of your Ford F-150 of the back of that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
You did not see, for instance, a Jeep with a snowplow on the front parked in between you.
I did not.
And in fact, you didn't see a Jeep with a snowplow.
No alarms tell me when to snack. Nice try, Kevin. So my advice?
Parked anywhere on the property that you recall, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
And you didn't see any other vehicles parked along the property line other than yourself and the black SUV, correct?
Correct.
When you first pulled up, do you recall if, and I know these questions are somewhat unfair because we're talking about 2.5 years later, but when you first pulled up, do you recall whether the red taillights of the black SUV were lit up?
I would say to signal that the car was on, yes. I don't know if they were brake light or just normal tail light.
Gotcha, okay. And so you're surmising that some lights had to be on because your memory is that car was on.
Correct.
And with regard to the lighting in that area, did you have your headlights on when you were out there?
I believe so. I don't think I would have shut them off.
Right, you would have been driving with your headlights on as you were going down Cedar Crest and taking a left onto Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And your car was still running when you pulled up to the house and parked, correct?
Correct.
And you would have left it running because your intention was, or your expectation was, that Julie Nagel was going to get in your car, correct?
Correct.
That was the whole reason you were there.
Correct.
And your expectation was
Object,
that there
and I
didn't
would
need to
object
be
because
a
he's
tremendously long discussion
saying
when
you
Julie
would
came
have-
out of the
you
house,
would have-
right? You expected her to
would
just.
have to get out.
Leading, Your Honor.
Correct.
Leading.
Right.
So that's
Would
why
have
you
already
say
objected.
that there would have been no reason to turn your.
He's telling a narrative, not asking
headlights
questions.
off, correct?
Correct.
All right. So your headlights being on, they would have been focused really right on the rear of that black SUV that was in front of you, correct?
I would assume so, yeah.
Because there was nothing to block your view of the black SUV, right?
Correct.
And you did not notice any broken taillight to that SUV, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, but I did analyze it.
Sure. It didn't stand out to you that to say or to make a mental note, hey, that taillight's broken, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any damage at all to the vehicle that you noticed, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
And with regard to when Julie came out of the house, when you pulled up and parked, sort of perpendicular to the driveway, and that's an accurate way to portray it?
Correct.
You believe that it took Julie how long to come out of the house?
I would guess under a minute.
Under a minute. And then after that under a minute span of time, she then had to walk from the front door of the house, one of the front doors of the house, to your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, did you notice that there were two front doors to the house at that time?
At the time, no.
Do you recall if she came out the door that was more in the middle of the house or more over toward the driveway? Do you have a memory of that?
I don't. I would be guessing if I did.
And because the snow had started to stick a little bit, she wasn't running to the vehicle, correct?
I would assume not.
All right, so it took her some time to get out of the house and get to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a conversation about whether she was going to come with you or not, correct?
Correct.
That occurred through one of the passenger windows being open?
Correct.
And who was involved in that conversation?
I can't remember exactly, but I would assume maybe me and Ryan.
And there was a back and forth about whether she was going to come or you were going to stay and go inside, correct?
A back and forth. It was more just, did you guys want to come in? No, not really a back and forth.
Okay, all right. Took a few minutes for her to decide, well, I'm just going to go back inside the house?
If that, a minute or two.
Okay. And from the moment that you parked the vehicle outside that residence, your initial attention, it's fair to say, would have been on the front of the residence to see when Julie was going to come out, correct?
I don't believe I was looking.
Okay. Where were you looking when you were waiting for her? Did you have a phone?
I don't remember exactly, but I had my phone. I could have looked at it.
Okay, you could have been like, as many people do when you're waiting for somebody, you just take out your phone and start scrolling on something.
Objection.
Do you know if you were doing that, sir?
I can't recall, but I wouldn't rule it out.
Regulation, dude. Come on.
And you had mentioned. You had mentioned earlier that when I asked you about the damage to the rear of the vehicle, that your attention wasn't just focused on studying that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that from the moment that you pulled up to Julie coming out of the house, to Julie walking to the car, to the conversation between you and Ryan and Julie, you were not monitoring what was going on inside or outside that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
No, why would he be? Common sense.
And during that span of time, again, while you showed up there waiting for Julie, she comes out eventually, she walks to the car, you talk to her. You were not paying attention to who, if anybody, was inside the black SUV at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were not paying attention to whether anybody got out of the vehicle during that time, correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately, you were going home. The night was over, correct?
Correct.
And in order to go home, your plan was to keep going up Fairview Road toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And in order to do that, that would have meant that you passed the black SUV that had been in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, as you're passing the black SUV, do you recall whether or not there was an interior light on within the cab of that SUV?
I do not.
Were you curious at all who was inside that SUV, given that it pulled up to the same house that you pulled up to?
Not at all.
You were concentrated more on the road.
Correct.
And as far as you were concerned, your night was over, time to go home, correct?
Correct.
All right. But it's fair to say that at no point in time, from the first time you saw that SUV until you're leaving it, did you see anybody in the front passenger seat of the SUV, correct?
I'm looking, objection.
I didn't look inside the
Not fair to
SUV.
say. You
Right.
can't say
So
fair to
didn't see
say.
anybody in the
Speculation.
front passenger seat.
No, I didn't look.
You also didn't notice at any point anybody standing outside that SUV?
Not to my knowledge.
And you never saw anybody sitting in the snow or in the street or on the lawn outside the SUV?
Not to my knowledge,
And you
no.
never saw anybody lying outside that SUV. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Let me have a moment.
Yes.
I keep speculating, and I don't know why Lally
Go for it,
isn't top of
Thank
his
you, sir.
objections.
Anything, Mr.
Thank you.
Lally?
Just briefly, sir. So from the time that you were in front of the house until you left, you never saw anyone go in or out of that house or in and out of that vehicle, the black SUV in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were not monitoring the activity around the SUV, you never saw anyone around the SUV, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that if a 6-foot man had walked from the SUV to the house, is that something that you think you would have seen?
Sustain.
Nothing further on.
You are all set, Mr. McMahon. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Ms. Allison McCabe.
Here we go, folks. Allie McCabe is going to tell us some interesting stuff.
I forget to tell you, thank you for having me today.
Oh, of course. Always, dude. Always.
Just watch your step for me. And remain standing and face the front.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Allie McCabe, MCCABE.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Basically my whole life except first few months I lived in Stoughton.
And you work, you go to school
I'm a student.
in college, is that correct?
Yes.
And what year are you in college?
I just finished my sophomore year.
And when living in Canton, who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My 2 parents and my 3 sisters.
So you're one of 4 girls, is that correct?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your parents, what are their names?
Matt and Jen.
If I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2022. You recall those days?
Yes.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And so on that Friday evening, starting with there, well, let me ask you this first. At that time, you were a high school student, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did you go to high school?
Canton High School.
All 4 years?
Yes.
And did you play any sports when you were at Canton High School?
Yes.
What sports did you play?
Soccer, hockey, and lacrosse.
And so January, that would have been which sports season?
Hockey season.
Now, with respect to the hockey, as far as that evening of the 28th, how did your evening start out, or what, if anything, were you doing first that evening?
It started with a team dinner at my house. The hockey team came over. We had dinner. Then I went to my sister's basketball game at the Canton High School. Then I was hanging out with two of my friends. We were driving around. Then the night ended with me driving Colin Albert home.
And so let me start sort of back at the beginning before we go all the way through. So as far as the team dinner, is that something that was like a weekly thing?
Yeah, it was usually like the night before a game.
Some people hate
And
my
sort of
raspy
rotated
voice.
between
Make that
different
comment.
players' houses?
Correct.
Can't change
Where
my
was
voice.
it on that particular?
That night it was at my house.
And about what time did the team dinner get done, or what time did that wind down and you went to the basketball?
I'm not exactly sure. The basketball games typically start around 6:30, so I assume around then.
And who, if anyone, from your family was involved in the basketball?
My younger sister,
And was she JV, varsity? What was she playing on at that time?
varsity.
And who, if anyone else from your family, was at the basketball?
My parents. I'm not sure about my sisters.
And did you go with your parents or separately, or how did you get?
I believe I drove and I arrived later than my parents.
And as far as at that time, did you have your own car?
Yes.
And what kind of car did you
A little Ford Fusion blue.
have? And when you arrived there, you're a high school senior, correct?
Correct.
You sit with your parents during the game?
No.
There's sort of like a student section, is that correct?
Correct.
So you sat there with your friends?
Yes.
And when the game gets over, where was it that you went?
I believe I was just driving around with two of my friends, and then as we were driving, we came across a dog on the side of the street. We knew a snowstorm was coming, so we picked the dog up and then brought it to the police station, and then drove the dog back to where its owner's house.
And so this, as far as the friends that you were driving around with, what are their names?
Avery Panadosi and Danielle Seaman.
Can you do us a favor and spell those last names for our court
Yes.
recorder, please?
Piantedosi.
The second name.
S. Danielle Seaman, Seaman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And those were friends of yours from school, from Canton High School as well?
Yes.
And had they been with you at the game previously?
Yes, I believe so.
So you, when you say drove around, whereabouts were you driving?
Through Canton, pretty aimlessly, just driving.
And at some point you come upon a dog, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
On Elm Street.
And this was a dog obviously unfamiliar to you, is that correct?
Yes.
So what did you do with the dog?
The dog ran over to the car when we stopped and picked the dog up, and we didn't really know what to do with it, so we brought it to the police station.
Recall at all what kind of dog it was?
No, white.
Small dog.
It was small. It was white and brown. Not sure what type.
And so while you're at the police station, what, if anything, did you learn about that dog that you brought to the police station?
I went in the police station. The dog stayed in the car with one of my friends. And as I was walking in and telling the officer that I found a dog, he got a call from the owner, and she asked if she was like, "Oh, can you return my dog, please?"
And so you brought the dog back to the owner?
Yes.
You know about what time all of that was going on?
I'm not sure.
Now, you mentioned that you had picked up a person by the name of Colin Albert, is that right?
Correct.
And who was Colin Albert to you, or can you describe to the jury sort of your relationship with Colin?
I've known Colin since I've been born. Our families are very close. We went to high school together, growing up, in the same friend groups. So yeah, we're very close.
So he was in the same grade as you, is that right?
Correct.
So he was a senior at this time as well?
Yes.
And you have friends, mutual friends together?
Yes.
Now, the two of you are not actually sort of blood related, is that correct?
Correct.
But you have sort of relatives in common, is that correct?
Yes.
And to that point, as far as when he reached out to you, let me ask you this. How is it that you came to come by and sort of pick him up on that?
He texted me and was asking for a ride, and then I responded, drove and got him, texted him when I arrived.
Now, as far as that sort of, I don't know what exactly to call it, but as far as you picking him up at certain places, like on weekend nights, was that out of the realm of normalcy, or was that something that happened on occasion?
No, that's common. He knew I was driving that night, so it's pretty common. Our friends, we always just drive each other around and stuff.
And without getting too much into it, as far as high school was concerned, particularly when someone was drinking, would they call and ask for a ride?
Correct, yes.
Rather than drive their own car?
Yes.
And as far as you knew, was Colin drinking at least at some point during that?
Yes.
Is that why he needed a ride?
Yes.
And with respect to your parents, did you, around this time that you're driving around and you're going to pick up Colin, did you have any idea where your parents were or what they were doing?
I knew they were going out after the basketball game, but no, I didn't know. I have their Life 360. They have mine, so I wasn't sure though.
And as far as the Life 360 goes, is that something that that you sort of keep track of them, or they keep track of you?
It's more them keeping track of me.
Now, do you know approximately what time it was that you first get sort of Colin reaches out via text to pick him up?
I believe it was around midnight. I'm not exactly sure, but around midnight.
And did you know where he was when he asked you to pick him up?
Yes, the Albert's house, 34 Fairview.
And is that a house that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship do you have to the people that live at the Albert's house?
My aunt and uncle and my cousins.
So Brian Albert is your uncle, correct?
Correct.
Paul Albert is your aunt?
Correct.
How is she your aunt? The father's side, the mother's side?
My mother's sister.
And Colin Albert, obviously last name Albert, he's related to people at Fairview as well?
Correct.
That's sort of on the other side of the family?
Correct.
And do you know what, as far as your conversation with Colin, do you know why he was over at that house that night?
It was little Brian's birthday.
And so he had gone over for that purpose and you went by to pick him up?
Yes.
And do you recall where you were or sort of who you were with when you first get that text or communication from Colin to pick him up?
Yes, I was at another friend's house. After I drove Avery and Danielle home, I went somewhere else.
So you drove with the two friends that you were with earlier home and then you went somewhere else?
Yes, I believe, yes.
At that point, did you get a text from Colin?
Yes.
Now, do you recall whether or not the information that you had as to where Colin was that night, is that something that came via text as well, or was that a phone call or some other type of communication?
I knew he was there. Could have been a phone call. I'm not sure.
So were there a variety of different ways that you would have communicated with Colin around that time?
Yes, there's other apps as well. Yes.
I'm sorry, you said through apps as well?
Yes.
What kind of apps were there?
For example, like Snapchat.
So you had each other's sort of Snapchat information, phone number information, call, text, snap, could have been any of those.
Yes.
Now, when you get that communication from him to come pick him up, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you get the text from Colin to the time that you arrive in the area?
I'm not sure.
And you're familiar with that home at 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
Place you've been to countless times before. You're related to the people that own it.
Correct.
And do you recall from where you were coming from as far as how did you come to Fairview? Would that have been on the Chapman side or the Cedar Crest side, or how did you come?
I don't remember.
And when you get to the home, you obviously park at some point, correct?
Correct.
And where in relation to the house?
I believe in the driveway on the left side. Not entirely sure. I just believe that.
And when you arrive, what, if any, communication did you send to Colin?
I texted him saying here.
And after you texted that to Colin, he comes out of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And when he comes out of the house, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you texted him here to the time that he comes out to the car?
I'm not sure. A few minutes.
And in the area around the time that you arrived on Fairview Roads, what, if anything, do you recall in regard to weather, or what was it doing then?
I believe it was starting to snow. Nothing crazy.
As far as accumulation, what, if anything, did you observe at that time?
Lights on in the house. That's it.
As far as the snow was concerned, was it starting to sort of stick to the ground?
I don't remember.
You text Colin shortly thereafter he comes out, is that right?
Correct.
You recall, you're familiar, obviously, as I've asked you a couple times now with the house. There were two doors in the front of the house, is that right?
Yes.
And do you know which of the two doors Colin came out of?
No, I'm not sure.
And when he came down, he came over to the car, correct?
Yes.
You're in the driveway?
Yes.
He gets into what part of the car? Front passenger seat?
Yes, I believe.
And from the time that you, so when you leave from there, where is it that you went?
His house and then my house.
You dropped him off at his house and then you went home?
Correct.
Okay,
Now-
Mr. Lally, we're actually going to break here. We have to break a little bit early, but we'll be back at 2. Okay, so, when I ask you to sit in your seat,
Let the jurors go on first.
Why are we breaking early though? For what reason?
Thank you.
All rise.
She wants to hurry this along, but she doesn't make sense when she does stuff like this.
They're not coming back until 2. It's 12:49. They're going to be gone over an hour.
Hour for lunch from like 1 to 2. But what pisses me off is like she does this early. Like unless there's something they're going to go over when the jury comes out, then I don't understand why she's breaking 10 minutes early because she's the one who wants to keep quote unquote hurrying things along, right? Like,
Oh my God, that noise is awful.
Yeah,
Jesus
it is.
Christ, they need to figure out their mics.
all right, we'll be back at 2.
that's it. That's it. Like,
Yep, we'll be
oh,
back at 2.
okay. Why is she saying we need to break early? Like, Grant said yesterday he gave you a negative.
Maybe
bunch of
she
time
needs
off
to go
this week.
potty.
Right. Like, first of all, this is a good comment, Bree, because just so we're clear here, all my friends who they're like family to me. I don't have a ton of living family, as we know. So the friends that I do have that I'm very close with are like family to me. My children call them auntie and uncle, and their children call me auntie. That's all they've ever known as me as their auntie. I'm not blood related to them in any way, shape, or form, but we are family in my heart and in theirs. And so their children call me auntie, and my children call them auntie and uncle, and me and my husband auntie and uncle. So like, there are families who are super close. They might not be blood relation, but in my world, your family is who you choose, because you can't actually choose your real blood family. And if they're toxic people, you can choose to take yourself out of that toxic situation. And there are plenty of people who have toxic family members who have to take themselves out of the situation, and they make their own family. And with a lot of my family not living, I choose to make my own family with the people that I care about and that I love, and vice versa. And they are family to me. So yeah, I mean, you raise them as cousins, right? Like that's what my kids call their kids, cousins.
I grew up like that, Bree. I've got the Lassiter side of my family, and then I've got the other side. So I've got my dad's side of the family and my mom's side of the family. And the Lassiter cousins were, I mean, even though I had cousins on my other side. I mean, I was the oldest and there were younger cousins. As we got older, it still didn't matter. We're all related. We're all family.
Right.
And that's how we were raised. That's
right.
I get it. That's the same thing I was thinking when he said that, you're like family, but you're not family.
Well, you are family. Yeah.
Actually, if you're raised that way, and
It's
a lot of
family to me.
times, yep. So, I mean, and I could totally relate with what Bree said because, cousins are cousins.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I guess these people are just not understanding small town dynamics. Good. Thank God the jury
Yeah.
pool comes from the small town. And they could use logic and understand that, my question is, how many of these jurors actually know these people too, without even realizing?
Yeah.
that
Well, that's the thing, right? Like,
it's a small
they
town.
do have to disclose. Well, they're not pulling from just the town. It's all of Norfolk County. Norfolk County is pretty big. So, I grew up in Norfolk County. Quincy is Norfolk County. Weymouth's Norfolk County. And those towns are 20, 25 minutes away from Canton. So, where everyone in Canton might know each other, these jurors might be from Quincy or Weymouth or Braintree, and it's still Norfolk County. So they might not know any of them. They're not supposed to anyway. If you know any of them, you're supposed to say something. But as we know, not everybody's an honest person. But from what I'm hearing from inside the courtroom from multiple sources is that, the jurors seem disengaged with some of the comments that Jackson makes, especially Jackson. And I think someone pointed out yesterday a very good point, which is I don't think he's from the West Coast, right? We're from the East Coast. And I will tell you, I have a cousin that lives in California now. They moved from here. It's like living in a different country. It's completely different. The way they do things there versus the way they do things, the way we do things here, it's completely freaking different. So his sort of I think there's a barrier here, especially with Jackson, of not sort of understanding. You're not reading the room, pal. And you're not reading sort of the dynamics of people in New England. For instance, John wasn't wearing a jacket. I don't know how many, probably ever. I don't think I've owned used a jacket except for this last winter in years. Usually it's just a hoodie because I'm either getting in and out of a car. So it's why do I even need a jacket? Is it a hoodie? You get in the car. If it's cold while you get in, you wait for it to heat up and then you're good. So in New England, we're used to that cold weather. So a jacket isn't really a necessity for us. A hoodie or another shirt over a shirt. I'm getting in and out of a car. Jacket.
I come from the same type of climate. I mean, we're just now coming into spring. Our trees are just starting to bud, et cetera. I live in a high plains desert at above 7,500 feet. I'm at 7,800 feet. I'm close to a mile high, so I mean, we have hell, the other day when we were out driving around, we still have snow in the mountains. I'm well aware. And I don't know how many people have been on adventures with me, but I mean, even when it's 25 below, I go outside and I have a cigarette on the front porch.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. 100%.
I mean, that's just life in the West. I mean, when you're from cold weather, cold weather doesn't bother you. I'll tell you what bothers me, the heat. Oh,
me too. I keep doing this because I can't control the heat in my house right now, and it's still on in the building. You can only put it to low, so I can't control it because it's included in the rent. And so it is literally like a sauna in here. And I had to close the slider because they have the excavator out here, pulling out trees and stuff, and it's super loud and it's freaking 70 degrees outside. So it's even hotter in here, and it is just freaking hot, and I can't stand it. I can't sleep in this kind of hot. I can't deal with it. It aggravates me. I'm sweating. It's gross.
That is something I don't miss about living in New England. You live in a building where the heat is on or the heat is off. And then you can turn it up.
They haven't shut it off yet.
Or turn it, slow it down.
Low.
And that's all it is. It's either on, off, low, or high.
Yep.
And I do not miss that.
We don't even have off. We just have low and high, low, medium, and high. We can't shut it off. The building itself has to shut off the entire heat for it to get shut off. And they haven't done that yet. So usually not till June 1st. So it's brutal. like brutally hot. Even low, it's at low right now, and it is freaking hot in here. Like it is freaking hot. So, I mean, I just don't think Jackson is sort of getting this sort of like the way people do things in like a small town like it. It's not weird for people to be horsing around in a bar in New England. It's not like at all, not by a long shot. Like fighting or playing like slap hands or anything like that is not out of the ordinary. It's not something that like you see it everywhere, all over the place. And I get that he, again, you know, comes from the West Coast where he's like probably in like the financial district. Like if you went to the financial district in Boston and you went into those bars, it's very like uppity, very high classy. You won't see people horsing around. But if you go into any normal establishment that isn't upper class,
and
sort
that's
of
what that's what these people were. These were just everyday Joes.
Right.
Oh my God, that barking dog. I'm going to go.
It is so hot, T-Berry. I'm kid you not. I feel like I'm going to die. It's so hot. Like, yeah, I mean, you can't hear that. The excavator, you can't hear the excavator. It is loud. Like they had a chainsaw out there yesterday. I'm like, dude, you guys are really killing me here. Like, what if somebody was in like meetings for work on Zoom? Like, you are killing me, dude. And of course, they didn't tell us they were doing any of this. No heads up whatsoever. Like, cool. Thanks. Appreciate it.
You can go in and adjust your mic so it has the background cancellation on it.
I have it on, but I don't know how much it's actually canceling. So
can you hear that dog barking over
No.
here on my end?
No.
Oh, thank God.
I cannot.
Oh man, I was gonna say otherwise, y'all. I'll just take my phone and we'll just walk right over there, and y'all can yell at the neighbor. I'll just knock on the door and let y'all yell at the neighbor.
Can't hear it. So good. It's doing its job of canceling.
Yeah.
If
by
exactly.
chance if by chance
Exactly.
you happen to hear it, we'll go pick up a case. We'll go over and knock on the door and let you guys yell at him, tell him how rude it is.
That's
This
so
dog
funny.
barks 24/7, 365. Oh
That
my
would
God.
drive me bananas.
So about 11 o'clock every night, I stand on my front porch and I yell, "Shut your dog up!" And then they bring the dog inside every fucking night.
Basically, what they
months.
do is keep the dog outside 24/7. That's what they do.
The dog has a fucking dog door.
Oh, I mean, come on, dude. Like, I'm sorry, but I think it's animal abuse if you're leaving your dog out like basically 24/7. Like, that's not
No, the
dogs
dog has
aren't.
a dog door. The dog chooses to go out, and then the dog barks at everything, and they just ignore the dog.
Yeah, well, see, they can ignore it because it's their dog, but like the neighbors shouldn't have to deal with that. Like my daughter's dogs are trained. They're also service animals. So one's a German Shepherd and one's a Husky. So like they'll
That's different.
bark, but they don't just bark at everything and anything. They don't do that. Like they're not going to bark because like someone walked past or someone's talking. Like if I'm not getting up to look, they're not barking. Like it's that simple. Like
Oh,
if
Jesus.
I'm not moving, they're not going to bark unless someone's
Add
like
that to
knocking
the-
at the front door. Like
You add this little bark in, and I think it's like a Shih Tzu or something. I don't know. It kind of looks like Mason.
oh god, those barks are so obnoxious.
And it's very, and like Mason doesn't bark unless somebody's coming in the house. Like
Right.
he just does not bark. He's not a barker. Never been. Like if somebody's driving late, oh god, if he loves to chase the cars. Like if the car drives past, he'll
So cute.
run the fence line but he doesn't bark. He just play, he's quiet. He hangs out. So there's that one, and then there's 3 chocolate labs and a Great Dane. So then though the little dog gets the big dog's barking, and then it just turns into a fucking shit show. Mason
I
ends
know
up
what that's
running-
like. I know what that's like because Aurora, she's the Husky, will start barking, and then Maui will start barking because Aurora's barking. And I'm like, all right, enough. But usually, like you said, it's when someone comes to like the door or knocks on the door. It's not like because they hear noise outside. So that's what drives me nuts about like the defense here trying to say that like, why wouldn't Chloe bark if somebody's on your lawn and there's lights? Like, my
Because
dogs
her
aren't doing
people-
it either.
Right, because her people are with her and she feels no like Bree, some of them were drinking Michelob Ultra.
Yeah.
There were a couple people that said they were drinking a couple of them had White
Michelob's
Claws,
good.
a couple of them had Michelob Ultras, some were drinking Bud Lights.
The seltzer is really popular in Mass.
White
like
Claw.
the seltzer drinks, White Claw, Truly, like all those. They're like super popular for some reason. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. I don't like seltzer. So the
Zima
only sort of
used to be-
seltzer drink I will drink is the Sunny Delight ones. Those are the only ones I can stomach or stand in any way, shape, or form. I just don't like seltzer water, so the other ones just don't. I don't like them. They're gross. But I could do the Sunny D ones. Those ones are actually good, believe it or not. And I don't like orange juice, but somebody was like, try it anyway. Try it anyway. Like, it doesn't taste like
Sunny
orange juice.
Delight
It
is
tastes
not
like
orange juice.
drink.
Honey,
Right.
Sunny Delight is not orange juice. Sunny Delight is.
So, but I always thought it was, which is why I wouldn't drink it because I don't like OJ. So then finally, I think it was last year, maybe before we went on the Saco trip to Maine and to float down the river for those couple days. They were like, just try it. It's not an orange juice. It's an orange drink. And I was like,
orange flavor.
Right. Okay, I'll try it. And I tried it. And I was like, oh shit, you're right. Like, it's not OJ. It's actually an orange drink, not orange juice. Like, okay,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
it's fake OJ. It's
Mhm.
water and sugar and.
Well, my whole life, I thought it was OJ. So
Oh,
I just
no.
never, because I don't like OJ. So I was like, why would I drink that? I don't like OJ. It's gross. Like, I think it's the pulp for me. I can't deal with the little, I can't do it.
God, that's the only way I like my orange juices with full pulp.
I'm not a texture person either. Like, textures don't usually bother me. So I really don't know why the pulp bothers me so much. Like, I just can't do it. I just can't freaking do it. Like, I have no idea why, but I just can't do it. Also, you guys,
I got 10 of them done.
Oh, nice.
So there's a
while
whole
we're sort of sitting stagnant for a second here, as you guys know, I stopped streaming for about 4 months between the end of November and just, not about a couple weeks ago. So I'm starting to rebuild my channel basically from what Aiden tried to destroy with his defamatory nonsense. And because I changed my opinion. So people didn't like that I changed my opinion from the fact that I thought she was innocent to the fact that I thought that she was guilty. And they didn't like that I found out a bunch of evidence and changed my opinion. They just assumed that because I don't like Aiden, that I just magically just like him. Like, oh, I don't like him, so she's guilty. Like, nope. I use my brain and common sense. And that's absolutely 100% not why. It's why because the evidence and about how many things he lied about, I was able to go back and go, wait a second, that's not true. Wait a second, that's not true. So then I had to go back over everything again. And I'm like, oh, crap. And during that time that I had pneumonia, which was like 6 weeks, I got a crap ton of like new evidence. So I went over everything again and again and again. And I was like, wait, like she's actually like, in my opinion, guilty. So I changed my opinion. And the cult doesn't like that. You can't do that. You're not allowed to use your brain and change opinions. It's not okay. So, those people came at me sideways, and that's fine because I don't really want viewers that don't want that would come here, A, to troll, or B, that come here to scream from the rooftops that I'm a bad person because I like changed my mind. Like, I don't want viewers like that. I want people to have civil debates because that's how we figure shit out in the real life. Like, I don't expect everybody who watches me is going to agree with everything I say or anything I say, but let's have a debate about it. Let's have a civil talk about it and like figure out where we can find some common ground, right? Like, let's do that. Like, so, I mean, I don't kick anybody out of here unless you're here to troll or you're sending personal attacks to me or someone else in my chat. Like, that's how you get yourself booted. But if you come here to just troll, like, you're going to waste typing because in about 10 seconds flat, your comment's going to be gone and you're going to be blocked. So I don't know why people waste their time, honestly. But, when you deal with the cult, that's kind of what you get. So, so I'm sort of rebuilding a little. I don't want people who watch me to be people who are in an echo chamber. I want them to go ask questions in real life and figure things out for their own and check information and not just take what someone says to them and take it with everything. Like, go check or validate or wait until it can be validated for you to make your opinion. Don't make your opinion based upon someone telling you something and just take it as that, because never know with people like that we were dealing with then, like 99.9% of the crap that comes out of his mouth is lies. So it's like, I want you to go explore and figure stuff out and make your own opinion. Like, I encourage it. Like, I absolutely encourage it. But I am still trying to rebuild. So the ticker at the bottom is this information here. My channel runs solely on donations from you guys, and I'm not even covering costs right now. So there are costs to run and stream, and it's not cheap. So, you know, obviously it's never, you know, you never have to do it, of course. But it's more than appreciated to help keep the channel running, cover the costs. And in my opinion, every creator should be paid for their time too. They don't just get on here and press the live button and then do no other work on the things that they, you know, are investigating or talking about. Like,
Yes, they do. Oh, there's a whole ton of them. You're preaching to the wrong crowd, sister. We all come from the other side of the other side of town, and we have a shit ton of people that just click go live and rattle on and don't do any fucking research.
Well, I
Yes,
mean,
yes,
like,
they do.
if you're doing like most, I'm not saying nobody does it, but what I'm saying is, like, there are people who have channels, and it's not easy work is what I'm saying. It's not easy work if you're actually doing it, right? Like, you have to, like, go through information. You got to pull FOIAs. You got to pay for those Freedom of Information Acts and all the papers they give you. You got to go and get them.
Oh,
You gotta
hell
go to
no, not on our
courthouses.
side of the streets. People just send that shit around freely. Hey, this creator got this and I got my hands on it. And oh yeah, you wouldn't believe the way this shit works. Creators over on our side of the street, they don't have to fucking do any research on anything. All they do is their audience sends them stuff, and then they go live, and then they drop a link, and then they let everybody up on panel, and everybody just sits around and spews. Why do you think the Sebastian Rogers case is an absolute shit show right now? The biological father just is being like crazy and going everywhere and talking all this stuff that shouldn't even be talked about. And then B, you've got creators that, I mean, hell, they've platformed. We got a couple that have platformed a fake dog handler who they've gone through and busted and found that the dogs were on Chewy and
Come
I mean,
on.
you would not believe the bullshit. And it's just bullshit after bullshit after bullshit.
I'm not
And
saying
it-
people don't do it, but it just surprises
yeah.
me that so many would, because that's not how I operate, you know. And I know personally a ton of creators that do a ton of work behind the scenes. And don't get it twisted, I'm not the only one. Like, for my channel, I'm not the only one that helps me do research. I have other people that I call that help me, right? Like, they help me figure stuff out. Like, I don't just take something that a creator sends me and go, oh, this is gospel. No, I then have to go double, and I'll even try to triple verify that information. I don't want to put anything out that isn't right? Like, I don't want to do that. So I don't just run on internet rumors. Like, I want to check this information any way I can, and even double or triple if I can. So, like, I mean, I know there probably is, like you said, a ton of creators that just press the button, I guess, but
Yeah, look at
that's
Lori.
not how I operate.
Lori's supporting what I'm saying, like, all done by watching other channels. They claim that are their research. And let me
Yeah.
tell you, the stuff goes from Reddit to Facebook and Facebook to YouTube. And that is how
I
it
mean-
rolls. And it's just, I mean, hell, one of the bigger name creators brought in an underwater diver who was actually RSO.
What?
Yep, to search for this missing little boy, and an RSO, a convicted RSO.
I can't. I don't, like, what in the fuck is wrong with you? We don't do research on any of the, like, okay.
Nope,
All right,
nope, ma'am. No, we don't.
Now,
we
I
don't
don't mean research either, like internet rumors on people, because you can't believe everything you can hear from people because it's been played telephone, spewed from one idiot to the next. I mean actual real life research, like, and like,
Well,
it kind
here's
of blows
the problem.
my mind.
Here's
that they
the
don't do
problem
that.
with that, Elise. The problem is that the guy was using a different spelling of his last name. And so, I mean, it wasn't until somebody else.
Well, that's probably not the creator then.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said that's probably not the creator's fault then, if they probably did look into it and
Actually, it
who
still
did
would have
that.
been, because it didn't take much research to find it all out. And in the end,
all
it's
right.
still an RSO searching for a missing little boy. You're not allowed to be around
Absolutely.
children. What the fuck are
No.
you doing?
Yeah, no, absolutely
You're
not.
allowed
And
to
he
be
should have
around
known better
children.
too. Like, common sense. You
And
can't
this
go looking
goddamn
for a
YouTube
kid.
audience, this fucking YouTube audience out here, Elise, they fucking funded him. People were throwing money at him hand over fist.
I just want to know, right? I just want to know why people throw money at people like that, but they don't support the smaller creators actually doing the work. Like make it math to me, dude. Make it
There's no
freaking math.
baby. There's no math. It don't add up.
Like
Don't
the
add
math
up.
ain't math in there. Like, okay, for instance, this is a 5 like subject notebook, right? Hi, Kodo. Hi, Kara. I love your face. Okay, this is a 5 subject notebook. Okay,
And?
the amount, and I have like probably 5 of these in the house. The amount of like research, copious notes of just everything and anything I'm going through, like, is kind of ridiculous at this point. Like, my kid also plays tic-tac-toe in between when she finds an empty page. But like, did people not do this? I don't understand. Like, do they not
No, baby.
do this? Like, is this a thing that they
There's
don't
very few.
do? Like, I don't. How do you?
I do digital notes when I do all of that stuff. I have it all into.
Yeah, I
build
prefer
my
them
own
by
notes.
hand just because I prefer it that way. But
Right.
I know people do them like
I build my
typed up or
own
whatever.
I build my own database using OneNote or OneDrive, and I build an entire database with timelines, law enforcement, mainstream media, all of that.
Yeah.
But no.
Somebody
not,
tried to call me one of those one day, a tragedy pimp, and I was like, "You don't even know what the word means if you're trying to call me that. I promise you." Like, you don't even know what the word means if you call me that. But you're right, and you're also right. Like with the siphoning, like, come on, dude, you can do better. Like, I fully believe that. Not that Wilson hugely,
Oh, fuck
Einstein,
him.
but I fully believe he knows that he's just not making no damn sense. But he's getting the views and the money from it. Like, for instance, like when people try to run their mouths and say something like, "Oh, you're just a grifter." Listen, if I was a grifter, right, I could have just kept screaming free Karen Reed, and the money and the people would have kept rolling in. No. Right. So if I had done that, I could have just kept going. You know what I mean? Like, that would be grifting. And when I realized I was probably wrong.
And on top of that, Elise, you could have easily still believed that she was guilty, but still sat out here for the financial reward by saying, nope, free Karen Reed. She's innocent.
That's my point. Yeah.
She's guilty.
And I didn't. And I'm struggling myself right now. Like, trying to just see. I'm not even covering costs on this. Like,
Honey,
so
there's a lot of creators that aren't even covering costs.
Right.
You're not the only one. I mean, it's a platform wide. I mean, that's why it's supposed to be a hobby. That's why when your numbers go down and you lose subscribers, you can't just go to the fucking unemployment office.
Right.
It's not be dependent on for income unless you're somebody like PewDiePie or
well, I
Mr.
mean,
Beast
so
or
for
Dave
instance, like,
Ramsey.
you don't need to have millions of people to make it an income stream. I mean, for me, I have to get my daughter on and off the bus. I have one with very significant health issues, and me myself, I have very significant health issues that I didn't have pre-COVID, that I'm going through now. Things, my heart, things. I have fibromyalgia, and then psoriasis that's popped up pretty much all over my body since COVID. I have inflammation of different organs. So it's like, I got a lot going on, right? Like, I've had a bad liver since the day I was born. So there's that. Like, and so I got a lot of health issues I'm trying to work through, with my doctors and everything. And so YouTube and doing this sort of fit into my, like, being a mom schedule, not having transportation at the moment, which is so difficult. And being able to get my kids on and off the bus, dealing with all the medical for my daughter, dealing all the medical for me, and sort of also at the same time, liking what I did, right? Liking that, like, doing the missing persons cases, especially the one I did about Miguel, my friend who's been missing since 2006, like, hoping that it'll bring up a lead, to solve this case and find him. Like, for me, that was worth it. Like, the message I got from Craig Casey's brother after I did the Craig Casey story, like, there's no better reward than getting something like that. And then I knew I was doing something right. But I enjoyed what I did. And yes, it's an income stream and was an income stream. What's not right now, but it was an income stream for me, but it was putting food on my table. I wasn't taking the money and, like, going to sleazy hotels, cheating on my wife. Like it's putting food in the fridge and getting us around. And so it's like, it disheartens me to see people sort of throw money at people who are just bad freaking people, like all around. Like it's crazy talk. Like it doesn't make sense.
Well,
The
and
math
then the
doesn't
other
math
thing-
to me.
The other thing that ends up happening is if you're a monetized creator and you start fighting with somebody, the first thing they do is start striking.
Copyright strike, yeah.
Fault striking, doing all of that bullshit, and then that gets your channel under review, and then the next thing you know, you've lost your monetization. So again,
Right.
I don't ever depend on YouTube money. Like I there was a point in my life, and there was a point just even a few months ago when I had to move and I went through my own set of hardships, and like I really should have put more time into my channel, but I couldn't, and I didn't want to.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I
there
hear
have
you.
been
Everybody's
times when
different.
there have been times when YouTube has fully supported me, like because of YouTube, I was able to get my couch a year and a half
Right.
ago. My house, as a matter of fact, it's funny. A year and a half ago, my house flooded, and they I was 9 months away from paying my house off. I had been 10 years. I was like 9 years into a 10-year contract when everything flooded. The houses, they just put it up for rent again. So they essentially got it paid off once, and then anyway.
Yeah.
So, and in the process of that, I lost everything. I lost almost all my paper. I mean, I lost.
I've been through that. I've had a fire, so I know exactly what you mean.
Yep. You just, I come
Not
home
easy.
from house sitting, and it was 50 below, and my water line let go. And
Blew,
I had 8 inches of water in the basement.
Oh my God. I mean, that happened to my mother, but I'll never forget the look on the cop's face when I asked him if anything was salvageable.
Oh, yeah.
He looked at me.
Yeah. They just
Oh
are
my God.
like,
He looked at me and he was just like, shook his head no, and was like, I'm sorry, no. Like, and my poor kid at the time, my little, she was, I want to say maybe 2, and she was crying about her cup being gone, just her sippy cup. Like, that's all she, you know.
well, that's
It's heartbreaking though. Like,
in a kid's world is a sippy cup.
right. And so that's all she wanted was her, and I had to, like, she didn't understand why her sippy, you know what I mean, was gone. So it's like, oh, it was during the pandemic, so that was fun. Just thinking back on it and just like, ugh, like I lost everything, like every single, and I'm still like, years later, you're still trying to figure it out. Like, for instance, my kids, the kids all come first. So like, if I got to get clothes, the kids come first. So, I'm on the bare minimum here. Like, it is what it is. My kids come first, but it's hard to watch people go through some of this like stuff, and then have some of these awful, terrible, like I'm sorry, but if you're wielding your followers as a mob to harass other people, like, in order to do something like that, you can't be okay up here. Like, you just can't. Like, I would never want any of my followers to go harass anyone. I don't care if I don't like them or they're I don't want them to harass anyone. Like, if you're a really bad person, like some people that we know, karma will bite them eventually on their own. I don't need to help them along with that.
Kodo,
my normal content is true crime. My normal content is true crime, missing persons cases, cases of public interest. I like colder cases as well, because for me, I like to bring out or try to bring out any leads on a case that could sort of solve it. Like, someone watching might remember something, or someone watching might reach out to someone else who knew that person and maybe remember something. Or maybe after all this time, I bring it to the memory of someone watching and they go, now I'm ready to talk. And maybe they're afraid to talk to the police, so they may write me an email, like something. I hope, that's what I hope, is that it either brings the story to light and helps anyway try to solve it or move it along, or that I can tell the story of who this person was. Not that they were a drug addict, or that they were a stripper or an escort or any of those things, but who they were as a person inside. and do it justice. Especially cases that not a lot of people talk about. I like those too, because some family members get no coverage on these cases. And maybe if there was, there could be, you know, a lead if there was some coverage on it. So I tend to drift that way as well. So it's like my stuff is just normal, you know, true crime in every way that you can slice true crime. But I started the channel to help, not hurt, right? Like I wanted it to be a way to tell these people's stories and do them justice, and at the same time sort of try to bring to light any discrepancies that could help the case that someone else might be able to figure out, or someone remember something and then finally come forward.
I'm stepping out of my comfort zone today, y'all. I joined a hiking club, and we have our first meeting today.
I love hiking. I love it.
This afternoon, I will be going the hill that I didn't get to hike on the day one event because I was so sick in January. I get to hike the T Hill today with the group. So I'm kind of excited.
I love that. I'm a hiker. I love hiking. I like outdoor stuff. Like for me, like the outdoorsy stuff is like the stuff that I love to do. Camping, hiking, kayaking. Like I love that kind of stuff.
Yep. I am an outdoors girl.
Me too.
I'm really excited because it's called the 3 Peak Challenge. There's three hills here in town. They'll never keep up with me. Thank you, Glory. There's 3 hills in town, and I've hiked 2 of the 3. So I've hiked this T Hill before on my own. So I'm doing it now with a group. And
I love that.
I've done Round Top. Spirit Mountain is the next one. And that one's a fucking total bitch. So I probably
I bet
until after the 5K. I've got a 5K. Like I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do it. I can't do the half marathon. My hip won't allow it. But I do the 5K, and I've got a pretty good time right now for a 5K. I've been doing a 5K once a week for about 4 weeks now. So I'm pretty
you
excited.
go ahead, girl. Damn.
Hey,
you go right ahead.
Girl, in my town, there's $250 every 2 weeks if you walk 7 miles a week. There's a drawing for $250, plus we all got free t-shirts.
Yeah,
So,
bro, that's awesome.
My fat ass is out there moving and shaking.
Listen, anything I love just like doing like stuff like that. Like that's where I'm in my wheelhouse. Like just enjoying life and nature. Like we do a lot of camping and hiking, and we've done geocaching too, which is really fun. Like, you know, have you tried geocaching before?
I haven't. My cousin and her kids do it. That's not my cup of tea. I'm not out.
Well, I do it while I'm hiking. So it's like I'll do the hiking trails, and then while you're hiking, I'll find geocaches that are along the hike and find them.
Yeah. I'm sure that because these trails are this is all Parks Department trails right here in our town, and people travel from all over to come hike this shit.
Oh, that's awesome.
I live where people you wouldn't believe the tourists that are already here. They're already going through Yellowstone. They're already eating up. Oh yeah. Cause I'm only like 50 some miles from Yellowstone.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. It's on my bucket list. Yellowstone's on my bucket list.
Come on.
I got a lot of things. I almost in my younger years, was going to do the Appalachian. But that is a undertaking.
Yeah.
It goes all the way up the East Coast, you know what I mean? But like it's an undertaking, and like you got to pack correctly and be able to hold so much weight, and you know, I'm more of like a glamper, not like full glamper, but I like my air mattress, you know what I mean? Like
I know, isn't it beautiful, Glory? Like that's oh God, I just did this backwards. I just put glue on the wrong side of a feather.
Yeah, I want no part of Krama, but you know, sometimes there's no way to avoid it. like you just said, it kind of falls on your doorstep. But like, no, my goal is not to argue or fight with anyone. I could care less what the next one or this next one does. Like, I actually like sort of collaborating with other creators. Like, again, I'm a people person. I like people. Like, I just happen to like people. So like, you're right though. Sometimes like people just go a little crazy and I don't understand it at all. Like, can't you just cover cases without drama? Like, someone's going to have a different opinion no matter what. Who cares? As long as they're not coming at me sideways, I don't care. Like, they're going to think what they think and I'm going to think what I think. And all I can do is give the opinion of what I think. The problem is that people just tend to sort of just like, you know, take their cat claws out and just slash other people for no reason really whatsoever.
Oh, Glory, thank you. I love my new life too.
She said I leave it to clip channels. I love it. I freaking love it. I totally will. I will totally leave it to you. Not my jam. Definitely not my jam. That's for sure. I'm not one of those people that likes to hurt others for no reason whatsoever. It doesn't seem like it's a fun thing to do. Like,
Y'all, I also got a summer job. I got a
ooh,
summer
girl.
job scorekeeping softball.
OMG. I had to learn how to scorekeep
fucking
softball.
I love, like, I've done scorekeeping for since I quit playing about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And because I played softball since I was 4. I fucking love softball. That's why when you were, that's why when the softball thing came up, I was like,
yeah,
oh, this isn't scamming. I know exactly what this is. You've done this to get our teams to championships before. 'Cause we had some Billings that went to championship.
Well, they do worlds in Florida or Texas, softball World Series.
Ours were to
So it
Texas.
happens. Yeah, it happens in both, but obviously you're going to go to the place that's closer to where you are most of the time. I mean, we did talk about maybe doing Texas one year, but this is my softball sweatshirt, and it's the sponsor of our team, but it says right there on the bottom, softball, and then it has my, you know, I just have, you know, my hubby's last name. It just says Mrs., right? So, and then his number. So, but we do co-ed leagues, right? He does the regular men's leagues and then travel. And he's been playing since forever, for as long as I know. And I had to sort of learn how to do the book. Not that I'm great at it, but I had to learn how to do the book because most of the guys, if they have just enough to be on the field, like somebody's missing it for whatever reason, or they have a couple guys out for whatever reason, like someone's got to keep score, right? So the wives, when they're not playing co-ed or something, like we usually take over the book, and really my friend Kelly is way better at it than me, so she does it 99.999% of the time. I've only done it a few times, but I had to sort of learn watching my husband do it how to keep score for softball.
I got a photo update, y'all. Well, he's not been traveling, so I don't need to go out to the farm and stay and take care of horses. But you remember a year ago yesterday, we had a foal born. We had our first of 2 babies. We had 2 babies born last summer. Bonnie was born a year ago yesterday, and you want to see her now?
Yes, I do.
So, okay. So here was Bonnie when she was born with her mama. That was the day she was born. And here's Bonnie with her mama now.
Oh, wow.
There's Bonnie and May. And May
How
is
big they
pregnant.
get. Jesus.
May is pregnant and May is having another baby.
Oh.
So I don't have my Thomas pictures yet because I haven't been out there in a while. But so there was Foxy there's Bonnie when she was a baby.
So little.
So
and then look how big now. Yeah.
And then look at him now, and you can see big old
Almost just
pregnant
as
mama.
big as mom. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I love it. My
So,
oldest
there's my-
is riding horses as something very therapeutic for her with all of her medical and stuff. So she's been doing like riding lessons on the weekends and riding horses, and she really loves it. So
What a difference a year makes, huh?
oh, dude, yeah, look at the size. Like my husband's mother's boyfriend has horses out back of like his house that he has like a stable that he like rents, I guess, to other people, and they do like a co-op or something like that. And so when we go there, we take the kids out back to sort of look at the horses. And I think they have also like goats and guinea hens and a donkey they had at one point. I don't know if they still have it, but they did have one. And chickens, goats.
Who's the daddy this time? Foxy or May? Foxy's the hooker that gets out and gets knocked up by the stallions in the side pasture.
Hilarious.
May was AI'd with more gray done, so we'll have another. It's going to be another gray done. She's going to look like a zebra, just like Bonnie
I love
did.
that.
Yep. We do AI with May, and we have her artificially inseminated.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. Yeah, a lot of people do that.
We're able to pick the semen
awesome.
from you're able to pick it so they get the best genetics. And May is a gray dun as well. And so we choose, it seems to go really well with May's DNA. We'll choose a zebra dun pattern, a zebra dun breed, and then so I don't know, and we don't know what Foxy's going to throw again this year. It'll probably be like Thomas was, and probably a paint. We don't know which one of the stallions got Foxy again. Such a hooker.
Goddamn hooker.
I mean, like, and she's so bad at it. Like, we keep telling her to keep that birth control pill between her knees, but oh hell no, she backs right up to the fence and winks her shit.
That's so funny.
Oh
What
God,
things
I hope I
horses
don't
will
have to-
do.
No, I hope I don't have to deliver a horse again. You have no idea how fucking stressful that was.
Oh, I'm
that
sure.
was too much.
Oh, I'm
That
sure.
was way too much on me. That was way too fucking
It
much
would be
on
a
me.
lot on anyone. Yeah, that sounds like it.
No, I
That's a lot
didn't
of
do
work.
well with it because because I knew how important these babies were to the owner. I
Right.
knew exactly how important they were. And so I was starting to stress the horses because I was
Oh.
getting stressed. So
I'd be stressed too. That's a stressful job right there, man. Like that would stress me out for sure. Like making sure the baby's okay and everything goes smoothly.
well, and then Thomas got himself hung up. He was only like 6 hours. I think he was a day old, and he got himself hung up in the corral panel.
Birth canal?
No. He was already up and going. And then he was inside the barn, and there's a panel gate. And we thought we had it bolted, like fastened to the wall so he couldn't get in there. And he was able to get in between the edge of it. And then he got a leg over and he rubbed himself raw, and he had been standing in there for like 6 hours. And was, oh God, it was a fucking nightmare.
They're crafty though, right? Like crafty. Figure it out.
But they just absolutely loved me. That was the part that if I went out into the field, they would be right there and biting and nipping and rubbing. And I just love my horses. I just love my horses.
They're very therapeutic. They are. They really, really are. They're beautiful animals. Like they're majestic. Like I don't know how you couldn't, like, if there was someone who said like, I don't like horses, I think I wouldn't trust you. Like,
thank you.
I don't know
Tori.
if I would trust you.
Well, and that's the thing. If I'm such a bad person, then how is it that I can walk out into a field with 8 fucking horses and have them all around me, and they're not spooking, they're not jumping, they're not biting, they're coming in for loves, they're coming in for pets, they're coming in for affection, all of that. They're coming to play because the lady come out into the field with them.
Well, newsflash, it's because you're not a bad person. There's
That's
that.
my thing. That's the thing. But if you listen to the talk on YouTube, I'm this horrible, vile person.
Oh, me too. What do you mean?
So awful.
I'm terrible. I find it funny, right? And I talked about this with a friend of mine on the phone yesterday. I find it funny that some of the literal best people I have ever met and ever known and made friendships out of this with have been called the most vile, vicious. I mean, that's complete opposite of who they actually are.
Don't get it twisted. I can be a fucking cunt.
So can I. Don't mess with my family or the people that I care about, and you'll be fine.
don't cross me on a day that I don't want to be crossed. And I probably won't spat back at you. But
right. But it's like some of the best people I've literally ever met have been, their name has been dragged through the mud just simply because they don't agree with someone else, or simply because,
oh no, I'm
you
just
know,
a bitch.
there was some internet rumor that went like wild, like wildfire. And then this person said it, so this person believes it. And this person believes it, so they said it to the next person. And it just goes on and on like telephone. Yes, we can all. That's my point. We literally all can. Every person on the planet Earth can be a dick or a bitch or a cunt. If you cross me that way, sure. Absolutely. I'll be your damn worst nightmare.
Don't poke
like
me.
Don't poke the fucking bear, man. Especially the mama bear. Because if you come in for my kids or the people that I care about and that I love, you better run for the hills.
That's their primary objective. When they can't get you because they pick on your looks or whatever,
of course,
then they go after your kids or your parenting. Problem is
they pull my looks all the time. All the time. Like,
Listen,
really, because I've never had a problem getting a man a day in my life.
I can't help it that other people that wear dentures don't have the confidence that I do, that are able to not have their teeth in. Like, I lost 2/3 of my upper right jawbone. There's a lot of times I don't wear my teeth. My teeth are for cosmetic purposes only, and that's the end of it.
So what? Listen, I have broken and missing teeth on both sides from having my face punched in from my abuser. It costs thousands of dollars to have them replaced that I don't have. So sorry if you don't like that. I don't care. My teeth don't make me who I am, right? Like,
girl, I went in for a root canal and ended up almost dying.
Oh God, dude, that's just
I went in for a root canal and ended up getting a bone infection called osteomyelitis.
Oh, I've heard of this one. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Ended up like that's what the scars are on the outside of my face. When you'll see the big white spots. That's from like all of that was all open. I mean, it was bad.
Well, I mean, the thing about people picking on other people for stuff like that is you have no idea what their story is. So now we make fun of abuse victims because they got their face punched in. Like, I'm confused here. Like, or now we make fun of people who literally almost lost like pretty much their whole jaw because they just went in for, you know what I'm saying? Like, what you think people want missing teeth? I'm just wondering. Like, guys think it's like fun to have them. Like, we're just like, oh, cool, let's get some of those. Like, what? Like,
right. Like I wanted to go in. I was doing the right thing. I was trying to save my teeth and everything.
Oh, I don't, because what they don't seem to realize is I don't, like, you can talk about my looks all you want. Like, I've never had a problem getting a man a day in my life. I've been with my husband 10 years. Like, you can say whatever you want, dude. Like, you could say it, do it, whatever. I was a dancer for 10 years too. So clearly I'm comfortable with my body. Like, so you can say whatever the hell you want. Like, my grades are coming in something awful right now, and I'm only 37. So, like, thank you, Mom, for your genes. But they don't have that kind of power over me. I don't allow them to.
I've never had that much confidence. I need to get some hail insurance on my thighs. My thighs look like I might have some hail damage going on. But so I've never been never been that comfortable in my.
Took me a minute.
I wouldn't be able to do that. And, you know, the minute that the bra comes off, like, I have furniture disease. My chest falls into my drawers. So it's like, it's not good. The minute that bra comes off, fuck that.
Oh, man.
Hey, high price money for these bras, yo. They do like all the heavy lifting in my life.
She said all the heavy lifting. I don't have boobs. So that's like the one thing I don't have a problem. I don't have any boobs. I literally have like just as much, like just a handful. I don't know. I have ass for days, hips and butt for days, but no boobs. I was not blessed in that department. I have, no tit at all.
Well, as somebody who was blessed about 5 times over, they're not all that they're cracked up to be.
Yeah, I've heard that too. People have back problems and pain and
they're just not.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'd be fine if I could at least like wear a shirt like this and there would be like a little bit of cleavage. Like, I feel like it would be okay because I can't even wear like certain shirts and stuff because I don't have.
Honey, if I put a shirt like that on, I would be busting out the top of it.
Well, I don't want to bust out the top, but I also don't want it to be like. I mean, there's not like. I mean, there's. It's just.
I can't tell you the last time I wore a button-up shirt. I might have been 12.
bust them buttons.
Yes, exactly it, bitch. There ain't no button in that. No,
Yeah, free the tatas, exactly. But I mean, I'd be okay if it was just like a medium, like a good medium ground. I don't even have like the medium ground. Like when they measure me, like at Victoria's Secret or anywhere else, they measure me at a C and I laugh at them because I'm like, bro, I literally have a handful, a woman's handful. That's like an A, okay? Maybe a B if you're stretching.
it's D for Dixie Cup.
Right? Like, where are you guys getting C from? Like, they measure me, I think it's 36C. Like, no, it's not. Like, pad wise, maybe. Like, maybe it's C with the pad. Like, because I can't wear any other bras but like push up padded bras because then I'm just even more flat. Like,
oh my God, I wish. I wish. You're killing me. You are killing me.
I'm
so
sorry.
wish.
I mean, I don't complain about my butt.
We have a conga ride that they do that's called the Peaks to Prairie, and it's to save the tatas.
Oh my God, awesome.
And they do from Grable to Shell, which is like a 16-mile ride. And everybody, like all the women, like paint their boobs and shit, and they ride their little bikes. And it looks like a whole little woman caravan it's kind of a cool thing. It's coming up in June. We may go check that out.
I can't.
I've always wanted to.
I mean, I've done
oh my God,
motorcycle runs. I've done a couple motorcycle runs for like I actually got this ring at one for Children's Hospital because my daughter basically lives there her entire life. But they take very good care of her with all the times that she's had to be at that hospital with her disease. But I can't give them enough praise because if it was not for Children's Hospital in Boston, I don't know where my kid would be today without them. Like they have done amazing things, not just for my daughter, but for many other kids. So I did that motorcycle run. I think it was in Randolph, I want to say, or Brockton. And then it went through, different towns and stuff. And we had a cop that would ride alongside. And then when we would get to lights, he'd go up ahead of the whole group of us and he would stop the whole traffic to allow us through without stopping, without breaking up the motorcycle run. So we had our own basically like detail, which was nice because other runs I've been on, there's no your own detail. And I was just saying to my friend today, standing at the bus stop, putting my daughter on the bus, I was like, wouldn't it be a beautiful day to get on a bike and ride? Like my helmet, it's pink and black and white, and my gloves are pink, white, and black with butterflies on them. And every time I'm riding, people will beep or they'll point it out to their children at me. So like constantly you're getting the beeping or the pointing. And it's because I'm a woman. It shouldn't be that like, oh, there's a woman riding. Like it's something you've never seen before. Like, but around these parts, that's the way it works. So, but I just enjoy the air, just the air, like just breezing right. Sometimes I'll pull up my visor just to sort of feel the air going in and out of my helmet. Like, because I won't wear like a bucket. I can't wear those bucket helmets. I want my whole full head protected. So I always wear a full face helmet. And even a riding jacket when it's like hot out, I do it at night mostly, but it's got the padding on the inside of the arms and stuff. So if you dump or someone hits you, which I will say I've never dumped a bike, but I've almost been hit like a billion times. And the same thing they say every time, I didn't see you. Well, that's because you weren't looking for a bike. You were looking for a car. Like you should be looking for anything, a child, a car, a bike, a bicycle. Like I didn't see you there. Well, you didn't look then because I've been here. Like, so I try to keep my distance from other cars. And when cars are riding my ass, I literally will take my hand back and dude, why would you be riding the ass of someone on a motorcycle? What world do you live in? Like that would be safe in any way, shape. I would like to not die today. Thank you. Like people don't pay attention. And I'm like, I would like to not die just because I like to ride. Like it's that simple. Like, but I do on my bucket list once again is to go out to the Dakotas and sort of experience Bike Week out there like that. We've done.
Oh my God, everybody should do that.
Everyone should. It's a great, like I've heard it's an amazing experience. It's something I definitely want to
I'm looking for the photo. I had some, I'm seeing if I can find it. I had something similar. In my 30s, I went to Sturgis.
Sturgis, right?
Yep. I rode down the main street topless
yeah.
on the back of a bike. And what they did was they painted, you could go have your chest painted.
Yep.
And so it was painted like dog ears. I'm looking for the photo.
I'm trying to see what week it is now. This year, 2024.
I think it's
Motorcycle rally.
It's beginning of
August. August 4th through 13th and August 2nd through
Yeah.
11th.
Yeah.
1st through 10th as well. So yeah.
So it's like the 1st through the 13th. It's like the first 13 days in August. They do it like so I don't live that far from Sturgis. I'm about maybe 6 hours from Sturgis, 7 hours. So what we do generally when we go, we trailer the bikes and we there's always a group that rides with us, but for the most part, most of the bikes are trailered and then we stay outside of Sturgis.
Right. Well, it would probably cost less to stay outside of Sturgis, yeah.
Well, we've got one of the guys in the group, his daughter lives over there.
Oh, that's
And
awesome. That
so
is like awesome.
We just set up, they live outside of town. And so there's 3 campers that get pulled. And I mean, it's a big event that we go for.
Dude, it says it's a 6 hour and 15-minute flight from me. Florida is about a 2.5 flight from me in Massachusetts. So yeah, that's quite a distance. But again, Sturgis, you want to bring your bike, right? So you're not getting on an airplane, you're driving.
Well, but you can also rent a bike out there too. That's
you could do that too. Yeah.
You can rent bikes once there's a
Yeah.
lot of people that fly in and then they rent
True.
a bike. Like I said, we trailer them and then there's a whole caravan because there's always guys that'll want to ride. They don't want their bikes trailered. And then generally my job is to pull a camper. I don't
love
get
it.
the option to ride on the back of the bike or anything else. I get stuck in a truck to pull a fucking
Camper duty.
Yep. And I'm always in the back of the pack because going up the hills and coming down them. Anyway,
Not as fast. Yeah. It's slow. But I mean, for me, like the one thing that is at the top of my bucket list is to get a Class A and travel. Just experience, just travel and experience things different cultures, different foods, just different places. I've thought about repurposing a bus. I've thought about it all. I'm like, when am I hitting the lottery so I can do this stuff? Anyone? Powerball? I said to my friend the other day, I was like, I guess you probably have to play to win, right?
Yeah.
You have to actually play to win. And I don't play, so I don't think I'm gonna win. But
right, that's kind of a waste.
I know. Yeah, I can't justify spending anything on anything like that. But I dream of winning the lottery one day and all the good things I could do with it, like Oprah. I bought you a house and you a house, and I bought this street. And I've thought about it to the extent of I would, and there's I don't know where you live if it's the same, but here in Massachusetts we have so many abandoned schools. Little schools.
You got to understand. Okay, so my entire state has 500,000 people in it. We don't even have 1 million people in my entire state.
Right.
We have 500,000 people in my entire state, and we are the size of Massachusetts, New York, New Hampshire, Connecticut, all of the Rhode Island, all of that put together.
Yeah.
We're huge out here.
So that's, yeah. So for me, I love that, Chris. I freaking love that. I don't have a Pinterest board, but it's all up here. But I've thought about, we've talked about, me and my husband, if we ever did hit the lottery, of buying all those old schoolhouses and repurposing them to apartments for low income people or even middle income people who are not, the problem is some people get to the level of where they're in the middle, right? You don't make enough to pay rent, but you quote unquote make too much to get any help with anything. And those are the people, the low income in the middle where you make too much, but it's not even enough to survive. Those are the people that need help. And So we would buy those schoolhouses, repurpose them as apartments. We would pay the taxes on it. We would pay the sewer and the water on it. And we would give these people these apartments, and all they would have to do is pay like $100 a month in rent. And then they would never have to worry about being able to afford a fucking place to live again. Like, it's a dream. Don't kill my dream.
Right. You are so right. That's the, I get an idea, I get a dream I get something in my mind, and immediately I start putting everything in place to make it happen.
Yeah. If I could, I would. I definitely would. If I could, I would. That's just something that like I've thought about for a really, really long time. I've also thought about like just buying a huge plot of land and like making my own like cul-de-sac and building houses on the cul-de-sac and giving a house to every single one of the people that I care about that are struggling and need it. And like we would all be able to live in the same area, and it would be our own little quote unquote village where if you need a babysitter, I'm home, right? Like, or if you need a babysitter and I need a babysitter, this person's home on this day, right? Like it's a village. Like you need to help each other. And like I just dream, I guess, of a world where
problem is
you
is that-
have a village.
Right. But the problem like that's a great dream to have. Problem with that is that free will comes into play, and just because you were cool with Jane yesterday doesn't mean you're going to be cool with Jane tomorrow, because Jane might have an attitude and get upset because maybe you helped Lisa a little too much today. You know what I mean? Or
I get it.
Maybe you gave Susie priority at a babysitting gig, and now Jane's mad because and that's where that village.
That's where free will comes in. Everybody, that's what I dream out is everyone. I give everyone their own house and probably a brand new car because they need that too, right? I give everyone a house and a car, and we all just figure out a way with their own free will to sort of help each other, right? Like, Oprah, Oprah.
Next thing you know, your Hawaiian estate is the only thing standing while the rest of the island is burned to the ground.
No, see, that shit pissed me off because if I was Oprah, I would have given that land back to the people who need it because I don't need it, right? I can't even use all the money that I've made in life. Why would I need it? I don't need it. So therefore, I'm giving it back to the people who do need it. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I know she doesn't have to, right? Like, she doesn't have to, and we shouldn't expect her to. But I'm just saying, if I was Oprah and that happened, that is what I would do. It's no loss to me. It's like wiping my ass with 50 cents. If you're Oprah, like, what do you really need it for? You don't. Right?
Man,
Like,
I broke a nail. Oh my
man, I'm
God. I
still
broke a
waiting
nail.
to pop off.
Look at
These
that.
ones won't come off.
So these are my own. These are mine.
These are my own.
I grow them. I broke that nail yesterday. I was planting flowers. Oh my God, it broke it all the way back into the quick. Look at that.
Yeah, it
so fucking
hurts.
bad.
It hurts. Like,
I can't do
I have
anything with
been-
that. It hurts so bad.
I've been
Oh
waiting
my
for
God.
these ones to sort of fall off so I can redo them. I have a kit here at home to do them myself. And I can't, these ones won't come off. All the other ones have came off, obviously, but the thumbs are the last remaining. And they were beautiful when they were first done. They were sparkly. But clearly, like, my nails grow very, very fast. As you can see, look at how much space is there. Like, my nails, this is like my regular nails, like just mine. Like, they grow very, very fast. So, like, I got to do fills often. But, like, one of them popped off. And I was like, you know what? F it. But they all need to come off before I'm going to redo it. So, because then I trim my nails down and then I redo them.
I think my nails have gotten to that natural point where they're starting, you know how your nails get to a certain point and then they start to break.
Yeah.
And that finger was longer than all the rest of my other nails. So
Yep.
I think it just got to that point where it was naturally going to break. And when it did, oh my God, I stuck my hand into the dirt and I immediately felt it pop back and I went, and I had to come right
Hurts
home. And
when it gets down that low.
Oh, God,
like,
look at it. Look
this
at it.
one did it. Not that I'm trying to give you guys
Yeah.
the finger. Yep, but this one did it, and it's down past the thing, and it fucking hurt, man. Like, it hurt. I mean, it's grown a teeny bit since then, but it's still like the skin is still before the nail, and like, yeah, that shit hurts.
Brianna Zebra, May, our mare, she's a gray dun filly, or she's a gray dun mare. So we breed her with a zebra dun, And so it results in a gray zebra dun. And so they end up with zebra stripes on their leg. And sometimes they get them on their ass too.
Yeah, that's I mean, so cool though that they look like that. Like my friend has a pig. She just got a pig a couple months ago. You guys are gonna love this, right? Do you want to know what the pig's name is? It's a mini pig. It's a little pig, a baby, like a little mini teacup. And the pig's name is Kevin Bacon. She named the pig.
Oh my God,
Kevin
that's
Bacon.
funny.
I love it. I love it. My daughter is like
funny.
obsessed with it. She lives in a different state, so like we haven't been able to like go see it, but like OMG, like OMG.
Ooh,
Wait,
I gotta show
what?
you. I got this done.
Oh my,
Wait,
no
what?
effing way, dude.
What?
So something happened that Jess, the actress Machado, went to the courthouse to get a restraining order on Grant.
Oh. Oh. Well,
With her
wow.
big display the other day. The display that she made outside the courthouse after she threw his chair across the thing and he had his back to her and she was screaming, "Dad, touch me," as his back is literally to her. And then she's
got it
putting
done.
her hands. Oh, that looks nice. She's putting her hands on him and he's saying, "Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me." She then ran to the courthouse and said, "I need a restraining order." He didn't put any hands on her like that. You can see like the video is there, dude. Like what? Like
Wow.
yeah, like exactly. I don't know how, obviously. Like I have no idea how. Like exactly my point. Like, but again, like if I was him, I would have no problem going in there and then like trying to revoke that back, because if she went in there and lied to get it, like that's a problem. So he's going to have to get it. It's going to be temporary, I'm assuming. Then they're going to give a hearing and he's going to be able to go. And yeah, I'm sorry, but like the whole like
how is that going to affect him in the courthouse then?
well, I mean, the same way as it affected Aiden, right? They still let him in the courthouse to do his job, whether the person who has a restraining order on him is there or not, they said. So they're going to have to give Grant the same thing. The same thing. They can't say no for one and yes for another. So they might want to tread lightly here. Like, if it's okay for him, then it's okay for Grant. Like, it's that simple. And I'm sorry, but like this whole theory, oh, I know he would put his, no, he would never put his hands on a woman, ever. Someone tried to punch him in the face once and he backed up. Like, bro, you're lying if you sit there and say you think he would, he would put his hand, like, no. And also there's a video where it shows her putting her hands on him and he has his back to her when she claims that he touched her. Like, stop it. That's ridiculous.
Can you hear my cricket running in the background?
Not really, no. I mean, I can hear it faintly, but not really, no.
Okay. If it gets too loud, because I can't make it be any quieter. It's on as quiet as it'll go.
It doesn't bother me.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think it would bother him. It's very faint.
I can mute.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
I'm
I'm not one of those people that are like picky about it. Like, I don't.
Well, it's not that.
very
It's
faint.
I worry about the people in the audience wearing earbuds.
I'm wearing earbuds.
Oh, okay.
It's very, very faint. Very, very
Okay.
faint. I can't barely.
I just
hear
know
it.
that it has these little beeps that it does as it's cutting the stuff, and I can't.
Yeah,
make
mine
it
does that.
Not
too.
do that.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's like barely there, and I'm wearing
Okay.
like pretty. These are Beats, so yeah. I actually love these. As a matter of fact, my husband got these for me for Christmas, and they are on a string. Obviously, they're not just ripped. But what happens is when I take them out, they magnet to each other in front of me, so they can't fall off my neck.
Nice.
Yeah, the little backs of the earbuds just automatically magnet to themselves down here, so that they just sit right here. I love it.
Not really the sound police, William. It's not that. It's that I worry about people with earbuds because I know, like, sometimes when I have my ears in, okay. And that's all I worry about is like some people don't like that hearing the little bit of the beep or like the as it kind of slides back and forth. And so I worry about that. Because like I know when I have my earbuds in and I can hear it, I just
Just
it
giving
drives
you the business. I love it.
Oh, thank you, William. Like I said, I just worry about people with earbuds in because I know like hearing little beeps and stuff. I even worry about my microwave beeping when I reheat my coffee. I always
Oh,
keep
stop.
the door closed. Well, God, sometimes some people don't like that. And you know, I
Yeah,
know that
well.
some people can be really sound sensitive and that can throw them into a migraine. So I try to
True.
be really listen.
My God, did I have a migraine last week, dude? It lasted almost 3 days. I've never had one that lasted more than like a day and a half, dude. I don't know what the hell brought it on, but it would not go away. No matter if I went to sleep, took Tylenol, it would not go away. I tried lavender, ice on the back of I tried freaking everything, dude. It was terrible.
When that happens to me, you know what I have to go to? I have to go to my old standby. I have to go to a Pepsi and a Snickers bar. And there's something in the combination of the two that it'll break it every time. But you have to drink the whole can of Pepsi and be able to
Somebody
eat the
else said cinnamon. Someone else said cinnamon, like a teaspoon of cinnamon.
Mm.
And I was like, okay. I mean, I'll try anything. Like, fuck it. Like, if it's not going away. So I mean, it didn't work, but it might work for them. It didn't work for me, but I mean, this just would not go. I literally had to go lock myself in my bedroom, draw the shades, and I put like, normally I can't do any noise, but I've found with my migraines, which come like few and far between, lately they've been a little more, but I think it's the medication I'm on. But like I put rain sounds on. I put them on to sleep because I get into a deeper sleep when I put them on and I don't sleep well. So I put that on and it sort of like was soothing enough to soothe me to sleep, even with the freaking thumping. And so it was able to at least let me sleep. But Jesus, like normally it's like blacked out room, put my blackout shades, close the thing. And like, I just have to have my husband. I've never had them for more than like a day and a half. And those are really, really rare. But my husband, you know, dealt with the kids and stuff. Thank God. Cause I don't know what I would have done if I didn't have him. Honestly, I have no idea. Like I was literally like, my head felt like someone was just taking a hammer and going boink, boink, boink. Like I actually do sleep with socks on. I don't know why. I've been doing it since I was a baby. It's probably keeping the heat in. I don't know. Yeah. I
did you know that
sleep with
in
them
order
on.
to Yep. Did you know that in order to actually fall asleep, your body temperature has to decrease by a degree?
I did
So
not know that,
keeping
no.
socks on actually helps you to regulate that because it helps. Yeah. But yes, if you don't sleep well, they'll tell you to put socks on. And then in order to get, to fall asleep, your body temperature has to decrease by a degree in order for you to fall asleep. So I always
Interesting. Because I've never not slept with my socks. I always sleep. I leave my bedroom window open because, like I said, it's really hot in here. But I've been sleeping with my socks since I was a baby, so I think it's just habit at this point of like making sure my piggies are warm. Like I just don't like. I don't like the feeling of like the blanket like on my feet or things touching my feet because I don't like feet in general. Like so. I just like they feel safer in my socks, I guess. I don't know. It's been a thing I've been doing since I was a kid, so probably my mother's fault. But because my kids don't. My
Pepper and
kids don't sleep
pickles at
with them.
Sonic. What is this? What is this nonsense? What is this?
I don't know, but I like Dr. Pepper and pickles, so I don't know.
I don't like I mean, I'll drink a Dr. Pepper, but I like Mr. Pibb. I've been a Mr. Pibb.
I mean, I like
drinker
that
for
too.
years.
I like that too.
I would rather
I like
have
the cherry Dr. Pepper. It's good.
Well, Mr. Pibb is spicy cherry.
I gave up soda like I want to say about 4 years ago. I just drink Propel. It's got no sugar and it's flavored water. I don't like regular non-flavored water. So like it's obviously better for me. It's better for hydration. And I gave up soda. So now the only time I drink soda is if I'm like out at a restaurant and you can't order a Propel. So I usually get like a light soda, like a Sprite. And once in a blue moon, I will get a Dr. Pepper or a cherry Pepsi once in a blue moon. But I don't.
Why don't you
I used
bring
to
your
drink
Propel?
only soda.
Why don't you just throw your Propel in your
I usually do. I usually throw one in my purse, but by the time I get to the restaurant, and we've done 5 other things, it's usually gone. So,
Well, no, I mean, the Propel is just a little bottle of it or the packets of it. So why don't you throw an extra one in your purse and then you
I
throw it
just
in
got the packets. Just got those. So those are going to be helpful because then I can just throw the extra bottle of water in there and just throw the packets in instead of trying to carry 2 heavier
Yeah.
waters.
I drink Plexus's pink drinks. I love it. Plexus, there's something in the pink drink that it helps with pain, it helps regulate sleep. I love the Plexus pink drink and I drink it a lot.
Anything that'll help pain, I will try because with the fibromyalgia, like some days I'm totally fine, right? And I don't have any pain. And some days it's like you never know when it's going to get a quote unquote flare. So like some days I wake up and it's pain every freaking where. And there's no rhyme or reason. The flare could last an hour, a day, a month, 6 weeks. Like I had one last 8 weeks one time. It was awful. 8 weeks of just chronic pain everywhere. I get it in my shoulders, in my neck, in my arms, in my legs, in my feet, in my knees, in my hips, like you name it. And it's there. And then I get the weird, not migraines, but weird headaches in like different spots. Like while I'm having, it's just weird. Like I get this weird icy feeling. Like if you put your hands sort of like in the middle of your back, like right where you'd be able to fit your hands, I get this weird, almost like icy sensation where only that part of my back is like, feels like on the inside is like cold. It's weird. And they say it could be like nerves or whatever, but I've tried all the medications for like nerves and stuff. Like, so, I mean, it doesn't really do much. The only thing that helps once in a blue moon is like, I have muscle relaxers that they prescribe me that like, I never even had to get a refill on. Cause that's how like rarely I have to take it or that I do take it, but
cannabis
they help
legal?
once in a while with being able to follow sleep. CBD, I had CBD patches for quite some time and those helped. I just can't afford them anymore. They're like $100 for like, or like $75 for like a month supply or something like that.
Well, that's what I was
28 days
asking.
supply.
Are you,
Yeah.
is cannabis or CBD legal in your state?
Yeah. Yep.
See, cannabis isn't legal in my state, but CBD is.
Both of them are legal here. You can go to the dispensary. I don't smoke weed, but you can go to the dispensary and buy it yourself. Yeah.
So I use CBD based products.
I'd use CBD anyway, just because I don't like the sensation of like the marijuana itself. Like that's not a thing for me. But the CBD patches, you can wear them in 3 different places on you. It's like your arm, your shoulder, and maybe your wrist. I can't remember, but I haven't had them in a while. But every 24 hours, you move it to a different spot. Ooh, that came out nice. Yes.
So they're on
See
like
those?
a butter. They're on a butter yellow with like a very light mauve pink.
I love it.
And then
the cuts are so clean from the Cricut, like so clean.
And then those are the reverse. So it's mauve pink with the butter yellow.
I love that. Look at how precise it cuts. I always find that I have to buy an extra blade because it gets, after a while, it's dull.
I put an extra feather on the inside.
I love
that's
that.
such bad. And I've got like the best lighting out there today.
No, I can see it. It looks good.
Oh,
like
here's what so I have to change blades on the regular. So I buy them in this pack.
Ooh. Where the heck do you get a pack like that?
Amazon.
See, I always get afraid that if I don't buy the Cricut version, that like it's gonna be worse.
No,
or,
like I've never bought
or not
anything.
fit.
Cricut. I can't afford Cricut brand.
I won't
like,
buy the vinyl because the vinyl is garbage. I only use like the good kind of, like I use Oracle for regular vinyl, and then I use
I've had these
Caesar,
for 3 years.
Sizer, whatever you want to call it.
I've had them for 3 years.
How many are in there?
50.
A lot.
There's 10 of the yellow, 30 of the red, and 10 of the blue.
Yes, I need to get one of those.
So that's what you.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
the
always
awesome glue
afraid.
that I use. Okay, so this is the glue that I use. It's called Art Glitter Glue.
Ooh.
And it dries clear.
Good.
It doesn't cause any warping or like that's why you see me use it in that fine needle applicator bottle.
Yeah.
It's just got a needle tip on it.
Smart,
And,
though.
that's what I put it in. Or you can also use Barely There precision craft glue. Listen, I can't tell the difference between either one of these.
They both work good. Yeah.
They both work that well. This one, I will be honest, when I bought it, it came as this, and this bottle is still like that full, and this bottle is totally full. I filled this bottle into this bottle, and then I use this bottle
The
to
little
fill
one,
up
yeah.
this. And
Yep.
it you don't hardly need any glue. You can do it in such a fine layer of it, and it just gives. Let me show you the cactuses after I got them finished.
The
And
stuff
you'll
that I
see-
use, like I have what you call a pearl drill. So I will take the pearls out of the oysters. I will drill either halfway through or all the way through, and then I set them into sterling silver jewelry or
Oh, that's
or just even costume jewelry. So I had a business during COVID. It basically ruined my business, COVID shutting everything down because nobody was spending anything, obviously. But I drill and I set pearls into jewelry. And I used to do online live sort of pearl shows. So people would buy different packs or play different games to win them. They'd pay whatever for how many balloon pops or, any pulls from and like all sorts of different things. I used to have cage, like you can get pearls and there's just cages that you can put the different colored pearls in.
Right.
I have a bunch of that stuff too, but it's really cool to just sit there and drill it and like put it all together. And I use sort of it's like an epoxy sort of, but it's amazing.
Yeah.
Like amazing.
So you can see how flat that is.
I love it though.
It didn't warp at all. This one, because I added more layers to it, it's got a little bend to it.
You can't even tell though.
But you can't even really tell.
No, you cannot.
So, and then and it's also because of the way they were sitting. But look at how nice that layered up yesterday.
I freaking love that. I love it.
It's not got any bend to it. It's completely flat.
How do you keep them when you're done with them? Do you have
I stack them up in a box like this.
Hey, yeah, whatever works, right? Shoot.
Because like this box, these will all go. I'll put a little Velcro tab on the back of them.
Yep.
I've got little Velcro, and then that way they go on a display board, like a science fair display board, like the
Smart. That's smart.
And when if that's what they decide they want, then you can pull it right off the board. And I have extra of the other side of the Velcro, and then they can put it on their fridge.
Yeah.
They can put it on the wall, on a desk,
Oh, that's awesome.
whatever. And then like these bigger ones, I've figured out how to do a hanger on the back of them. And then I've also got, I've got to cut some display. It's like a display stand, like, the stuff, like when you have one of the plates, like the collector plate.
Yeah, hold it on the back of the thing. Yeah.
And there's that little stand thing like they sit in.
Yep.
I've got a paper pattern to do that. So it's the
Ooh.
same thing. And then they could sit up on display. But look at
That
how
would be
flat
cool.
they are.
That's
And
just
that's that art
awesome. Like, I
glitter
don't
kit.
think I could ever, and I'm pretty talented when it comes to certain things, like doing the pearls, like drilling and setting, but that I can't do. I cannot
Oh yeah,
do
you
that.
could. If you can do vinyl, you can do the paper. It's all
Vinyl
about what
took me
kind
a
of
while to
paper.
learn.
Listen, it's all about the kind of paper you use. If you use a high quality paper, it's going to last, and it's going to make it there. And you can change the color choices. I picked my own colors.
Yeah, of
Like,
course.
that's my take on it. It was supposed to look like this. I didn't like it with the black.
Yeah, I prefer the way you did it too. I don't like it with the black.
So I even changed colors in the
flowers. You could. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I like
yeah.
the way you did it better. Yeah, I prefer that one better than the one with the black. I don't know why. I know it's supposed to stand out, but like, I think it stands out too much on that one.
Like these, I did eggs at
I
Easter.
love those.
I've got a whole bunch of others that have flowers on them, and these actually go to Queen when I get her box of stuff sent out. But I'm waiting on 2 other things that I've ordered for her. They're custom made things
Love
from
it.
a crafter here, and I'm waiting on those 2 things to get done. So
Yeah.
And then once that happens, then, but until then, hers are going to go on display so that
I have one thing that one of my fans made me that has that says Twisted Tragedies on it. It's very, very cool. It's a canvas bag, like a summer sort of canvas bag, and I love it. I love it so much. Like, cause I'll bring it out with me. Like, I will take that camping. Like, I don't, you know, I love that kind of stuff, especially like either someone made it or someone like sort of bought something because they were thinking of me. Like, that stuff means like the world. Like, even the little, like, just thinking of someone like that, like, you know, and everybody knows I love everything pink and sparkly, like it's pink and sparkly, even though like my logos and stuff are like, you know, red and dark. Like I still, anything, like, I love it pink and sparkly because
we don't know, Bree. The judge said that they had to break a little bit early because they had something going on.
I don't know what's
and I'm
is it?
now I'm beginning to wonder if it didn't have something to do with that, with that Jessica lady and Grant.
Did it pause on its own? Is that the problem here? That it paused on its own?
Oh shit! Are they not? Are they already back?
Did. I think they probably are. I think it paused on its own. I mean, and I just assume because it just sits on the screen, you know what I mean? Like Law and Crime, every time I stream this channel, it does this, like, randomly. Here we are. Here we are. Come on.
Put it on
guys.
2 times or 1.5, because these fuckers talk so goddamn slow.
I know. Yep. Whoop. My bad. Sorry. Hold on. Playback speed 1.5. Maybe we can catch up. Possibly. Maybe. Probably.
You can fast forward through this. Just hold your button down and it'll go at 2 times speed.
It's going pretty
Oh,
fast.
can we have Ms. McCabe, please?
Oh, yeah. The 100th time it's done that to me. Only Law and Crime, though. Court TV doesn't do that.
And I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mom. Now, Ms. McCabe, if I could take you back just to a little bit from where we left off. When you arrived at the residence of 34 Fairview Road, you pulled into the driveway, is that correct?
I believe so.
And obviously, on that date, you were familiar with the types of vehicles that your parents drove?
Yes.
And did you see any of your parents' vehicles at the home when you pulled in a parking driveway?
No.
And when you got to the house at any point, did you exit the car or go inside the house?
No.
So you texted him that you were there, you stayed in the car, and he came out.
Yes.
And when Colin came out to the car, what, if any, observations did you make of him in regards to his sobriety? As far as what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that?
Normal.
Didn't seem overly intoxicated to you?
No.
And as far as his face or features, or from whatever you could see, what, if any, injuries did you observe on Colin when he came out?
None.
And how would you describe his demeanor when he came out and he got into the car?
Normal.
Now, during the course, you drove from the Fairview home to Colin's house, is that right?
Yes.
And where was Colin living at that time?
I don't know the address, but his new house, not the one where he was neighbors with John, the newer house.
And if you could, just generally speaking, where was that in relation to the town of Canton? What was it?
It's in the center of town, close to the library.
Did you recall, or do you know what type of residence that is?
Yes, it's like the condos. I'm not sure exactly, but yeah, townhouses.
As far as your drive from the residence in Fairview to Colin's house, did you make any stops along the way?
No.
About how long a drive is it from Fairview to Colin's house?
7 minutes, 5 minutes.
And when you arrived there, what did you observe Colin do?
Got out of the car, went inside, got the key, locked it, went inside.
And is that something as far as, did you wait for him to get inside?
Yes.
And why was it?
I always wait for him because it's like how he has to open the first door to get inside. So I usually just wait for everyone to get inside.
And during the car ride from Fairview to Colin's house, did you recall anything specific about, did you have a conversation with him?
Probably. I don't remember what we were talking about.
And then following that, where did you go?
I believe home.
And when you got home, were either of your parents home at that point?
No.
You know about what time it was that you got?
Not exactly. I would estimate a little bit before 12:30, around that time.
And at any point in time over the rest of the course of that evening, did you see your parents, did you talk to your parents or anything like that?
I know I talked to my dad on the phone when we found the dog. Other than that, no.
And so after your return home, when you went to bed or you went to sleep, were your parents home at that point?
No.
But how much time was it between the time when you got home, around 12:30 or so, and when you went to sleep?
Not long. I don't know.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, at some point you woke up, correct?
Yes.
And were your parents home at that point?
Yes.
And were both your parents home at that point?
Yes.
Do you know about what time it was that you woke up next?
No, I do not.
Now, Ms. McCabe, at some point in August of 2023, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
Yes, I believe so. I'm not sure what time, but on a Zoom.
And was that one trooper or more than one trooper or something?
I believe 2. I'm not sure.
Do you recall any of the names of any of those troopers?
Yuri maybe was one of them. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, just wait. Now, ma'am, following that meeting that you had with troopers from the state police, what, if anything, did you provide to them from your phone?
Text messages with Colin, maybe pictures. I don't know. Definitely the text messages.
And before we get to that, just as far as your phone, what kind of phone did you have at that time?
I believe an iPhone 14 Pro Max, maybe.
And I should have been more specific as far as the time, but the iPhone you're talking about, the Pro Max, was that in January of 2022
Oh, I'm sorry.
or in August of 2022?
That was in August.
And between January 2022 and August of 2023, did you have the same phone throughout that time period?
I'm not sure. I believe I upgraded. Yeah.
And when you upgraded your phone, what, if any, data sort of carried over from the old phone to the new phone?
Everything.
So as far as chats or text messages or phone contacts, things like that, all of that transferred from one phone to the new phone?
Correct.
And Nora, may I approach?
Yes.
And so first thing I'm going to show you 2-page document. Actually, go take a look at it more.
Okay.
And do you recognize that, man?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
This is from my phone, my text messages.
On the second page, what is that?
Colin's contact information.
Are those screenshots that you took from your phone provided to the troopers in August of 2023?
Yes, yes, yes.
May I approach you now?
Yes.
Almost seeking to use it as objection that has to be heard.
Okay, come on up and bring that.
Sidebar.
Hi, sidebar. Yannetti whining sidebar. Because I'm
Surprise
assuming
bar.
he's just whining. Why Karen has like the DUI guy sitting on her side? Like, why? Why do you have the DUI guy sitting on your side, who's a complete idiot, in my opinion? Also decided to say he wished that Aiden's latest victim would go in a hole and die. His channel should be shut down for that as well. Like, I'm sorry, but it's disgusting.
Who is the person on the right of John's brother?
I'm trying to see. Is that Erin, the sister?
God, she looks
Could
like
be Erin
Karen.
O'Keefe, the sister.
She looks like Karen.
With the hair, yeah, but
And Karen's hair is so dark now.
yeah, she clearly did it. I don't use it that much, Trisha, so let me look. Let me look. I know I think the only one I still have is my business one because the
Step
turtle
out for
cult.
just a few minutes.
All right, please.
What the hell?
Oh, that was a big smile. They're removing the jury. Bree, what is going on? Why would they?
I have no idea.
Jerry, is next to the courtroom. Please be seated. I could just use 1 second to pick up something that's up in the hall.
Okay.
If you could just briefly explain to the witness what's occurring.
Yes, I just need Miss Giannetti back. Okay, so.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. And the next two, if they would be marked separately, please. Thank you. right, the lawyers are going to get to ask you a few questions now before we go any further in front of the jury. Okay. So, Mr. Lally, you can take the exhibits back and you can question this witness, and then Ms. Giannetti can cross-examine.
May I approach with?
Yes.
Alderman? So, Mr. Cade, with reference to the two screenshots that we were just talking about before the jury left the room, those are screenshots that you took from your own phone, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the communications contained therein, is it your memory that those are communications that you had with Colin Albert?
Why don't you ask her what they are, non-leading?
Those screenshots, as far as the communications, what are they? When were they done?
At a later date. Is that what you're asking? Sorry.
I'm asking as far as the actual content of the conversations. When did those conversations go?
January 28th.
And you were a participant in those conversations?
Yes.
And as far as the content of those conversations, is it your memory that the content reflected there is accurate as to what the content of the conversations were between yourself and Colin Albert, the evening of the 28th and the 29th?
Yes.
And Colin Albert was somebody that you were familiar with, correct?
Yes.
And beyond what's contained within these screenshots, you would have other text communications with Colin Albert using the same contact information?
Correct.
And how is it that you knew or were aware that the person or the contact that you were talking to was Colin Albert?
Because it's his phone?
With reference to that contact you had in your phone for Colin Albert, had you called that number before?
Yes.
When you called the number, who answered?
Colin.
And when you had texted Colin on prior occasions using that contact information, did you have a text communication? Did you have any subsequent conversation in relation to the content of those text communications?
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
And I'm not just asking specifically about what I'm saying is you have contact information in your phone for Colin Albert.
Yes.
And on any of those prior occasions when you had texted that contact information, you put in as Colin Albert into your phone. And just to be clear, you were the one who input that number as Colin Albert in your phone.
Yes.
And so on this or any prior occasions when you had contacted via text, that contact Colin Albert in your phone, following those text communications, did you have any conversation with Colin Albert related to the content of those communications?
Sorry, I'm confused. You understand the question? You have to make these simpler. Let's try and get through this for you, Mr. Lally.
At some point during the course of your, how long had you had Colin's contact information in your phone?
For a while, years.
And over the course of those years, had you had conversations related to content in text in person?
Oh, yes.
And as far as the content that you had texted to that number you associated or input as Colin Albert, was Colin Albert aware of the content of those text communications?
Oh, correct, yeah.
And within the specific screenshot of the text communications from that evening, as far as your recollection of that particular evening, are the times that are associated with those accurate as far as you remember?
Yes.
And did you do anything to alter the times that are associated with those text communications prior to taking the screenshot and giving it to the state police?
No.
Now turning to the other two screenshots that you took, those photographs, right?
Did I take them?
I'm just asking what they are.
Oh, both pictures of Colin. One's with my aunt. The other's just him and some other people blocked off.
And do you know when and where those were?
Yes, they were taken at the Albert's house. One of their sons were coming home from the Marines, so it was like a welcome home party.
And when was that in relation to the evening of January 28th?
A few weeks after.
And that's for coming home celebration for your cousin who was coming home from the Marines. Were you there for that?
Yes.
And so as far as your observation of those photographs is what's depicted of Colin Albert, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what he looked like on February 11th?
Yes.
I know.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How long have you had an iPhone? I'm not talking about your current iPhone, but just iPhones in general.
For years.
More than 5 years?
Yes.
And how old are you now?
I'm 20.
20. And when did you get your first iPhone, if you remember?
I don't remember.
12, 13?
Yeah, around middle schoolish.
Maybe 7 or 8 years. Is that a decent estimate?
Yes.
And in those 7 or 8 years, you have learned how to operate an iPhone, the various features that they have and the apps that you can download and use, correct?
Correct.
And your current iPhone has a number of apps on it, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the text message app, you'll agree with me that that is a green icon with a white sort of speech bubble in the middle of it?
Yes, I believe.
And you know that when you click on that, it gives you a list of the text messages that you're exchanging with people, the various threads, correct?
Correct.
You know that if you click on a thread, it opens up the individual text messages that you've sent and received to that particular person, correct?
Correct.
And you know that if you take your finger or your thumb and you hold it on one particular text that's either sent to you or from you, you can do things with that individual text, correct?
Correct.
You can forward it to somebody else, right?
Correct, I believe.
In the context of a conversation, you can just reply to that one particular text message, right?
Correct.
And if you do that, rather than hit the arrow button where you forward or reply, on the left side of the screen, there's a trash can, correct?
I'm not sure.
You know that you can delete a text from a thread, correct?
Correct.
and it's a trash can that you click on, right?
Correct.
I'm not trying to trick you.
No, I was confused, sorry.
No, I understand. I don't mean to confuse. So you know that if you click on the trash can, it gives you an option to either cancel or to delete the message, correct?
Correct.
And what happens if you delete the message?
It's deleted off the phone.
Okay, so it's gone from that thread, correct?
Correct.
And somebody looking at a screenshot that you take after you've deleted that message, it wouldn't be evident that that message was ever there, correct?
Correct.
Now, you testified at a hearing in Boston on August 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was, we're not with a jury present, that was a federal grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you had, by that point, by August of 2023, you no longer had the phone that you originally had on January 29th of 22, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
You had gotten a new phone in December of 2022, correct?
Okay, I'm not sure what time, but yeah, I got a new phone. I believe I got a new phone.
But, and actually, the timing's not that important, just that it was before that grand jury appearance.
Okay, yes.
All right. And what did you do with the old phone when you got the new phone?
Transfer through iCloud, everything transfers over.
Okay, but I'm actually talking about the hardware itself.
Oh, what did I do?
iPhone.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm sorry. Not the data on the phone. I understand that you've testified that you transferred that to the new phone, but the actual physical phone itself, where did that go when you got the new phone?
I'm not sure.
Would that have been traded in?
Possibly.
You don't have it now, correct?
I don't think, no.
And as of August of 2023, you didn't have it either, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that no investigator from this case ever asked you for that phone that you had on January 29th?
Correct.
And so, Ms. Giannetti, can we just focus on the voir dire? All that you're doing, you can cross-examine her with, but on the voir dire of this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'd just like to get the jurors back in.
No, I understand, Your Honor. I understand. I was trying to lay a foundation, but maybe it's not necessary. So with regard to...
If you need to do it, go ahead. I'm just trying to...
I want to accommodate that. With regard to the messages that are in a given thread, right? We've talked about the fact that you are aware that you can reply to them, an individual message forward or delete one, correct?
Correct.
You're also aware that it is possible to change the timestamp on any individual message, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You go to settings and you go to general and you go to date and time. First of all, you can change the time zone of the message. Do you have your iPhone with you right now?
Yeah,
Not on me.
objection, speculation.
And in addition to being able to change the time zone, you actually can change the hour.
Stop
and
it.
minute
Who
to
the
whatever
fuck
you
is
want
gonna
it to
do?
be.
Stop
Were you
it.
aware of that?
No.
Why would anybody
With
be aware of
regard
that?
to photos on your phone, you are aware that you can change the date and time of any photo in your photo app, correct?
Nope.
There is a little, when you go to your iPhone, there's a little I for information. And all you need to do is, or I think it's for info or information. All you need to do is click on that and you get a pop-up from the bottom that gives you the choice to alter the date and time. Did you know that?
No.
Next to that date and time is the word adjust. And that's all you have to click on. And you can change the time from 12:10 a.m., or you can change it from 12:40 a.m. to 12:10 a.m., or you can change it from 1:45 to 12:10 a.m. And it's that easy.
Yep, now I know. I didn't know that. I didn't do that.
I made a moment.
Okay.
Like she said, I didn't know that. I didn't do that. Like, you can't, right.
That's it for the one.
Not change it.
So I'm going to allow this testimony, and your argument goes to the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility. But I did, under Commonwealth versus Trotty, want to give you your voir dire. Okay. All right. So let's bring the jurors back in.
Yes, PURDY. Your Honor, before the jurors come back in, may I just retrieve the exhibits?
Yes, but I'd like to see counsel at sidebar while they come in.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. Oh my God, you guys want a
Yeah,
total
all
epic sidebar? You want a total epic sidebar? I just moved something in my crafting stuff. Look what I found.
What'd you find? Oh.
My signed photo of Molly Golightly.
Listen, hey, keep it. I love it.
Oh my God. Can you believe that? That's when I met her in
That's awesome.
Denver.
Hunter, I think we should say.
Yeah, it doesn't change the original. Yep. It's a grift, but it's not going to, right? Like, wait a second. Where is? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to locate my business PayPal I haven't used in a billion years. Okay. Because it's the only PayPal I have left. And it takes fees from me because it's a business one,
Hey,
so.
I have a PayPal and I have Cash App. Do you want me to?
Yeah, if you could, that would be great.
No.
Put it in the chat for Trisha.
Give me just a second. My hands are
Yeah, of
full
course.
with.
Take your time, girl.
Of course, back in session, please be seated. I apologize profusely. I just need 1 more minute. I'm so sorry.
And Mr. Lally, I have an instruction to give if you're going to put in that screenshot.
Yes.
Okay. Jurors, remember, I've told you this before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must find first that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was in fact either Colin Albert or Ms. Ally McCabe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that Ms. McCabe or Mr. Albert was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, then you cannot consider that communication in your deliberations. So with that, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. And Your Honor, the first few pages that's been marked AA, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
Okay, those may be admitted.
And subject to our conversation, is that right?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I may just approach to return it to the witness.
Sure. Thank you.
Now, Ms. McCabe, with reference to, before we get into that, you had an iPhone at the time of January 20th, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your friend Colin Alberts, as far as his contact information within your phone, who entered that in?
I did.
And prior to that date of January 28th into the 29th, 2022, had you had phone conversations where you would sort of press the button to call that number and it rang, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, answered the phone when you contacted that phone number in your phone?
Colin.
Now, with reference to Colin and the contact in your phone, had you had prior text communications with Colin using that contact that you put in?
Correct.
And outside of those text communications that you had, did you have sort of physical in-person conversations with Colin in regard to content that was within text messages you had with that content?
Yes, I assume so.
And specifically on that date of January 28th and the 29th, when you arrived at the home on Fairview Road, you texted Colin that you were there?
Yes.
And after you texted him that, what, if anything, happened after that?
He responded saying okay, and then he came out to the car.
And Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, just publish the text communication to the jury on screen.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could slow down. Now, what's up on the screen, Mr. Cave, is that what you have before you as the exhibit?
Yes.
And looking at, there's sort of one side has text and one side has blue bubble, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you know who is communicating with who as far as the sort of plain text outside of the
Colin and I? Is that what you're asking? Sorry.
I'm asking is, who's the blue bubble?
Oh, sorry. I'm the blue bubble and he is the gray whitish bubble.
And from sort of the top of what's depicted on the screen, you read the text that you received and the time that you received.
Yes, 11:54, and then I responded at 11:55.
And what did Colin say at 11:50?
You can get me now if easier.
And what did you?
Okay, I am driving people home now.
And what did Colin respond to that, and what time did he respond?
He responded, word, get me after.
And someone could scroll down. And following the getting after, what if any responses you provided?
KK, okay, and here,
And here that you texted, what time was that read on the screenshot?
12:10 a.m.
And so what if anything Colin responds to the your text?
He responded at the same time saying, okay.
Somebody can take it. May I approach this retreat, John?
Yes. Do you need that? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
So the next two pages, two separate pages, contain photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And you recognize what's depicted in those photographs that I just placed before you?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
It's Colin. Is that what you're asking?
Let me ask you more specifically.
Okay.
Were these also screenshots that you provided to Troopers of State Police in August of 2020?
Yes, I believe so.
What's in regard to those two photographs, do you know when and where those photographs were taken?
They were taken February 11th at the Alberts, Nicole and Brian's house.
Objection.
No, I'm going to let her testify when they're taken.
And so February 11th of what year, ma'am?
2022.
So a few weeks after January 28th, 29th, correct?
Yes,
And were you present at the Alberts house on the evening of February 11th when they were taken?
yes.
And what was the purpose of yourself and or Colin or anybody being over the Alberts house on that?
One of Nicole and Brian's sons were coming home from their Marine, so there was like a welcome home party with family and friends.
And that is your cousin Jack, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal as far as your memory of what Colin looked like on February 11th?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Colin will seek to introduce in a minute the next two exhibits. Again, except before.
Sure. Okay. Yes, those are clear.
And then just returning those to you. And first, I would direct your attention to what's been now marked as Exhibit A2. I'm just going to, with court's permission, may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
So if you could just enlarge that a bit. And you recognize what's now up on the screen is what you have before you as Exhibit A2.
Yes.
And if you could just describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at in the photograph.
Colin and my auntie Coco.
And so your auntie Coco was also Nicole Albert.
Yeah. Yes, Nicole.
And if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit for you, Exhibit A3. And it's going to be good. And again, what's up on the screen is that what you have before you as Exhibit A3?
Yes.
This is the same evening, is that correct?
Correct.
You know where in the house this photograph is taken?
I believe they call it their library. Maybe it's the room in the back.
And as far as what's contained in this photograph in reference to your friend Colin Albert, as far as his face, his arms, his hands, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what he looked like on February 11th?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to continue. May I go one more time?
Yes.
To retrieve?
Where is this stupid setting to like allow links? I know I had it set so it wasn't at one point, but I can't.
No, I
find it.
didn't put the link. I just put my it's at Lassiter A in my page.
Oh, she can't see it either. Yeah, she can't see it either. I didn't see it either, so I was like, wait a second.
Good afternoon.
Ms. McCabe, you have known Colin Albert your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Your mother is Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
His mother is Julie Albert.
Correct.
And her maiden name was Julie Daniel.
Correct.
Your mother, Jennifer, grew up together with his mother, Julie, correct?
Correct.
You and Colin are extremely close, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you would consider Colin Albert to be one of your best friends in the world, correct?
Yes, he's one of my best friends.
Now, you claim that you took a screenshot of a text conversation that you had with Colin Albert on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those were the screenshots that were just shown to this jury this afternoon, correct?
Correct.
And you claim that the information on that screenshot actually existed on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell your mother, Jennifer McCabe, that you had that text conversation with Colin Albert anytime after January 29th of 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you give to your mother, Jennifer McCabe, a screenshot of that text message conversation?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's fair to say that on January 29th, 30th, 31st, you did not turn over that screenshot to any law enforcement official, correct, of 2022?
No, I was never asked.
Yes, yes, you
No
can.
investigator from this case ever asked you for copies or a copy of that screenshot of that text message conversation on January 29th, 30th, or 31st, correct?
Correct.
They also did not ask you for a copy of that screenshot through the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
In fact, all of 2022, no investigator ever approached you to say, can I have a copy of that screenshot, correct?
No, 'cause the conspiracy theory
in
hadn't
addition
been
to that,
out there
you
yet.
never called an investigator to say, hey, I have a copy of a screenshot of a text message conversation that I had with Colin Albert, correct?
No, it wouldn't have been relevant at that time.
Nope.
I believe, because Colin was not at the house and wasn't introduced as being there until later.
So your testimony today is that at no time in the year 2022 did you consider it relevant at all that you had
No.
this screenshot of this text conversation, correct?
Correct.
Leaving that screenshot aside.
Because there was no
actually, before I leave that
conspiracy
topic,
theory that
you
he
didn't
hurt
turn over
anyone.
that screenshot of the text
Duh.
message until sometime during the summer of 2023, correct?
Correct.
About a year and a half or more after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, when I was asked.
And
After
by
Yannetti
that
made the
time,
conspiracy theory.
the summer
After.
of
When
2023,
it became relevant.
you had already switched phones, correct?
Yes.
In other words, the iPhone that you had on January 29th of 2022, you no longer had possession of that physical phone, correct?
Correct.
You had a new iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you say that you transferred over the data from the old phone to the new phone, correct?
Correct.
When did you take that screenshot that was displayed to the jury today?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after you got rid of your old phone?
I don't remember.
So we don't know if that screenshot was from your phone that you got in December of 2022, or if it was from the phone that you had back in January 2022, correct?
Correct.
That phone that you got in December of 2022, it's now.
I hope
May
Lally gets
2024.
that
Do you still
one
have
and
that same
redirect,
phone?
Brianna.
The phone, my old phone? Is that?
No, my question was, and again, I'm not trying to trick you in any way here. The phone that you got in December of 2022, the new phone at that time,
He keeps
is that
saying
the phone,
that.
your current phone?
Correct.
But he is trying to trick them.
Now, before
That's the
you,
third time he said that.
got rid of the old phone and got the new one, did any law
He
enforcement
says it to every
official,
witness, but he is
prior to
trying
that
to trick
December
them into
2022
saying something
time
that he
period,
can go
or
back and be like,
investigator from this case
that's a
ever
lie.
asked to examine your physical phone itself?
No.
Did they ever say to you, we would like to do what's called an extraction on your phone?
No.
And you never gave that phone at any point to any law enforcement official before you got rid of it, correct?
Correct.
And the first time that you mentioned that text conversation outside your family was August 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was at a proceeding in Boston, correct?
Correct.
Where neither Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or we were there.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, move along, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes. That proceeding in August of 2023 was less than a year ago, correct? We're in May of 2024.
He keeps trying to introduce the federal
And that was a
investigation.
long time after John O'Keefe was
And he's
found dead
towing
on
the
Brian
line
Albert's
hard.
lawn, correct?
Correct.
And that August of 2023, when you're revealing that text exchange, that was over a year and a half after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And leaving aside the screenshot, as of August 3rd of 2023, no investigator from this case, no state police trooper or anybody from the DA's office had ever interviewed you, right? Prior to August of 2023?
I talked to the state troopers, but I don't know if that was before or after.
That was on August 25th of 2023, which is about
You
3
can't tell
weeks
her when it
after your
was. She
testimony in
doesn't.
the other proceeding.
Again, that's a narrative.
Yes.
Objection.
It's Sam season!
About 3 weeks after your testimony in the other proceeding. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, then after.
And
Yeah.
at that point in time, on August 25th of 2023, you'll agree with me that you were not interviewed at a police station or a state police barracks, correct?
Correct.
Or the DA's office,
Objection.
Correct.
You were interviewed by Zoom, correct?
Correct.
And you were not alone at that time in your home, correct?
I'm not sure.
Your mother, Jennifer McCabe, was present, correct?
Okay.
And she was monitoring what was going on in that interview, correct?
Objection.
Was that true?
I don't recall.
Why would she be monitoring?
In any
Stop
case,
it.
that too was over a year and a half after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about, oh, by the way, you've had an iPhone since you were 12 or 13 years old.
Correct.
And you're now how old?
20.
So 7 or 8 years would be a good estimate as to how long you've worked with iPhones?
Correct.
And obviously you know how an iPhone works, correct?
Correct.
You know how to reply and comment on text messages, correct?
Correct.
And
Did
you
he go
know that,
backwards?
there's a lot of tools open to you.
He did, yeah.
To comment on text messages, correct?
Correct.
You
Dude,
can reply.
he keeps
to
trying to make it
a
like she's
text
manipulating something.
using
She
an
didn't.
icon or an emoji, right? To like or dislike something that somebody else said.
Correct.
You can laugh at it. You can love it. You can like it, correct?
Objection.
Right?
Correct.
And they make it pretty easy, right? All you need to do is put your finger or your thumb on a specific message and hold it down and options appear, correct?
Correct.
And that's where you get the thumbs up, the thumbs down, the haha, exclamation points, question mark, etc.
This isn't
Correct.
relevant. Objection.
And you also have other options, which is down the bottom, there's a kind of a curved arrow where if you click on that, you can forward the message or reply to a specific message, correct?
Correct.
And on the left, there's a trash can, right?
Correct.
We already went over this.
What happens when you click on
It was in the
trash
voir dire.
It will delete the message from your phone.
And it's your testimony that with regard
I thought there was a reason this was done in voir dire.
screenshot that we saw, there are no deleted messages in that conversation,
No.
correct?
Yes.
However, you would agree, as you've already testified, that if a message had been deleted from a screenshot, we'd never know, right?
True.
You're also familiar with the apps that are on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
You have a number of apps on your iPhone, right?
Correct.
There might be 12 or 15, I haven't counted them, but 12 or 15 maybe on your home screen, right?
Correct.
And if you swipe to the left, you get another new population of 12 or 15.
Correct.
Not bad for an old guy.
Yeah.
Correct.
You use apps like Instagram.
Correct.
Snapchat is a popular app.
Correct.
And probably to your detriment, but Life 360.
Correct.
All right. That's been an app in the McCabe family for a number of years, right?
Correct. Yes.
And it's in your family anyway, and probably in a lot of families, it's mainly used for the parents to keep track of their kids, right?
Correct.
And in order for Life 360 to work, you have to have your location services on, and somebody else has to have the app and is in the family, correct? Connected to you?
Correct.
And with regard to, just going back to the messages for a minute, do you know the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
Yes, I believe one's blue and one's green.
Okay. The screenshots that we saw of your text conversation that you say that you had with Colin Albert, you were in blue, right?
Correct.
That means that Colin Albert also had an iPhone at the time, correct?
Correct.
Oh, hey, with Zeem, you can stream free local TV from all over the country. Zeem speaks for itself. It really doesn't need a...
Now, with regard to the timestamp on those messages, the conversation about I'm here, I believe gave the time 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Are you aware how easy it is to change that time?
No.
Are you aware that all you need to do is go from settings to general, and then there's a date and time?
The jury's not going to know either.
Are you aware of that?
No, I didn't know that was a thing.
You know that when
It's
you
not a
set
thing.
up your iPhone, you have to choose
The jury's not
time
going to know it
zone,
either.
correct?
How do you expect her to know?
Correct.
And you always choose the New York time zone because that's where Boston is, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that if you go into settings, general, and then date and time, you can change the time zone to wherever you're going?
I guess I didn't. Once I set my phone up, I have no reason to change the time.
See? And in addition to changing the time zone,
No, she doesn't.
you literally can choose any time that you want. You could make
Because after that, no matter
11:45
where you
a.m.,
go,
12:10 a.m.
automatically
She's
update.
getting
in
pissed
about
off.
3 seconds.
Look it up with
Did you
Sasha
know
again.
that?
She's like, dude, you're saying I'm changing times. Get the fuck out of here.
No.
But if, I'm not accusing you of this now, but if you had changed the time on that, from a screenshot, we'd have no way of knowing, correct?
I guess.
Because what a screenshot ultimately becomes is like a photo, correct?
Correct.
It's not like you can edit it, right? I mean, the most that you can do is what we
He
saw
is
on
accusing her of it.
the other photo that
Like,
was
can't say I'm not
displayed, which
accusing
is
you of it, but then
kinda
accuse someone of it.
crossing out with a magic marker somebody's face or a time, right? That would be how you'd have to alter it, right?
Correct.
Now, I had asked you if prior to getting rid of your old phone and getting the new one, if law enforcement ever asked you to, go through the phone themselves, and you had said no, right?
Yes, they did not do that.
And they never asked to do an extraction on the old phone, correct?
No.
What about the new phone that you now have that you got in December? Have the state police ever asked to do, have they ever asked to look through that phone?
They look, no, I don't think so.
You provided the screenshot that was shown to the jury today on August 25th when you talked to the state police in this case, right, of 2023?
Correct.
And when you provided them that screenshot, did they say, hey, by the way, can I look at your phone to see if it's on there?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did they say that to you?
I don't remember.
But in any case, you never physically showed them your phone, right?
No.
You don't recall clicking on that text message app, the green app with the kind of white speech bubble. You didn't click on that and then click on the Colin Albert conversation and say, here it is, did you?
No.
And in addition to not asking you to see your new phone, they also did not ask you to do an extraction of your new phone, correct?
The 20-year-old has no reason to
And
fucking
at
lie,
some
and she was
point
like
in time, you
17
realized
or
that
18
you
at the
have to
time.
Be a witness in this case and have the unfortunate incident of having to talk to me, right?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute on this.
Sidebar. Judge is not
Surprise
happy.
bar.
Judge is not happy with Yannetti today, dude. Like, she's pulled him into quite a few sidebars, and one specifically where she just wanted to see him, which is like, ouch. Like, you're accusing her of why? Okay, an 18 or 17-year-old kid has no reason to change a text, right? Like, she didn't change it. You're just mad because you're trying to prove that Colin Albert somehow did something, but she's going to testify to what happened, and then Colin's going to testify that exactly what she just said, because that's what happened. You don't have to change the truth. So, like, I'm sorry, but the judge isn't going to buy that a 17-year-old kid went to go pick up her basically like cousin, and that he's going to testify to the same thing, but somehow, some way he was in the house and beat up John and threw him out on an alarm, and his phone only shows he was in the house for 3 seconds. Like, this is just like, this is throw anything at the wall to see if it sticks at this point. And like, I don't see the jury buying this BS, dude. Like,
Okay, and just to wrap this up, to this day, no extraction has been done on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you had that Zoom interview on August 25th, you told the trooper that you drove Colin straight to his house after you picked him up on January 29th, and then you went straight home, correct?
Yes, I believe.
And you have previously testified back in August of 2023 that you believe you dropped Colin Albert off at his home at around 12:15, 12:20 or so?
Correct.
And when you left, and by the way, you're very familiar with 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
That's family, correct?
Correct.
Been over there many, many, many times, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the neighborhood in terms of the streets that are around there, right?
Correct.
And you've lived in Canton your whole life? I mean,
Yeah.
When you were a baby, you were in Stoughton?
Yes.
Basically, you're a Canton girl, right?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury the route that you took home from 34 Fairview, or actually strike that, the route that you took to Colin Albert's house when you left 34 Fairview on January 29th?
I don't remember specifically, but I would believe I drove up Fairview, then sorry, I don't know the streets.
If I suggested to you that the street closest to 34 Fairview was Cedar Crest and the one on the other side is Chapman, does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, so Chapman.
Okay, so
I
you would have
believe.
gone up and gone to Chapman and taken a right or a left?
Really bad with directions. When I got there, I went to the center of town, his house. I don't know specifically which way. I'm trying to think of it. I can't picture it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Washington Street in Canton?
Yes.
Would you have wound up on Washington Street?
Yes.
All right. And you're aware that the Canton Library is on the corner of Washington and Sherman Street? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you would have passed by the library?
Yes.
Now, with regard to whether you went straight home, did you, by the way, when you went home, did you stay there?
Yes, I believe so.
For in the rest of the night?
Yes.
Okay, and what time do you say that you arrived at home?
I'm not sure. Before around 12:30-ish.
Okay. With regard to Life 360, would you agree with me that if you go on that app and you're trying to figure out where somebody in your family is, there's and let's say you want to know if somebody's home. There's like a circle that surrounds your home, correct?
Yes.
So once you enter that circle, you know that Life 360 gives an alert that said you arrived at home. Even though you're physically not walking in the door, you're within that circle, and that's the home circle, right?
Yes.
On January 29th of 2022, at 12:04 and 53 seconds, you arrived within that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then at 12:06 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then on January 29th of 2022 at 12:23 and 14 seconds, you completed a 7-mile drive where your top speed was 42 miles an hour. Does that make sense?
Correct.
And then you left home on January 29th of 2022 at 12:23 and 14 seconds as well. And what that probably means, reading between the lines, is that you entered that home circle, but then you didn't go home. You went through the home circle and completed a 7-mile drive somewhere, right?
I guess. I thought I went home.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I believe I went home.
Okay.
I was completing my drive out my house.
All right, but at 12:26 a.m. on January 29th, you left home again, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you leave home?
I don't know. I don't remember.
All right. And at 12:26 a.m. and 12 seconds, you arrived at the Canton High School, correct?
No.
On January 29th of 2022, at 12:26 and 55 seconds, you completed a 1-mile drive where your top speed was 43 miles per hour, right?
I don't believe so.
And then
Life 360 is known to be
12:26
wrong.
and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left Canton High School and arrived at home On January 29th of
I
2022.
mean, I didn't
at
even know Life
12:29 and
360 was a
28
thing for
seconds, correct?
kids. Like, I know there's
I
other
do not
apps.
know.
We use other apps, but not Life 360.
Well, that's what was in the
And then
Watts.
after
also,
arriving
and
home
it's known
again
not to be
on
exactly
January
accurate.
29th of 2022 at
Yeah.
12:29 and 29 seconds, you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th of 2022 at 12:31 and 22 seconds, did you not?
No,
And then you left home on January 29th of 2022 at 1:08 and 15 seconds, right?
I don't believe so.
And ultimately, you went through the home bubble and the Canton High School bubble, and you arrived at Canton High School on January 29th of 2022 at 1:28 in the morning and 8 seconds.
Can I see what you're referring to?
Sure.
This lacrosse
which one?
player's gonna
Yes.
beat his ass in a minute.
You probably don't need these, right?
No, I'm good.
Okay, and to make it easy, I mean, you can read the whole thing, but where it says record 16 is what I just asked you about, but feel free to read the whole thing.
Thank you.
And if you would, read it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
I'm guessing he has no idea how to read it, and that's what we're dealing with.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Sorry. May I push?
Yes.
Did that help refresh your memory on where you were that night?
No,
Do you still dispute that you went straight home and didn't leave there?
Objection.
Sustained.
And finally, I just asked you about arriving at Canton High School on January 29th of 2022 at 1:28 and 8 seconds. You arrived at home, within that home bubble, on January 29th of 2022 at 1:30 in the morning and 26 seconds, correct?
what time did it say I arrived at high school?
1:30 in the morning and 26 seconds.
And what time did it say I arrived at high school?
The high school was 1:28 and 8 seconds.
It wouldn't have taken me 2 minutes to go from the high school to my house. I'm confused.
With regard to the high school was also one of the bubbles, one of the areas where you could be, right, on Life 360?
No,
Yes.
He's clearly reading this wrong, obviously. It's wrong. Like, it's seriously wrong. He is just ignoring. He keeps doing that.
Did you say that on Life 360, the Canton High School is not one of the areas that you're tracked in?
what do you mean?
So do you remember we were talking earlier about?
Oh, like put in a location, like that was
Yeah,
home,
there
that
were
was
multiple
high school.
locations, like, you know, if your mother's looking for you, where are you?
Yes.
Well, you know, you're at D&E Pizza, you're at high school, you're at, you know, home, right? I mean, those could be categories.
Correct.
You've agreed that home was one of the categories.
Correct.
And having reviewed that, the Canton High School is also one of the categories, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And on January 29th of 2022, the last entry is that you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th of 2022 at 1:32 in the morning and 23 seconds. And that's the end of the activity. Do you agree with me that that's when you finally stopped that night?
I don't recall.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Lorna.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. McCabe, with regard to, did you get rid of your prior iPhone or did you upgrade your iPhone?
Upgrade.
And that would have been in December of 2022, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Was it sometime around Christmas?
Yeah, probably.
And that could have been a present as far as getting a new iPhone or upgrading your iPhone?
Yes.
Now, as far as any of the information that you were shown as far as a screenshot, did you in any way, shape, or form alter or delete any of the content within that text message from January 28th and the 29th with Colin?
No.
And with reference to changing times or time zones or anything on text messages, before Mr. Yannetti asked you any of those questions, were you aware of any of those things as things that you could do with your phone?
No.
With regard to Life 360, what, if any, knowledge do you have as far as the accuracy of sort of the timestamps that are contained within that app?
Well, I'm not sure, but on the photo he showed me, it says like turn Wi-Fi on. So that like remind Allie to turn Wi-Fi on. So that could have affected the accuracy.
And that was on literally every single one of the alerts that was on that page that he showed you?
Every single one.
Now, Canton High School, do you know what street that's on?
Washington Street, I believe.
And
yeah.
About how far a ride is it from Canton High School to your house?
7-8 minutes, 10, I'm not sure.
You were in the bubble of Canton High School at 1:28 in the morning. Could you have possibly been in the bubble of your home at 1:30 in the morning?
No.
And unless you were going 90 miles an hour in a snowstorm?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about that time frame of August of 2023 when you were asked and you turned over sort of screenshots to troopers from the state police, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about previous times indicating that you weren't asked and it wasn't relevant, correct?
Correct.
Now, you know why you were asked in August of 2023 versus any prior time period?
Because Colin Albert wasn't in the house, and then it was brought up here that he was.
And brought up where?
By the defense.
And around that time of August 2023?
I believe so, yes.
And with reference to relevancy, is that what you were talking about?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, has...
I've been using my custom formula, which is the serum. Taking the quiz was actually super easy and intuitive. I really loved how personal it was.
Over the course of pendency of this case. Objection.
No, the door's been opened. I'm allowing it.
Well, basically harassment.
Harassment by whom?
Bloggers, people online.
And what, if anything, in relation to Colin Albert being in the house has occurred as far as the harassment that you're talking about?
Can you rephrase?
With reference to what you were talking about as far as the relevancy of Colin Albert being in the house at that time, what, if any, harassment was there in relation to that and in relation to Colin?
Well,
No, go ahead. She can answer.
Colin wasn't at the house, so he's being harassed he was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home. So people are harassing him saying he was at the house when it's not true.
When you speak about harassment, what specifically type of harassment?
Phone call, constant phone calls, emails, awful messages.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Focus on this witness, not Colin Albert at this point.
As far as you and your family, what, if any, type of harassment have you received?
People showing up at our house, people emailing my school, just like a lot of harassment. Can I have a moment, please?
Sure.
I'm sorry. I have some, thank you.
And how long a period of time has that persisted?
Very long time.
Thank you. I have no further.
I have nothing further.
All right, Ms. McCabe, you're all set.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Call multiple call Colin Albert to the stand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and during the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I did.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Colin Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my mother, my father, and my two brothers,
And your mother and your father, what are their names?
Julie and Chris Albert.
And your brothers, what are their names?
Chris and Dylan Albert.
And as far as within the age of you and your two brothers, where do you fall in that?
I am the middle child.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you work? Do you go to school?
I go to school at Bridgewater State.
And what year are you in?
I am going into my junior year.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I do not.
Do you recall whether it was a weekday, weekend?
Weekend.
And turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, do you recall where you went that night?
Yes, I do.
And just to be clear, around that time, were you in college? Were you in high school? What grade were you in?
I was a senior in high school.
So end of January, you would have been about 4 months away or so from graduation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, where did you, at some point, did you leave your home and go out?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went out?
I do not remember.
Do you recall whether it was light or dark when you went out?
It was dark.
And where did you, upon leaving your house, where did you go?
I went to one of my buddy's houses.
And that buddy, what was his?
Mike.
And where does Mike live in relation to you?
Can you rephrase that?
Does Mike live in Canton as well?
Yes, he does.
About how far is it from your house to Mike's?
About like 7-8 minutes.
And when you got to Mike's house, was it just you and Mike, or who, if anyone else was there?
I do not remember who was there.
Was there more than just the two of you?
Yes.
And generally speaking, when you got to Mike's house, what is it that you did when you got?
I do not remember.
Now, as far as how you got from your house to Mike's house, do you recall how you got there?
No, I do not remember.
Let me ask you this. Did you walk? Did you drive? Did you get a ride?
I got a ride.
Do you recall who you got a ride from?
No.
And when you, do you recall, let me ask you this, as far as that particular night that you went out, did you drink any alcoholic beverages while you were out?
Yes.
And did you drink any of those at Mike's house?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what you were drinking that night?
Bud Light.
And when you were at Mike's house on that particular evening, do you recall about how long you were there for?
A few hours.
And do you recall how much you had to drink while you were at Mike's house?
I do not remember.
And so in reference to you going out and going over Mike's house and having some beers over there, is that why you didn't drive?
Yes.
So you got a ride from someone over to Mike's house, you spent some hours there, and then do you recall where you went from there?
I went to my uncle's house.
And fair to say you have a relatively large extended family within Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
And so when you say you went to your uncle's house, which uncle's house did you go to?
My Uncle Brian.
And that would be same last name as yourself, so Brian Albert.
Yes.
And how is he your uncle? Sort of how is he related to
He is my father's brother.
you? And why did you go to your uncle's house that night?
It was my cousin Brian's birthday, so I went over to celebrate for a little bit with him.
And so that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Sir.
And you know how old your cousin Brian Albert Jr. was turning on that night?
I do not know.
When do you recall how you got from Mike's house to your uncle's house?
I believe Allie McCabe.
And do you know the address as far as your uncle's house?
34 Fairview Road.
Is that somewhere, your family's house, is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
And so your memory is that Allie McCabe gave you a ride from Mike's house to the house on Fairview?
From what I remember, yes.
Now, Allie McCabe, as far as who is that to you? Or what, if any, kind of relationship you have with Allie?
It is my cousin's cousin. So not technically my cousin, but we're close and like we do family events and stuff like that together.
And you and Miss McCabe, are you in the same grade?
Yes.
And how long have you known each
My whole entire life.
other? So not blood related, but someone that you see at family events.
Yes.
And someone that was in the same grade and went to the same school as you?
Correct.
And that school, which school did you go to at that time?
Canton High School.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived at the house on Fairview?
Between 10:30 and 11 at night.
Voices, check your
And,
back chat.
Did you have at that time any kind of curfew or time that you had to be home from your parents?
Usually around like right around before midnight.
And so was it like a hard fast, like 12 o'clock? If you're not here, you're grounded, or was it sort of around that time?
Just around midnight.
And so after, when you arrive there, you go into the house, is that right?
Yes.
And the house at 30.
I'm gonna pause it there as I have to go get my little off the bus. So I'm gonna end it here and you guys can pop over to like Law and Crime or whatever to finish it. Thank you, Voices, for being here with me, my darling. You're muted, but I'm assuming you can hear me. But I gotta get my little scholar off the bus. So thanks, guys.